Hello? Do we have audio now? There shouldn't be game audio yet. Hello. All right, good. I just decide to OBS is a fun software. That's all I got to say. Ah, so 8 minutes late, but we are here. We all survived another year of not E3. I didn't even watch the Summer Game Fest thing, the live stream. So I don't know if I didn't see anything from that, unless the only thing that I saw before the Xbox showcase was the Expanse games announcement, which looked pretty cool. But yeah, the only conference I actually watched was the Xbox one, and yeah, I just had nothing else to do, so I was just like, yeah, I might as well watch it. Pat will be joining a little bit later, but yeah, that Microsoft the Xbox conference is not. It wasn't all that great. I'm trying to think. Well, they announced that their handheld, the gaming's worst kept secret. I don't think they announced the price for it though. If they did, they didn't show it at the conference. Uh, but yeah, the handhelds, it's being made by Asus, which makes sense. Microsoft doesn't have a really good track record with actually making hardware, so might as well just outsource that thing. And I think it was the Ally was already running Windows, if I believe. Pretty sure it was one of the only ones that was actually running Windows. So yeah, that makes sense. But not really something I'm gonna buy. If I was going to be buying a handheld, it would probably be the Steam Deck, whatever the fuck it's called. But yeah, that was what else was even at the before the I'm holding off on the Outer Worlds 2 thing because I did watch it and there was it was interesting. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. Uh no, I don't think so. Nothing that really caught my attention except for the Expanse game, but that wasn't at the Microsoft show. And I don't want to put out predictions there and then get proven wrong that, that the game is going to be good or something like that. There's, it's being made by the people who made Pathfinder, so that's promising. The Expanse is a series of books and shows that hasn't really been ruined yet, so, there's that. Bioshock 3 too. Oh, are you talking about Clockwork? I think. Yeah, it was Clockwork, right? Yeah, that was Bioshock Infinite 2. That was pretty interesting. They actually like the gameplay in it looked pretty. It looked like it could be cool, but everything else about that game I just really did not like. I don't care for steampunk. I didn't care for their art style. I really didn't care for their writing. So I was like, okay, we'll see with this one. Might be another Atomic Heart situation where it's like the game releases and people are like, oh, it's really good. Oh, everybody's playing it, and nobody's actually playing it. And then oh yeah, and then Bethesda was there. They they had their ESO trailer, their obligatory ESO trailer, which I don't think was even really advertising anything in particular. It was mostly just like, come play ESO, please. We need players. And yeah, that was like the title card at the end was something about the King of Worms, and I did not get that at all from the rest of the trailer. It was just a cat running through. But then, Fallout 76. We got fishing in Fallout 76. Uh, so yeah, that made a trailer. Uh, and then that was it. No Starfield. No Starfield whatsoever. Not a peep. I thought maybe they would at least, have some sort of creations that they want to pimp out or whatever, but nah. There's no Starfield. Definitely, anybody who was thinking Ted 6 was going to make an appearance was, they're getting their hopes up. But for there to be no Starfield, that's I I think they might have given up, which is pretty wild. They had an update recently. They had an update in May. They advertised quality of life features and new gameplay stuff, even though it was literally all just bug fixes. But okay, uh, yeah, that's it. I was looking at Starfield. Actually, I made sure my Starfield install was like actually functional, because I was thinking there was a chance they might shadow drop something for Starfield, maybe the next DLC that was rumored to be coming out or something like that. Uh, it didn't, but yeah. So I was getting my install ready, and I was just going through mods and everything on the Nexus, and yeah, Starfield's modding scene is really it basically non-existent at this point. So I think Starfield it's donezo's. But No Man's Sky, we're here today playing No Man's Sky because No Man's Sky just had another major update. Uh, so the thumbnail that I made for this stream, if you're at all privy to the release schedule, the release cadence for the updates for No Man's Sky, you will realize that those updates, those are just the updates since Starfield launched. Those are just the major updates too. There were smaller seasonal updates and stuff like that, but yeah, those are the major updates. And then on the other side is Starfield's updates, which, if we were actually like doing an apples to apples comparison, it would just be Shattered Space. But you know what? The thumbnail would look weird if it was just one item on the right side, so I put in three. I put in the buggy and the maps update, which also came with the survival mode and everything. But yeah, No Man's Sky kinda clowning on a lot of games, honestly. I'm picking on Starfield here, but they're really clowning on a lot of games. So there was a No Man's Sky video that I was working on last year, and in it I was criticizing a bunch of things for being incomplete, specifically their like settlement system and everything. And wouldn't you know it, the most recent update basically overhauls the settlement system and completely expands upon it and everything. And yeah, I'm interested to see what that's like. Uh, it's interesting to see a developer actually, addressing issues in their game, and acknowledging that there are things that are incomplete, going back and actually completing them. I didn't know we were doing that anymore, but yeah, they did it. Bethesda's too busy with TED 6 to work on Starfield. I I'm curious. Like I'm really curious how their team is structured right now, because they have a lot of people. Oh yeah, their union just finished agreeing to a tentative contract with Microsoft. Um, if you haven't been following that drama, they went on strike a few months ago. I think it was just a 1 day walkout, but yeah, they did that because they formed the union like over 2 years ago, but they still hadn't negotiated a contract with Microsoft. And they were saying Microsoft was playing hardball, whatever. I can believe it. Blah blah blah. But yeah, so they just finalized. Well, I forget what the exact term is for it. A tentative contract. So now they have to vote on the contract to ratify it. Uh, Hopefully, for their sake, the vote goes through. As somebody who worked in a union, I can tell you that those votes get really messy, especially when you're doing your first contract vote. So that might fall through. Who knows? Good on them for unionizing though, so that they don't get laid off. But I am curious. Who's working on what at this point? And then yeah, we got Outer Worlds 2. That they showed that off. It got its own showcase, and there was there were a lot of points where I was sitting there watching it and I'm just like, wow. It's good to know that they're back to the standards of Fallout New Vegas. Like that was the benchmark that they were trying to hit. Don't try to exceed that, but good on them for at least trying to hit Fallout New Vegas. There was some interesting stuff in there though. The traits that they had and everything. My favorite was the klepto one, where it's like you pick klepto and you get more money for stealing items, but your character will like just randomly steal an item if you look at it. Well, like if it's an owned item in a shop or something, and you just like glance over it, your character might just steal it right then and there. And like that's pretty funny. That would lead to some interesting emerging gameplay moments. That showcase was, God, that showcase was brutal. That was really painful to sit through, because it seemed like the people who were actually making, like the developers and stuff, were actually uncomfortable. Like I don't think a lot of them were acting in those scenes. Like I think a lot of them were just like, can we please not do this like post irony awful writing thing again, because people really hated that in Outer Worlds 1, and that's gonna sink Outer Worlds 2 if we do it again. But yeah, so more than half, I'd say like 3/4 of the showcase was actually like pretty interesting stuff. It's like, oh, this looks like interesting gameplay mechanics, interesting leveling systems and stuff like that. Acknowledging build variety, all of this stuff. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's nice. But it's still Outer Worlds, and everything about this universe I fucking hate. And the writing is still the Outer Worlds, and it is what I want to know is there a reason for me to actually explore in this game? Because Outer Worlds 1, that was one of my biggest complaints about it, actually. It wasn't the world or the quest design or anything like that, as much as I didn't really care for that stuff. But it was more just like, in Fallout New Vegas, it was rewarding to go around just exploring, like a Fallout game, or like a Bethesda game, I should say. Just go around, pick a direction to go, walk in that direction, stumble across some stuff, and pick through some dungeons or whatever. And that's what I find appealing in these sorts of open world RPGs a lot of the time. And what I was seeing in the Outer Worlds 2 demo was more just Outer Worlds 1's design philosophy, level design philosophy, of just like, here are just, stages that you're going through, and you got like, your 2 or 3, maybe 4 paths through the mission, and then that's basically it. That just doesn't really jive with me. It's just a different sort of take on game design. But I do think it would benefit them to lean into that more with Outer Worlds 2, but I didn't see that. I mean, I could be wrong, but from what they were talking about, describing with like how they're working in more ways to get through missions and stuff. You could do a lot more like talking and things like that. It sounded more just like it's going to be Outer Worlds 1 again, where it's just, you land in this self-contained little area, and you might have like a little bit of exploration and stuff, but if you're doing the quest, you're going to hit everything on the map. And that's really all there is to it. And each little section is its own self-contained little side diversion type thing, and it's all building to one narrative. Then you go to the next area and kind of forget the previous area's narrative and just rinse and repeat. And I don't think that structure really... I don't think it worked for Outer Worlds 1. And I think that's why a lot of people ended up bouncing off of it. It just feels like super manufactured. It feels super it just feels artificial, like fake. Even looking at what they were describing and everything for... Actually, no, okay. It was the companions that they were showing in Outer Worlds 2, where I was just like, each of these companions feels like they were designed by a committee to just appeal to a specific demographic. And that's not really like how you should go about designing characters. They should have something to, contribute to the story and everything, and they should make sense within the context of the story and the world and all blah 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 blah. Yeah. I don't like this trend that I've seen of characters that seem to just exist who pander to certain demographics. And it's just... And I'm not just talking... Like, it just doesn't really... It just comes across... It just, again, makes the world feel fake, artificial, and just, like, uninspired. Just give me good characters, like Fallout New Vegas had tons of really good companions and stuff like that. But I guess, since all those writers are no longer there, they can't really pull that off anymore. I don't know. Outer Worlds 2, $80. I think that's going to be what fucks that game completely. Yeah, man. I'm really surprised they went $80 on that. Considering, Avowed happened. And it was funny listening to them, like, trying to tiptoe around Avowed. Actually, I don't think they even mentioned all that much. I think the Microsoft execs talked about Avowed more than Obsidian did. And Microsoft trying every way possible to describe Outer World or Avowed in any sort of way other than it didn't meet our sales expectations, even though they already admitted that. I think they did. Or did they... I think they initially gaslit, and they were saying that it was doing fine, and then they did eventually admit... No, I might actually be mixing that up. They might not have ever admitted that it underperformed. We know it underperformed, but I don't think they admitted to it. But yeah, so now we're going to do $80 instead of $70, so that should be interesting. Or you just get it on Game Pass day one. Did they talk about Grounded 2 a lot? So they went into Grounded 2 after the Outer Worlds 2 showcase, and I stopped watching. And that was basically it. And I was like, I gotta go shower and prepare for the stream. What AAA game even has good writing this year? I mean, we could say what AAA game has good writing in the past 5 years? They called Avowed a blockbuster. Yeah. Hey, we could... Maybe they're talking about blockbuster like the store, right? Maybe that's what they were referring to. You can't... As long as we don't use quantifiable numbers, we can't be caught in an outright lie. There was a point in the Outer Worlds 2 presentation where it sounded like they were about to start throwing a little bit of shade on Outer Worlds 1. It was when they were talking about combat and stuff, and I was like, oh, this would actually be really cool if they admitted that Outer Worlds 1 had some flaws and, like just got on the player's level a little bit. But then they did kind of like a complete 180, and they were like, yeah, a lot of people really loved this in Outer Worlds 1. And I was just like, hold on a second. Loved and Outer Worlds 1 are not two words that I ever see going together, like ever. So, you were almost there. You're almost there. You were actually almost self-aware. Not that fake self-aware bit that you guys do, but like actually self-aware to the point that, oh, maybe the game will actually be good. No, I'm not saying Outer Worlds 2 might not be good, but I don't think it even really matters at this point. The game could be fantastic. I still think it's going to underperform just from what we've seen from Avowed, and that now they're jacking up the price another $10 and releasing it in a later part of the year where it's probably going to be a little bit more crowded. The combat segment was awful. So my theory was that they were building up that fucking really annoying guy, Mark, and they were going to like actually just execute him in the boardroom during that combat sequence and be like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore for Outer Worlds 2. I really thought they might actually go that route. I was sitting on like pins and needles, and no, that didn't happen. Have I missed anything interesting? Nope. Not a bit. Yeah. No, the Expanse game, I added it to my Steam wish list. That's all I will say. That's all I'm going to say about it. Grounded 2, really excited for that game, and then I found out they included scorpions, burrowing scorpions. Not like the worst part of Fallout 4 coming into Grounded 2, just get jump scared. Yeah, Grounded is an interesting game because it like has this serious cult following. I think the game performed better than they were expecting. I'm genuinely surprised that they are giving it a sequel, but I really shouldn't be because this like it sold pretty well and it's like pretty well regarded. It's just like one of those like sleeper hits. It's not my thing whatsoever, but if people are happy with it, so be it. Like whatever. I'm just surprised they're doing 3 games in a single year. That is bold for a studio their size, but I don't know. I guess they know what they're doing. Also, they're talking about Gen Alpha despite them being 15 at most. Yeah, when does Gen Alpha begin? I think like Gen Alpha is still like 12 years old at most. I don't think they're 15 yet. So, I'm sad because, what was it? The Bannerlord expansion that I was hoping to be playing right now got delayed. So, I mean, good on them for delaying it because they were saying, it was bad and they need to make it good. So, I'd rather see that, but I don't really have much to play for the summer. Well, anything new anyways. I mean, I got plenty of shit to play, but I was hoping to get into that. Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z is 97 to 2012. So then Gen Alpha is like 2013 onwards. they massively dropped the ball on Bannerlord. So it is uh, my first Mountain Blade game. I like it. I have fun with it, but I do need to go back and play the older games with like some of those mod overhauls and stuff that they got. I understand why people aren't happy with Bannerlord. Uh, and it is like it's been a game that's been in development for ages, and even when it released, it still wasn't, complete or anything, but I enjoyed it for what it was. With that said, I haven't gone back and played it since release, so, you know, take that for what it is. But yeah, I guess we'll start playing some No Man's Sky. So the reason I'm playing No Man's Sky is on stream anyways is because I wanted to do a video on it last year, and I wrote most of the script and I was about to get into working on it and everything, and then I kind of just fell off in the project, lost interest. So then I got back into it after was it Relics, or it might have been Worlds Part 2. I started playing that. I started playing it again. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and make the video again. I got halfway through that playthrough. I think it was like 40 hours of no, it was over that. I think it was like 60 hours of game time, and then yeah, my save just got deleted. Just it just vanished one day. Steam Clouds did some syncing shenanigans with my laptop, and yeah, just poofed my save out of existence. So that really annoyed me. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll try again. Maybe I'll try and do No Man's Sky as do the video again for a third time. And then they released this, which kind of invalidates a bunch of the stuff that I was writing about in my script. So I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna stream the game like that. Are you looking forward to Light No Fire? Do you think it will be any news within a year or two? I won't be surprised if the game comes out in the next year or two, honestly. From how much they've already shown, and a lot of the stuff, like the engine and everything, a lot of the stuff is the same. Like a lot of the tech is the same from No Man's Sky, which is why a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in these updates for No Man's Sky was actually stuff that they backported from Light No Fire. So I think Light No Fire is actually pretty far along. As for if I'm looking forward to it, my views on No Man's Sky are kind of mixed. There's parts of the game that I really do enjoy, but then there's other parts of the game that I just think, like, the core of the game doesn't really have a lot going on for it. Like survival mechanics, for instance. A lot of it kind of seems to just exist just for the sake of existing. And I'm hoping Light No Fire has a more cohesive central design to really like tighten all of those elements together. That's why I'm really interested to try the settlement system again, because that was the biggest thing that I pointed to in my script of something that just existed for the sake of existing and then just went nowhere and was pretty awful. So it'll be interesting to go back and play it this time around and see if they managed to like, more tightly integrate it with the rest of the game. I heard really good things about I think it was the last update, or the one that like it added, was it purple stars or something like that? I heard really good things about that update. So they might be more focused on like actual design and like a cohesive player experience now. So that might be interesting. Again, Light No Fire is like, it's one of those games on my wish list. I'll check it out if it looks good when it launches, but we'll see. But we are here in No Man's Sky. I don't know how far I'm actually going to get into this playthrough. I just kind of wanted something to stream. I'm trying to do more streams. So one of the problems I've been having recently, working on projects, is it feels like I've just been doing a lot of projects on games that I don't particularly like. I mean, like, Skyrim's okay, but it's definitely not a game that I really enjoy. Not like Enshrouded or Valheim or Farming Simulator 25. I'm playing a lot of other games, and I feel bad that I don't get to do videos on these games, but the problem is that I just can't really come up with good videos for these games. No Man's Sky is another example. Like, that's why the video never materialized, was because I was, getting through the production, writing of it. I'm like, this just isn't really that good of a video. It's not really worth putting out. So I kept, like, kind of pushing off the side, hoping I'd come up with better ideas for it. So I think for my own sanity, I'm just going to start to stream more often, and I'm just going to stream games that I actually really want to play. And we're just going to, chill out, chat, and just play some games. Play some fun games, and I'll be able to discuss the things that I actually would have discussed in videos pertaining to these games. And I think Valheim is still a game that would deserve a video, but we'll see. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, would it be a good video to do? Would it actually, like, have are there people who are actually going to want to watch it and stuff like that? So that's why I'm kind of looking at streams just being like, maybe we'll just do that instead. Still waiting on the Mass Effect Andromeda video. I know, so am I. I did install Anthem, though. I found out Anthem is still alive, so I'm going to try to record all of that before that game gets killed. Before they remember that they're still paying for those servers. What is worse, Mass Effect Andromeda or Starfield? I haven't played Mass Effect Andromeda, so I cannot say. But, oh, man. I think Mass Effect Andromeda was definitely the more funny drama at launch stuff. I mean, it killed the studio, so probably Mass Effect Andromeda was worse. Well, it didn't just kill the studio, it also killed Mass Effect for a while. They had to put the whole franchise on hiatus for like a year. So, yeah, I'm going to give it to Mass Effect Andromeda. I don't have to do Andromeda. People have told me, though, that the gameplay of Andromeda is actually pretty decent, so, Anthem will outlive Marathon. I really think... So, I wanted to do an Anthem video just because I have a title for the video that would be Anthem is the game they want you to forget. But I'm starting to believe that EA and BioWare have literally forgotten about Anthem as well at this point. It blows my mind that the game is still, like, the servers are still running. So, all right, I guess we'll play a little bit of No Man's Sky here. This is honestly, like, the beginning, the early game of No Man's Sky is probably my favorite. It starts to get a little bit... It's definitely one of those games where it's progression for the sake of progression. Wow, that's why my audio was, like, super loud on my end. Yeah, it's definitely one of those games where it's just, like, progression for the sake of progression. But in the beginning, I kind of enjoy it. What I've been doing last night was just grinding through missions, which isn't the most exciting content, but it does a good job of it's kind of the stuff that does the most to try and get you out onto the procedurally generated planets and stuff, which is, like, probably the best part of No Man's Sky. Because it definitely is not the ship combat, space combat. I will say space combat in Starfield is probably better. Alright, so where are we going? I don't think I even have anything left in this system. Yeah, we're going looking for planets to go take pictures of. Never took part in building a player community in No Man's Sky. I haven't even really played it multiplayer. That's kind of something that I might try to do. Hyperdrive has no fuel. Fuck. Like, I've never even tried the expeditions. I've heard that they're pretty cool, so I probably should try them at some point. But I'm kind of just, like, allergic to multiplayer stuff. Oh, right, I wanted wiring looms to kit out this thing as well. I am actually going to go back real fast. Did you see Outer Worlds 2 is going to be $80? Yes, that's probably... There's one thing that's going to kill that game, it's that price tag. In an economy where eggs are super expensive and people are getting laid off, I don't think making your games more expensive... Oh, and, you know, a global trade war, of course. I don't think making your game more expensive when a lot of other people... Jesus, that is really expensive. I don't think that's the winning strategy. I'm not going to buy this here. Let me see if I can find this cheaper elsewhere. But who knows? Maybe it's a strategy for them to try and push more Game Pass subscriptions. Let them hike the prices up to $100. I mean, yeah, like, they can price the games whatever the fuck they want at this point. I'm not going to be buying them at that price. I hardly ever buy shit at, like, $60, so, you know, good luck. Yeah, see, that's more like it. That's what we're looking for, much cheaper. Thought I had a system that I need to build. Oh, I think it's my multi-tool, right? Yes. Oh, 2 ion batteries. Which are not being sold here. Alright, let's go back to... Alright, Pat will be here in 30 minutes. Played No Man's Sky once and never really clicked. Despite playing more Starfield, then it feels like you experience more from No Man's Sky. Yeah, so No Man's Sky is an interesting game because if you played it back in the day and you bounced off of it, odds are you'd still bounce off of it today. And Jesus Christ, I'm not going to be able to find ion batteries, whatever. And that's because the core of the game still is the same, which I kind of approve of, because obviously there's a lot of people who really do like that core. So going and changing that is kind of just... So, you know, we use the example in Fallout 76, where Fallout 76 completely abandoned the core, like everything about the original release. And that's kind of a shame because there were things that they were kind of doing with it that could have been interesting if, you know, it was just done better or expanded upon. How am I supposed to get to this system? Should be able to just go. There we go. So, for No Man's Sky, and I've heard people say the complete opposite, but those are usually No Man's Sky fans who are like, oh yeah, you know, if you didn't like it back in the day, you should really give it another shot. And if you own the game, yeah, you might as well, but if you don't, You know, I played it when it, not when it first came out, but like the first year it came out, and play it now, you know, I'm playing it now, and it's still... At the heart of it, it's still the same game. It's just, there's just more stuff to do now. There's more stuff, there's more content. The game's better put together. you know, it runs better and everything like that, looks better, but it's at its heart, it's still the same game. So if you don't really care for its progression for the sake of progression type of gameplay, yeah, it's just not going to click. Now, here's something that really annoys me is trying to navigate. Ah, yeah, see, because this is what happened. One of the many little annoying things, because I installed something, now it changed my mission to the install mission. What was I looking for? The landscapes, right? I apologize if you know, I'm a little bit scattered today. One, I'm exhausted, and two, I'm kind of trying to get back into the streaming thing. Okay, so I need a volcanic world to take pictures of, right? I think it'll give me a waypoint if I find the right planet I'm supposed to go to. Where's photos of volcanic world? So you'll rarely see it actually say volcanic world. It'll use like some sort of adjective. Chart planet, there you go. That should be it. I think. We'll find out. High Sentinel activity, though. But I don't have any missions to kill Sentinels. Am I gonna grab a Switch too? Nah. Not a Nintendo player. Never really was. Played a classic PlayStation back in the day. That was my thing. Imagine if we could pilot our freighter around the system the same way we can with our ship. I wouldn't be surprised if they do try to do that at some point. But I actually the freighter system is probably one of my favorite aspects of No Man's Sky. It's actually like a very unique system, pretty well done, well integrated with a lot of like the progression and everything like that, with its own progression. The only stuff that I don't really like about it is the abandoned freighters, like having to crawl through that stuff. And it's really just because there aren't that many of them, that many dungeons for that. But like, that's the funny thing about No Man's Sky, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to do a video on it, is that like, I'm mixed on it. There's some stuff that is genuinely cool, and I don't think this is a planet that I was supposed to go on to, even though it says charred planet. Well, we'll find out. Let's just take a picture while we're here. No. There's another hot planet in this system that I'm supposed to take a picture of. Oh, I don't have any starship fuel. Or launch fuel, rather. How do I make that again? Metal plating. See, and it's like this stuff that's kind of annoying with this game. It's like, why can't I just hit starship fuel, craft it? Like, why do I have to craft all the individual smaller components? We can do that while we're at it. Now I got the teleporter. This warp cell, thruster, launch thrusters. Alright, so let's see if we can find that volcanic planet. Miss Naughty 3. Anything to note? Only thing that I really thought was worth looking at was the Expanse game being made by the people who made Pathfinder. Uh, that was a... It was a... Is this the planet that I'm supposed to go to? A boiling planet? That sounds like it could be volcanic. I think it's supposed to give me a marker, though. So let me just spin around here and see. This is one of the things I really don't like about No Man's Sky, is just navigating. You just don't really get many tools in order to navigate, especially when you're trying to find, like, a quest marker. I bet that's it. That looks volcanic-y. Unstable planet. No, I think that has, like, gravitational anomalies. Okay, well, we know it's not this one. It's the boiling planet. It might be the boiling planet. Well, we should find out. Well, there's something behind it, too. There's a Mountain Blade-like game called Chronicles Medieval. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. I find so many more games and stuff from this Steam, you know, like, game fests and stuff, where they do, like, stuff related to niche genres. Those are the things that I get way more excited about than not E3. I'm surprised that there was, like, nothing about the Oblivion remaster. Not, like, new content or anything, but just, like, a 20-second sizzle reel of, you know, like, hey, you know, we had a good hit this... We had one good... successful launch this year. Where's the camera? I'm gonna make this quick. Is this the planet? It sure feels fucking volcanic-y here. No way. What? What a game. Extreme night temperature detected. Alright, let's look in the catalog now. Where's the discoveries? Okay, this is an Arctic planet, rainy planet, boiling doom. Unmapped. Okay. Contoured moon, unstable planet, charred planet. Is it this one then? Hello, game, please? Can you... I'm not good at figuring out what adjectives relate to this. What is my read on Jeff? Does he actually care about games, or is he just trying to hype it up? I mean, why not both? I do think he genuinely cares, but he's one of those people who kind of just, like, lost the plot along the way. And kind of out of touch with, you know, what most players are looking for these days. Am I in the right system? I thought I was. Game, please? They're usually not this difficult to find. Usually you don't land in a system that has 3 different planets that have the adjective. Yeah, I don't know. Like, trying to decipher Jeff Keighley at this point seems kind of pointless. He's not really relevant. His show isn't all that relevant. The Game Awards are only relevant because, you know, developers show trailers there. Like, you know, the last show kind of proved that, I really can't believe the Boiling Planet wasn't it. Kind of proved that, you know, it doesn't really, whatever he's trying to do doesn't really matter all that much in an industry that's, like, devouring itself and laying people off by thousands. Space signal detected. It's a traitor. Oh, wait. Maybe they got those ion batteries that I need. That would be cool. No. Don't know why I ever bother with them. Oh, dissonance detected. Oh, wait. Ooh, dissonance. I think... Hold on, I gotta verify this. There's like a whole bunch of mini quests that you can do with with a certain type of planet where you can get like one of the best ships in the game. I think this is the type of planet. But I definitely cannot do the mission yet because I'm a newbie with like nothing. Wait. Those are volcanoes. Those are definitely volcanoes. Is this actually the fucking planet? Yeah, it was. Alright, guys. Not the boiling planet, not the whatever other hot planet it was. No. We need to go to the unstable planet to find our volcanoes. Well, at least I know now it actually is volcanoes that it's looking for. Well, fuck me, I guess. Alright, there's that mission done. Yes, this is the type of planet that I want for that mission. I don't want to hang out here because Sentinels are probably going to come and fuck me up. So we got our pretty picture. You know, we were just over delivering. That's what it was. You know, send the client a bunch of pictures of other planets. Okay, I do want to mark this planet though. Where am I? That's a good question. Now, which planet is it? Rainy planet, boiling doom, unknown world, unknown map, unknown planet, chart planet, unstable planet. All right, this. I'm just gonna give it. Oh yeah, I forgot you get nanites when you upload discoveries and stuff. Oh, there was a way to, like, save these. Yes, add to wonders, that's what it is. Z. Hello? I think I got it. Whatever, I gave it the name, so I'll at least be able to find it again. in like 20 hours when I'm ready to actually be able to tackle that quest. Nanites, like Unreal Engine thingy? Yes. Exactly like that. Nah, nanites is like a upgrade currency. This is a game with a lot of upgrade currencies. Alright, so what is this quest that we got to do? Track and scan planet minerals. From a specific planet. Okay. Alright. That was... Oh! Pirates, nice. See, pirates are great, because they give you a bunch of money and shit when you kill them. Now we get the wonderful No Man's Sky. And that's space combat. I was trying to remember how to shoot my secondary. Is it... okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I was playing Starfield earlier today, testing some stuff. Well, just testing that the game actually worked. So now I'm even more confused about the controls for this game. Gay Man Sky, yes. It is Pride Month, after all. Object of interest. No. Can you... He's got fungal mold. Fungal mold is not something that I care about, though. See, there's fungal mold. I think that's for food or something like that. But then there's runaway mold. And runaway mold you can process into nanites. Also, I have a lot of salvage data. Oh, right. I've been forgetting to do this. Let's do this right now. Let's summon the multiplayer hub world thing. Getting around this game, there's so many ways to like cheese getting around the universe. Like the object of the game, you know, you have warp cells, right, to like jump between star systems and everything. But there's so many ways to get around, like travel between systems that you really don't need warp cells after warping to a system once. Actually, I'm wondering if there might even be ways to... I wonder if there's a way to warp into a system without even using warp cell at all. Like, not even the first time. Yeah, here we got our upgrades. Exosuit upgrades. These are nice to have. Hazmat gauntlets also useful to have. Right, the personal refiner. Rocket boots. Increases jump capabilities, but I remember these things being really fucking annoying. Water jets. This is just generating persistent falling recycling. Yeah, oh yeah, this is the one that lets you regen. Regen your jetpack while you're in the air. Nutrient ingester. I kind of want to mess with cooking. That was another thing that they've recently... I don't know if they recently added it, but they did recently expand it. So there's like all sorts of stuff that you can take to like get buffs and everything. Thing is, it's not really necessary because the combat in this game is already like really easy. I'm wondering if I should get these. No, I want the personal refinery first. Can you, like, stop kicking me out? Alright, there we go. Ah. Well, I got the first one at least. Construction research station. This is stuff for building your house with. Which is weird. Because you also have like you have the freighters. I'll take the landing pad as well. Which is just like it's a mobile base. So it's like, why would I build a base on a planet when I could just get a freighter and teleport my base everywhere? Oh yeah, and then you have all the exocrafts. Like, I could spend items to unlock these, or I can do the quest line instead and get them unlocked. And the quest line's funny too because it was made when freighters didn't exist, but now you can do it from your freighters. Yes, this I definitely want. Keep hitting left click instead of right click, and I think right click would let me stay in the screen. Oh, I'm out of nanites anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you used to do the quest line from your base on a planet, but now you can do it on a freighter. Except when you do it on the freighter, everything they reference is still as if you're on a planet. And I think like a couple of the quests too are also just like kind of weird, like how they work and stuff. So it's like they let you do it. They let you set the whole thing up from your freighter, but it just doesn't really work all that right. I mean, it works. It's just like if you're actually sitting there reading the dialogue, which I really don't most of the time. I was reading it because I was trying to do that video. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. More nanites. You just talk to that dude. And turn in some of your discovery data. And then you come back and start buying some shit again. This is the one. Yes, alright. Let us invalidate having to get launcher fuel. Nope, still kicked me out even though I right-clicked. The UI in this game is very inconsistent. Sometimes when I'm going through this and I'm buying stuff, it'll it'll just bring back this screen after I buy something. Other times, as we've been seeing most of the time, it'll kick me out entirely, and then I have to go through the dialogue again, and it's just, I don't know why it's like that. Do I want any of this stuff, though, just yet? Yeah, this is to get to other star systems. I don't really need that just yet. More fuel efficiency for the pulse engine, which isn't really all that necessary. The scanners are okay. Figuring out, like, what's going on in different systems before you're getting there. But probably something more. Ah, yes, recipes. Oh, I already know how to make ion batteries. Oh, okay, I don't have to buy them then. Sweet. Yeah, let's buy a few of these then. do I get the Atlas passes? They're kind of useless, honestly. What do we got going on here? Is this thing any good? Nope, it's not. So what I like about the early game is you're kind of just searching for any sort of upgrades possible. So you're always looking for better multi-tools, better ships, better just better everything. But like as you progress throughout the game, those upgrades become, you know, less and less common because you just kind of hit your your best in slot sort of loadout, and it's just like, all right, there's no point in changing this. And I find you hit that point a lot sooner than you would expect. Is this the auto shooting one? Which one? I don't like the bolt caster. It's pulse spitter. That's what it is. Bolt caster has some weirdness to it when you're trying to shoot quickly. It's like a kind of like a burst shot thing, but like sometimes it'll shoot 3 shots, sometimes it'll only shoot 1. It doesn't really feel good. Very inconsistent. So I like to just put the auto shooty one on. They also have a shotgun. The shotgun thing as well. I don't even have any slots in my fucking multi-tool, so crap. Oh, I need more looms for this as well. That it's for the advanced mining laser. Yes, that's actually very useful. Yeah, man, this I really do need a new. I don't remember this being this bad. And I could probably buy extra slots, but that's just an utter waste. Alright, well, we're going to get rid of the bolt caster and replace it with the pulse spitter. Which needs deuterium and wiring room. Let's teleport somewhere, see if we can find some stuff. You see, this is why you make a base, so that you become a highlighted base and you can have strangers just teleport into your house. I wonder if they like get anything for that. Get some like nanites or something. Hmm? 1 second. Can't wait for this loading screen to stop. We got Patrician calling in now. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
I have finally arrived. I had to get a blizzard.
Get a blizzard?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, from Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
Never had one. I got diagnosed. Well, I didn't get diagnosed. Found out I was lactose intolerant after. No, the Dairy Queen was built, but I just never got to go to it.
Before you found out.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think you're just a little bit quiet, so I just got to boost you up a bit. So, did you watch any of the wonderful?
No. Did you?
I watched the Xbox one just because, like, I woke up late. I was really tired, and I was just like, well, I guess I'll watch it. There really wasn't any reason to. I'm very glad we did not stream it.
Yeah, I think I'm taking Zarek's policy of like just reacting to it after the fact.
Yeah. Let me just see. How do I boost your volume?
Right click my profile picture.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe it's up here. Okay. It's not in the chat. It has to be in the call that I would right click it. All right, say something.
Hello.
All right, I'm just gonna boost you up all the way. Say something.
His mic is peaking my headset.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah,
I
that's my fault. Okay. I think you should be good though.
Too bad you can't do 2x speed on a live stream. Just go back to the start, and then you can 2x it.
Mm-hmm. You can 4x it. Oh.
They still want you to turn me down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
You need to, if I turn me down on OBS.
Yeah, it is. You know what it was? Is my headphones that were quiet.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at your levels. Actually, you are a bit hotter, even at 100%. I'm gonna drop you down to 90. All right, there you go. That should be good. Now I got to drop the volume of the game because I won't be able to hear shit.
The classic balance.
Mm-hmm.
So are we watching anything today?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't really have anything. There really wasn't anything to watch.
So you don't want to see the Outer Worlds 2?
Oh, I saw it.
Direct?
I watched it. I sat through it.
Well, there you go. We got to talk about it.
It's.
I have not seen it, so.
Did you know they're going to be charging $80 for it?
Well, that was my reveal.
Avowed was 70, right?
Mm-hmm. And that was a point of controversy with Avowed. That was a big point of controversy with Avowed.
Yeah, so... Yeah.
Pat's here. Time to talk about the iDubbbz drama. Watching all Starfield sources Meltdown with a collective wail has been wonderful. Oh, no, it's cathartic. There's nothing more enjoyable than, like, those types of people really just getting what they deserve.
Yeah, no...
I'm sorry to rip off Never Knows Best, though.
No Starfield... No, really, there wasn't anything from Bethesda at the show. Except for Fallout 76 fishing.
I was gonna say, excuse me, that's an expansion.
Yeah, you can call it that.
Because, you know, we got this survival game where eating doesn't really matter. What it needs is fishing. Do you think the Alcat Expanse game is going to be very good? I think that it'll look cool, and it'll probably be a little buggy, and they'll try to do a lot of things. My thing of it is that they're jumping into, like, third-person action, whereas, like, I think they've always done, like, CRPGs.
Yeah.
So, if there's any point of, like, concern there, I think when it comes to making a role-playing game, though, they'll probably do a good job, but I don't know. If it had, like, Mass Effect 1 gameplay, I don't think that would be the end of the world, but the industry will have different thoughts.
Yeah. But I don't know, actually. People might just forgive it because, like, what else is there? There's Mass Effect 1 and 2, and then Starfield.
So you're saying that, like, because there's not a lot of competition, I don't know. If it controls poorly, then, like, you're gonna lose a ton of the audience right there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was reading through some of the Reddit posts that were going on when Oblivion Remastered came out, and it is fucking vindicating that the people who were like, Pat doesn't know what he's talking about, they're literally all talking about the, like, 4 solutions to the Oblivion leveling problem. It's literally everything that's in my video is represented in those posts. Like, you got people who are saying like, yeah, the best way to play Oblivion is to like not level, and then you got people like trying to tell them how to min-max, and then you've got people that are like, nah, it's fine, just play the game, and then you've got people that are like, yeah, I'm just waiting for like a mod to come out to rebalance the scaling.
And that's the remaster.
Yeah,
where they already tried to, address that to some extent.
I don't think I've read that they changed the level scaling. I have no clue what the change was, just from playing.
Well, I don't know if
it seems the same.
I don't think they really changed the scaling so much as they just changed the leveling itself, like the leveling system itself, so that if you're going to min-max, it's not going to...
well, there is no min-maxing.
Yeah, there is no min-maxing now, really.
It just standardizes everybody into like a moderately competent player's number of like attribute points gains, which is 12. So, or 9 if you pick luck. So like, I guess that's an interesting conversation you can have is luck good with the virtue system?
Yeah.
But no, I mean like the UESP claims that there was an enemy scaling change, but it doesn't have any details on it. So
yeah.
But the thing is, so people were like, well, why didn't they fix the scaling? They pull up the clip of like Bruce Nesmith. Well, I think it's a new quote. Bruce Nesmith said that like scaling in Oblivion was a mistake. And so people are asking like, why didn't they fix it? And I'm like, because this team is extremely like incapable of making fully competent decisions. Like,
yeah,
and scaling literally touches everything in the game.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like, even like a minor tweak to the scaling system would just have like downstream consequences for everything.
Yeah.
And these are the people that like barely tested the UI. Like, they added a cool new thing. You can press a button and it'll break down what equipment you're wearing is contributing to your spell effectiveness loss.
Okay.
It can't do math. It literally cannot do the math to actually like give you an accurate number. So I'm at 92% spell effectiveness, and it's telling me that I should be at 88. Based on the numbers it's telling me. So
that how just how
have you actually like I dove into the UI differences, and it's actually like kind of fascinating. Have you like looked into the UI differences at all?
I mean, I played, and whatever I noticed, but
yeah,
I mean, I didn't do like any side-by-side comparisons or anything like that.
So the spells menu has had a decent number of changes. So they got rid of categories. That's probably something you did notice.
Yeah.
So like that includes in the spell menu. I don't even know if people realize that there were categories in the spell menu, but in Oblivion, I call it Oblivion and Reblivion to tell the difference, by the way. In Oblivion, spells are separated between spells and scrolls in the magic menu. That's no longer the case. So you have scrolls that are mixed in with the spells.
Okay. Can you still... Is there at least like a way to determine that they are scrolls?
Yeah, they have a scroll icon.
Okay.
But it is still like... we get a win with... Now you can see 9 things at once instead of 6, and then we get a loss with like... But the scrolls are all mixed in.
Yeah.
But there is a filter option now to determine whether something is a spell or a scroll.
Oh.
So you can filter by that. You can also filter by schools of magic.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
how well do the filters work though? Like,
I mean,
are they?
it's literal. So
No, I mean, like,
unless
is it like functionally? Like, is it annoying to use? Does it require a bunch of
I
like?
don't use them at all.
Okay.
Because it's still that system of like it's Oblivion. You can't delete spells,
Yeah. Well,
so
I mean, that
you're
was the
better off
next.
just using the spell making to come up with a custom sorting system by
Yeah.
using letters and dash.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that was the next thing that I was gonna point out. I need deuterium.
So it's like every time there's a step forward with the remaster, there's invariably a step backwards. Now, to me, it seems like there's an equal number.
Kind of dreading the Fallout 3 vid. I know it's a flawed game, but it was my first RPG, and I have a lot of fond memories. I'm not sure my heart is ready for an 8+ hour long struggle session.
I kind of identified one of the unfortunate things of Fallout 3 is that you have to start with the intro. And it's like, it's really hard to like sell that like, no, guys, come on, I'm trying to find the positive here. Like I played multiple times. It has to be a sign of something, right? When it's like, but we do have to talk about this intro.
Is it tritium?
I'm glad Pat came around to calling it Reblivion. I've literally been calling it Reblivion since the start. I don't call it Re-Oblivion. It's literally Reblivion.
But here's my take on Fallout 3. I know it's a bad game. I'm fine with that. You know, I have fun for like 15 hours with it, and then I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going around telling people that it's a good game, because it's not.
It's time for me to make a video titled "It's Okay to Like Bad Games."
It's okay to like bad things. Like, it's fine. It's fine to enjoy McDonald's. As somebody who eats a decent amount of McDonald's.
As someone who keeps up with iDubbbz lore.
Why am I having trouble remembering how to make deuterium? Oh, was it? Oh, I think I need like an advanced reactor. I think you have to do like 2, like.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Did you jump into an existing playthrough?
Yes, but this is like still like a very fresh playthrough. It's only like 3 hours in.
What's your favorite bad thing? Well, nothing I like is bad, of course.
Yeah, I think one of the... It's a weird thing to be like self-conscious of, because there are those people who are like, oh, I like Disney, you know, I like all these things or whatever, and it's just, you know, it's normal to like those things now. So it's like, yeah, why can't you just like...
To me, there's a few things that you should be self-conscious about. It's like, you can like Fallout 3, but like, if you like all of the bad Bethesda games, then that starts to be like a bit of a... Same thing with like the Disney adults. It's like, it's okay if you like 1 or 2 of the dog shit things they've made, but like, if that's your entire personality, like...
Yeah, oh, so like, as long as you know, you can like Fallout 3, but if you also like, I don't know, Mass Effect 1 or something like that, then it's like, okay.
Is Mass Effect 1 a bad game?
No, I'm saying like, if you balance it out with something that's better. I don't know. I'm of the opinion, just like whatever you want to fucking like. People don't, you know. People don't like it. Just, like, fuck them, basically. It really just comes down to, as long as you're aware that, you know, it's not a good game or something like that.
Yeah.
You're not,
well, as long as you're realistic and not getting in
going
fights
out,
constantly.
Yeah, and like not going out and like gaslighting people and trying to come up with like all of these like coping
Yeah, you know what?
reasons.
Go read the No Copium Starfield subreddit, and as long as you're not exhibiting those behaviors, you're probably fine.
Yeah. Like you don't have to be self-conscious about liking certain things, so long as you're not doing As long as you're not being cringe about it. How about that? No, I actually tweeted out earlier today. The top post in this Starfield no sodium subreddit, which is the, if you're unaware, it's the subreddit the super fans of Starfield went off to create because the other
The
unofficial
regular subreddit
yeah
was
the regular
too toxic.
too toxic yeah. So top post that I saw today was talking about the Expanse game and saying how good it looks. Yeah. It, man, I
I think they're talking people off the ledge over there.
probably.
No sodium Starfield.
It's pretty dead, honestly. It's like probably like 10, 15 people in there in general. But
Yeah.
I got rid of my weapon. Fuck. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's read some posts on no sodium Starfield. Okay, this is from 4 days ago, mind you. So I just want a bit of a warm up here to set the mood. I hope Bethesda continues using their own proprietary engine to make their newer games and not ditch it for the quote marvelous unquote Unreal Engine 5. Because Creation Engine is still the most effective engine I have seen in terms of modability and object physics. So many companies are ditching their own proprietary engines and shifting towards UE5, as if that would resolve all their issues. Yet UE5 games have more graphical issues than their own engines, and in terms of modding, it is not a good engine. I hope Bethesda keeps using their Creation Engine to hang on, I gotta open the main post. To continue making their games and not shift to trashy Unreal Engine 5.
Okay. I actually agreed with
No, I agree too.
like
It's just
but the whole like modability thing, no, that's just, you know, if a developer wants to incorporate modding and stuff, I genuinely I cannot imagine Unreal 5 being worse than fucking Creation Engine. It really just comes down to developer implementation, if the game is actually designed to be modded or not.
Here, you can show an image to the stream of someone showcasing why Starfield mods are good.
Okay.
This is apparently an image of why Starfield mods are considered good.
Is this gonna work? Oh yeah, it did actually work. What the f- That is a I want a Halo Reach overhaul for Starfield.
I feel y'all's pain. It's a picture of Bethesda dropping Starfield saying that they don't want to play with it anymore. It's got 45 comments and 0 upvotes. So
Starfield isn't dead. They're gonna have their own press conference in 2 weeks to announce
actually,
it.
I don't get it. All of the comments agree with this guy. So like, why does this have no upvotes if like everybody seems to agree with this sentiment? This sub is getting so dramatic. It's only June. Again, I'll send you the picture. I want you to see what the no sodium Starfield subreddit considers to be dramatic. Okay, this is what being over dramatic looks like in this community.
Oh, come on. Let me zoom that in.
What's with the doom and gloomers? We get it. There was no news at the showcase. There was never a guarantee of it. Just because there wasn't doesn't mean it's dead, lol. It's not a live service game.
Yeah, that. What happened to the 10-year thing? What happened to we want to have a story expansion every year? What happened to the dude, like one of the, like somebody major at Xbox?
They put out the Watchtower lately.
The creation?
Yeah. That's the 10-year plan.
Right. Yeah.
The lack of info at Xbox show makes sense. So I was initially disappointed at first, like everyone else is. But then I thought about it more, and yeah, that is actually the smart decision and has me excited. With the court of public opinion turned from bad to worse with the release of Shattered Space, no amount of marketing and talking about things is going to change anything.
Oh, what is this?
The smart thing is to stay radio silent and work on some big things, which is what they seem to be doing based on...
What? Based on what?
The smart thing is to drop the PS5 port, DLC, and a big free update at the exact same time to generate interest and groundswell that just isn't there. Todd said they would support it for years to come if people play it. They need people playing it, and this would accomplish that if the content is good.
No, so have you shared your opinion publicly of what you think, your grand theory about, what's it called, the remaster, the Rebolivion?
Yeah, I think we talked about it last stream, that I think that Microsoft watched the Avowed situation, and they said Oblivion Remastered is going to flop. If we market this, people are just going to, like, make fun of the models and stuff before it comes out. And even if they don't, like, it's just not, like... So I think they legit thought that the Oblivion Remaster was going to fail, and that's why the marketing was so weak. And, like, they left it up to the leakers, basically. And then...
Yeah, I was going to say, what marketing?
They did that one live stream. The day that it dropped.
Yeah.
They did a live stream. That's the, like, one marketing thing. And I will give them credit. They were right, because in the time between that live stream and when people actually, like, started playing the game, which was, like, you know, the time it takes to download it, people were already, like, trying to make fun of the models and stuff. Like, it was already starting. And then I think that they thought it was going to flop, and that's why they just didn't, like, they didn't give him any money to do a patch. Like, because why would you patch a game that's going to flop? So here's a comment on that last post I read. I am about 10 hours into Shattered Space and overwhelmed with stuff to do.
10 hours
I estimate I'm about halfway through. I am enjoying it. The internet told me it's only 5 hours long and a complete waste of money. The sad thing is, I actually believed them.
10 hours? How do you even get 10 hours out of Shattered shit? That's impressive.
Honestly, if the Oblivion remastered... This is... Okay, here we go. This is the type of copium that I'm looking for. This is the type of thing I need in the video. Honestly, if the Oblivion remaster taught them anything, it's that the best thing to do is keep quiet till you're ready to drop something, then drop it. Yeah, Bethesda, go ahead. Please, trust me, as the #1 Starfield hater on the internet, shadow drop Starborn. Shadow drop the next Starfield DLC. Do it. Because you want to see what happens, and I want to see what happens. FaZe, I think you literally linked me, like, the comment that, like, was at the top of this post I was reading. Okay, we've got somebody with a bit of realism, so they're not negative votes, but they're pretty low on the page. This is some level 9 copium. More info is always better. No 3D chess here. It was a poor move to not have anything to say or show. And I agree. Like, if you can do a thing for Fallout 76 fishing, you can, like, do something.
Yeah.
Like the fucking Bethesda Twitter all the time is showing off creations. Like at least show off like a new Jeep or something.
Nah, I think it's pretty safe to say there is no more Starfield content.
I'm still thinking they've got to do it. They'll try one more.
Really? I feel like they would have announced it. Even if they didn't show anything, you know, like say they wanted to, you know, do the unmarket the game thing again, they could have still shown like a title card or something that just shows that, you know, that the game is still alive.
All right, so we're on a different post. It doesn't really say anything, so I'm going to the comments. The lack of Oh, by the way, this is a comment. This is commenter Rick and Morty 100X.
Nice.
The lack of Starfield or Elder Scrolls 6 is disappointing. But what really made me sad was the big finale being yet another useless COD cinematic. Good to see that the Bethesda community has literally never given up the axe that's been grinding against Call of Duty. Because this was a thing with Fallout 4. The Fallout 4 subreddit had like a big fucking axe against Call of Duty 2. Like, anytime somebody would be like, I don't really think the gameplay of Fallout 4 is all that good, they'd tell you to go play COD. Like, they have a COD complex. But don't worry, Rick and Morty continues. Don't worry about Starfield. We already know there's another expansion on the way. By the way, we don't. They've never announced it. It's just they trademarked a name. And the name is Starborn.
Yeah.
So, for all we know, they literally trademarked it just because they forgot to do it ahead of Starfield coming out. And they realized that they might, like, they probably should own the trademark on that whole Starborn thing from the base game. Also, this sub is starting to feel like the main sub with the doom saying. Don't be worried. Don't be sad. Iron Hand. No, I'm just kidding with the Iron Hands. Single-player RPGs end, and Bethesda has other projects to work on. Chin up and keep playing games. Well, thank you, Rick and Morty, for 100X, for telling me that. I shouldn't kill myself because there wasn't a Starfield DLC announcement.
I think I got a bunch of nav data, right? Damn, that's a lot of...
I hope this ends the credibility of Nate the Hate, but I've proven in this post I often have hope that doesn't pan out. You know who Nate the Hate is?
Nah.
He's like the Bethesda leaker that comes out with all the like back-end information.
Just need deuterium.
Nothing at the Xbox show. Can't say that was on my bingo card. Those fucking cowards. But don't worry, guys. You can fish in Fallout 76 now. Fallout 76 still getting updates and no Starfield is mind-boggling. I'm like, bro, it's the fishing update for Starfield. Like, I doubt the Fallout 76 fans are happy with that.
No, I mean let's go to the Steam player counts.
Mm-hmm. Are you guessing there's going to be more in 76?
Well, I mean, if people are actually interested in the content, they'll be logging in and playing it right now.
Why do so many of you guys go straight to the BGS as abandoned Starfield mindset? Just because they've been quiet, it doesn't mean it's been abandoned. They just updated the game, lol. That's not even quiet. What was that update that they put out? Do you remember what the title feature of it was?
I don't think there was a title feature.
There's always a title feature. I mean, there was the you can eat foods off of tables update.
I think it was like creations can now be 2 gigabytes.
Yeah. I just pulled it up. Yeah, the big title update. This recent update they're talking about. By the way, it's from early May. Just to give you a little timeline of how recent this update's been, was so that they could make they could increase the creation size so that they could drop a creation club piece.
Yeah.
Starfield, everybody, it's not abandoned.
Yeah, this whole thing is kind of proving my theory that Creations is just outsourced DLC at this point.
Yeah. What a letdown. Where's the DLC? Edit. After stepping back for a second, so he's like gone outside, he's smoked, he took an angry walk, he was like just ranting under his breath. I'm still disappointed that we didn't get a single peep about any of BGS's IPs outside the live service, but I don't count those as mainline titles.
You know, I'm really upset that there wasn't any updates for castles. You know, I've been playing a lot of Castles, the Elder Scrolls Castles, of course, mainline Elder Scrolls game. And yeah, there just hasn't really been that much, except for just the occasional seasonal update stuff. Not new content or anything. Really disappointed, man.
Thing is, Starfield has potential for so many years of updates. With that universe, there could be forever be content and story stuff dripping. I am actually afraid they'll put the support down.
Yeah.
It really is funny that this subreddit has 45,000 members.
How many of them are bots? No, I love the idea of we're gonna have to make another subreddit because this one's becoming too salty.
Well, and that happens a lot on Reddit.
The no salt subreddit needs to be remade again.
Oh, they have a hidden moderator list, of course. I mean, no sodium subreddits just exist because they disagree with the moderation practices of the main subreddit. It's just like they want to have carte blanche to ban even more people.
So what's even going on in the main subreddit at this point? Is anybody even there? I feel like they could go back, like the no sodium people could go back and reclaim it. Just like go and squat in there again.
Let's see. The Starfield update post has a picture of Oblivion. That's a good sign. All right. I had so much hope for today's Xbox show, but no. Let's see. Well, I called it. People put way too much hope into this. I didn't expect anything, and they still managed to disappoint. Right now, it really feels they're done with Starfield and only squeezing it for as much creation money as possible. See, that's the difference. Is that on the Starfield subreddit, you can be a fan of Starfield and cynical about it at the same time. Whereas like the no sodium people, you can't even be like cynical about it. You have to be like a fucking QAnon trust the plan type of guy. But for Starfield. I am stunned at the lack of communication. Wow. Who's been saying that? They have by far the shittiest leadership in the industry. This is not acceptable from people who make millions. There are PR reps employed there who apparently can't encourage any level of communication. If indie companies of 12 people can put out weekly studio updates, they can do more than 9 months and clearly much longer of total silence. The fact that they have nothing is embarrassing in of itself as well. So yeah, the main Starfield subreddit, like they're both not taking it well, but the main Starfield subreddit has people who are actually like mad about it.
Yeah. Wait. He might actually have deuterium. Just maybe.
It is disappointing, but after they shadow dropped Oblivion, perhaps we'll see the same thing with Starfield DLC. Please, for the love of God, shadow drop this DLC.
Yeah, see, so like the idea of they're gonna shadow drop it, blah blah blah, like it's the best move for them, it is absolutely not true. The reason the shadow dropping worked for Oblivion was because it was so anticipated, it was so well known, like everybody was talking about it for like months.
And it's Oblivion.
Yeah, and it's Oblivion. This is Starfield. There's like nobody gives a fuck about this game
Starfield
anymore.
Starfield is perpetually, and I will always bring this up, it is perpetually remembered as the fucking pronouns rant game. Okay, that is all that Starfield is known for in just the gaming audience. Normies don't even know what a Starfield is.
Yeah.
So they didn't even crack into like the normal space of like regular people, and they
were too busy playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, then they barely have any like acknowledgement from like the actual gaming, the gaming public.
Yeah.
The Elder Scrolls and Fallout communities are so starved for content that Starfield has no room for anything. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's it. They're so busy working on Fallout and Elder Scrolls updates that they don't have any time to make the Starfield DLC.
Yeah, you know, they only have what, 4 studios, and you know, like few thousand employees.
The second topmost boast is, of course, a Star Wars overhaul mod. I mean, that's going to be a joke in the Shattered Space video. Is that, like, Starfield might be one of the best open world Star Wars games ever made.
Can I get an overhaul for Starfield in the spirit of that that video that you sent me last night, the Star Wars parody?
The Aeronauts?
Yeah. That's what I want for Starfield. Just like a bunch of abridged dub-overs of...
Yeah. Well, remember the mod I proposed of like a companion that I voice act that just like makes fun of the game as you play it?
Yeah.
I'm just like, hey, try shooting this guy. See if your bullets can even hit him. If they just phase through him. Starfield feels like it's been unofficially abandoned by Bethesda. If there was a planned DLC for this year, it would have been announced today. No. Period. It can still be announced later, question mark. Why would it have to be today or never? Question mark. Makes no sense. Yeah, why would... This is the funny thing about engaging with Starfield fans is, yeah, why would there be Starfield news at Bethesda's events? Why would they do it at the Xbox show? Why would they do it at the, like, consumer directs they do? Why would they do it at QuakeCon, the fucking convention that they literally bought to market Skyrim? Why would there be Starfield news at several of these conferences where, like, they don't have to pay as much money to be advertised?
Uh-huh. Okay, I think this, I
gotta go back to the No Sodium Star, the subreddit, because I think the Starfield fans are on the level. I think the Starfield subreddit users are on the level that Bethesda has, like, abandoned the game.
Yeah.
The No Sodium people are like... But yeah. No Cyberpunk's sky. Quote, mile wide and an inch deep, end quote. It's not bad at all. It just manages my boredom meter differently than mile deep, inch wide. I downloaded Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky the other day, and I've got about 15 hours on them, and some of my first thoughts were, dang, I wish Neon felt this dirty and gritty and crime-ridden. Wait, I thought this was the No Sodium stuff. But really blasting the game here. Dang, I wish Starfield's loot chase and crafting felt like Cyberpunk's. Dang, I wish Starfield has as much depth in the sneak hacks other systems as Cyberpunk. Dang, I wish Starfield had No Man's Sky's emphasis and depth with crafting and gathering resources. Dang, I wish the planets in Starfield felt as alien and vertically interesting as No Man's Sky. Dang, I wish Starfield had seamless space planetary travel like No Man's Sky. Is there a point where this turns into like explaining why he likes Starfield more? But Cyberpunk doesn't have any space travel or alien exploration.
Wait, did I get really lucky here?
What is this, a free ship?
I think this might be an abandoned freighter.
It just needs a little TLC.
Yeah, but like you can clear these for like these modules and shit. Normally you have to pay like a bunch of money to get the coordinates for these things. I don't know if this is one of them though. Landing sequence unavailable. Okay, maybe not. This might be just one of those weird eye candy ones instead.
Cyberpunk doesn't have any space travel or alien exploration, and No Man's Sky doesn't have any of that gritty realism or intricate RPG questing. Starfield lets you do both! Sure, both versions are worse, but they're still there. The options are insane.
Wait, what? This has to be a troll post.
The options are insane, and the role-playing in Starfield is fantastic. And obviously, mods help fill the quality depth gaps, though that's not an excuse for the devs. If you get bored of city combat and gritty life in Cyberpunk, you switch to another game. In Starfield, you'll get bored of it quicker, but you switch to another system within the same game, and that feels so different. So yeah, Starfield is dope, especially modded Starfield. I just lament we aren't in the universe where Starfield had Cyberpunk-level city life combat systems and No Man's Sky exploration resource systems.
Yeah.
This guy got no upvotes. There was a comment below that did get 13 upvotes. I'm gonna join the Cyberpunk sub and the No Man's Sky sub and make posts about how I wish they were like Starfield every week or so. Like,
wait, what?
Okay.
So you want to go get banned in these subreddits?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go spam on some kind of like misguided crusade.
I'm trying to remember.
This guy got downvoted. Yeah, I really wish in an alternate timeline Starfield had seamless space traversal. Would have really helped in that cozy exploration feeling, even though it won't be for everyone. But why did he get downvoted? He got downvoted because he said that he wishes the game had seamless space travel. Cowboy gun go bang bang.
Game? Oh, that's 380,000 seconds? Or is that 380 kilometers?
KS. I'm blanking on what it's trying to communicate to you.
I think that was supposed to be seconds. It was definitely pretty far. So
what is a okay, so it's 264,000 seconds is what it's trying to communicate. Normally you would put a space in there.
Okay.
I think so.
We have arrived.
Alrighty. From the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. Let's check it out. Starfield and Xbox Game Showcase. This thread is a summary of what was said in 4chan in terms of where Starfield is at.
Oh, right. I gotta make
so,
all these things.
This is a post on Reddit summarizing a post on 4chan, just to be clear on where we're at. and
Well,
then being reacted to by the no sodium
I
Starfield subreddit.
I mean, if you're a no sodium Starfield subreddit goer, why would you dirty yourself by going to 4chan?
Yeah. All right, so talking about the next DLC and a trailer for it. October release concerns the original founder of Constellation and where he went in his interactions with Unity and the Starborn. Wait.
Yeah. Uh, fuck. What was that dude's name?
Sebastian.
Yeah. Sebastian Banks.
But how did he interact with the Unity and the Starborn if they like he didn't have all the artifacts?
We don't know that.
So he put them all back?
Sure.
Is he a Starborn? Did he found Constellation as a Starborn?
Why not? Listen. They can't fuck it up any worse than the dude who invented the star, the fucking grav drives.
Before you call it out, I give it some credit because who the fuck remembers that the original founder of Constellation is like not in the game, and like
unless you watch
can
my
tie
video.
it to the name Starborn.
Yeah.
And so the first Starborn meets the last Starborn.
No, I've been saying that for a while now. It's like there was so much like stuff around Sebastian Banks for him to just never be in the game.
Same as last year, Shadow drop content the day of. Wait, what did they?
What?
No, Shattered Space was advertised, wasn't it?
Yes.
Like, it had a trailer. And there was like a social media, like, what got shadow dropped about Starfield last year?
The beta patches, each and every one of them.
Okay, so does like every patch ever.
Ooh, I know. The bounty hunter creation. Hello, game. This really wasn't supposed to be this far away. I wasn't supposed to have to pulse jump here. What the fuck? That was not 10 minutes, 20 minutes away. That was on the other side of the planet.
So I feel like there's a bit of an Ouroboros here. This is starting to read like a no sodium Starfield person went on 4chan and made a fake post, and then like this then filters to the generic gaming leaks and rumors, and then filters back into no sodium Starfield.
It's very possible.
Yeah, it's like the human centipede, but they're eating their own shit. New features include making your own space station. I don't know if you know, but that's like the making your own space station is apparently the white whale of the Starfield community.
Well, the thing is that it's like the systems in there and stuff in the creation kit makes it seem like it would be very trivial for them to implement that.
Right.
Like, you could like a part of that's what it was. In order to build those, what you do is you actually end up opening up the ship builder. Well, what the fuck is going on with my screen right now? I don't think that's normal.
I love the exosuit grind. It really is gameplay.
Mm-hmm. You just want to get it over with as soon as possible. No, this like when I started this. Ooh, crashed freighter. When I was starting this stream, I was saying like my opinions on this game are very mixed. There are parts that I do enjoy, and then there's things like this. Where it's just
yeah, well, it's like, okay, they don't make new updates for like new game experience. So like if you're starting a new game and it's on you if you decide that you're supposed to be loading an old save that has already done the exosuit grind.
Yeah,
is what I'm getting at. But so what I'm getting at with the no sodium thing is anytime you hear them say that like the new feature is going to be building the space station, it seems a little suspect. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that like they always focus on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to do like a dungeon to get in there. Works similar to shipbuilding, except you have to build a new item in the outpost build menu on the planet you want it to orbit. New Trackers Alliance quests, both free and paid creations, a new vehicle, new Game Plus variant universes. Point of interest overhaul. Didn't go into depth, but essentially it'd make the people who dislike how it is very happy for the most part. They're going to release something, I can't be specific, but everybody will love it.
Okay.
I mean, like, what's
Sounds
the tangibly,
legit.
like...
How many people
have articulated opinions on like the issues of the point of interest system?
I'm excited. I can't wait.
I can't wait. A new list quest line, as close as you could get to what people liked from Fallout 4's settlement system.
Ooh.
Apparently very rewarding and actually done very well compared to what we had before for quest lines in terms of feeling meaningful. What the fuck is list?
That's the this like the independent colonists organization. Like they go around, you know, just like founding little settlements everywhere.
It's not unprecedented, but I don't buy that there's going to be an in-depth quest line added in addition to the like Sebastian Bank stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what would be funny is if you faked one of these leaks. That happened. Did you know that?
Which one?
I faked a leak when the game was coming out. And then somebody on my behalf went and posted it on 4chan to like the Starfield general thread.
Oh, you did it to the Starfield people?
The Starfield people on 4chan. But so I leaked that I had gotten a copy, and oh man, I don't know if I have it like ready to go. But yeah, I leaked. I pretended that I got a Starfield copy and was like leaking information about the game, and then like they got really mad when they found out that it was fake.
Wait, were you like you as in like you were doing it under the patrician name?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. You're doing it to yourselves at this point.
Well, yeah, that's what I made fun of. Is like, what the fuck do you mean there is a Starfield general thread on 4chan? That sounds like the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Well, I was just gonna say, you know, the guy who has like probably one of the most watched critical reviews of Starfield. Yeah, he got an early access copy, and
yeah,
like,
yeah, I did the Boston Tea Party again, except it was to 4chan this time. Well, and Reddit. It was to everybody, but 4chan were the main guys that got pissed off about it. I don't think like I don't think it made it to like any kind of subreddits or anything like that, or that I never found out if it did.
Wait, did this really just point
I
to the one that
I love
was
that someone stole the game from the warehouse they worked at and leaked gameplay. Yeah, and he got caught because he was tried to sell it. He tried to sell it to somebody. Oh, that was part of it. Was I used things that I had we had extrapolated in the stream series, and then also
what luck on this one.
And then also the leak. Remember that leak that we watched?
The leak.
When when Starfield was coming out, the guy that stole it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used information from that as well to like fill out the leaks, to fill out my fake leak to make sure that
it seemed believable.
Yeah. If the POI overhaul is done right, that could breathe some fresh air into the new game. Well, yeah, I mean, if they completely overhauled the entire game, that would breathe new fresh air into the game. Are they going to do that?
Yeah, for like, to what end at this point?
Guys, they're going to bring it back. Did they set the Pinkertons on him? No, I think they just had him arrested. I still have like pictures floating around from somewhere of oh yeah, I should check the Starfield thing.
Like, Starfield could be a good game, but good lord, the amount of work. And the problem too is like, even if they fix like all the gameplay issues and stuff, it still exists in the world of Starfield. And yeah, with its quests and
that's
writing.
fine. All you gotta like just
all you
ignore
gotta do
the
is
world.
Just get rid of
install
all of that.
install a Star
Wars
overhaul that replaces all of the NPCs with Star Wars characters.
Ooh, I know. An official Star Wars overhaul. They get King Gath to do it.
Yeah, because you know, Star Wars has been on a like crossover sluttiness trend lately. Like
Well,
they did Destiny, they did Fortnite.
When you got nothing else going on. I need more sodium nitrate. I need more salt. I need more powered up salt. No, when I was doing my thing modding Starfield, like making my own mods for it and shit, I was like, wow, this, like, there is a game in here. It could exist. Going to take a lot of work though, and that's work that I am not willing to put in. I love the personal refiner because you get to sit here and just listen to the refiner noise for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm willing to be like on the level of like, yeah, No Man's Sky is not a horrible game now, but like it is still copium to say that like, oh, it's a good and well put together game.
I definitely would not say it's a well put together game. Like, so many of the survival mechanics just suck because they just don't like do anything. Like, what does keeping, you know, like all of my health meters recharged, what does it do? What does it add to the game? What like it
immersion.
Yeah, like
atmosphere.
Yeah.
You know, it's just I like to smoke weed and get high and just vibe out to playing No Man's Sky.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it's an entire universe that I can explore. I literally have a game that I could play for the rest of my life.
It is funny because like this game very much is not a forever game.
Yeah.
Like you will run out of content. It takes a lot longer for that to happen now. I think a playthrough is probably going to take like about 70 to 80 hours. And that's not even counting, you know, like the multiplayer stuff that you could fuck around with. But, you know, it's not Starfield. Man, I'm getting really lucky on these fucking drop pods, though.
They're watching the stream and they're spawning them in for you.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, I don't even have to go into orbit. Oh, my ignition fuel is low. I don't have any. Let's go shoot some rocks now. Now it's time to play that game. Which rocks can I shoot?
I think we should shoot rocks at anybody that was shilling Starfield.
Come on, you know, it's not over yet. Starfield can still be good.
I'm not wrong, I'm just early.
What are my thoughts about the half a dozen factory games shown off during the PC Gaming Showcase? It's a growing genre. I didn't know there were a bunch of factory games. I love factory games. I gotta go check these out now. They're gonna be more. By all
Yeah, but
means.
they're not going to be Factorio.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Factorio
Factorio Trend
exists.
Chasers without the Factorio. Not even that Factorio exists, because that can get boring, but like, it's just not having matching the quality of Factorio.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like,
When are we live streaming Factorio?
That could be arranged at some point.
I'd have to buy it again for the main account, or well, I guess alt account.
You could family share it. You don't have a family thing set up for Steam?
Well, you gotta. Well, the thing is that your Factorio account name is through their website. It's not. It doesn't use your Steam name.
Yeah, we should we could do a community server.
Christ. we gotta get the mod where you can have it disables the grid, so you can just like there's no grid where to place objects down.
Oh god.
And like the belts, what's the one with the cursed belts that yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about.
I forget what that thing's called.
And where things fall off the end of the belts.
This sounds miserable.
Yeah, but if you're gonna have like a bunch of people playing, then that you kind of need to offset, because otherwise it's just gonna be like somebody speed runs to Aquilo.
Yeah.
And like does all the research. You gotta lean into the chaos.
Just shooting some rocks. Where's my vape pen? I mean, I don't blame people if No Man's Sky is their like get high, turn off my brain and just like listen to podcasts or whatever, or YouTube videos. Like it's definitely it's a really good candidate for that sort of gameplay, especially since, you know, no microtransactions or anything like that, because usually those types of games are built around that sort of predatory nonsense.
This shit's 30 minutes.
What?
The Outer Worlds 2 Direct?
Oh yeah. No, they went. They showed off stuff.
It was funny watching. It was funny watching the streams. I was looking at the like viewer counts, and they were hemorrhaging viewers.
Oh yeah.
When it got to the Direct.
Yeah. Yeah. It was not good. I was watching the chat just fucking die.
Chat did not like Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah, Xbox conferences are like the only time I'll be reading like public live stream chats. It is really funny. but it is also like kind of sometimes it is just like kind of infuriating too, because people will be like, "Oh, this looks like shit," and it's like, "Oh, this looks all right."
I did like Grounded too. I like that we're up to 3 games being made at the same time, 4 if you count Pentiment. So, Avowed could have been good if they just weren't working on all of these different games at the same time. Or, vice versa.
Yeah, yeah. I do have to question that sort of operating.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Avowed really wasn't that big of a failure for them, because it's like, well, we got 3 other games.
Supposedly it came out that its development team was like 140 people.
For Avowed?
Which, yeah.
I mean...
Which I think it's kind of good.
Yeah.
In terms of like the scope of the content and like how it's put together.
Yeah, no, it's like, that sounds reasonable.
And of course there was somebody that was like, 140 people to make that, really? This game industry needs to collapse. And it's like,
what?
No, that seems like a pretty normal amount.
Yeah.
For what was made. I know you haven't played it, so you probably don't know how much content is in the game. It is like a 40 to 50 hour game.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable, I feel. It's reasonable, it's also sustainable. Well, more sustainable anyways. Let's sit here and shoot more rocks.
There's a game that had only 33 developers. Hey, there's a game that only had 1 developer.
There's a lot of games.
That's not the point. The point is that there's a AAA game. Like, you would think with the current way that Microsoft is, that Avowed would have been made. Like, you would have found out that Avowed was made by like 1,000 people.
Yeah.
Minimum.
No, I knew it wasn't that, but I figured it was probably like in the 200-ish, maybe even close to 3. Like 100 something. That's actually reasonable.
I still question why you would split the team up and work on Avowed and the Outer Worlds at the same time. And maybe it's like, well, Pat, you advocate for splitting Bethesda up all the time. And
yeah,
but
like, also
I don't.
Bethesda's fucking ginormous, and it's clear that they can't do the large development team thing that like Rockstar does and shit.
Yeah,
it's like go back to your 150 person agile team setup. It worked better.
Hey, it turns out that agile development works better when your team size is smaller, not bigger.
Yeah.
Like, if you really are going to put Emil in charge of Elder Scrolls 6, it makes no sense that the team's going to be bigger than 500 people.
So what they're probably doing is shifting a large part of the art team around between those projects. So like the core development design, like the people who are putting the games together in Unreal, like they probably are permanent on the projects. But then like the art team hops between all of these different projects.
No, artists have to be like full-time on a thing. Art takes a while. With all the you got to go through the concepting phase, you got to send it to the people to get it approved, and then you got to revise and redraft it, and then it's you have a bunch of different things that you're working on. Like art can take a while.
I mean,
they do move people around, but it's not once a week or something like that.
No, I'm not talking that. I'm talking a year or 2, and then you shift on to the next thing.
Yeah, but I don't know. Even then, the thing is there are 21 producers on Starfield.
No, I'm talking about Obsidian.
Obsidian?
Yeah, that might be what they're doing, and that's how they're balancing all of these projects.
I think they're just splitting their vision and effort. I think that they should have cut their losses with Outer Worlds 2 and invested it into Avowed.
See, Avowed is only going to work against Outer Worlds 2. And that's kind of the point that I was making earlier in the stream, was that I think Outer Worlds 2 might already be cooked. Even if it turns out to be a really good game and stuff. between Avowed not doing very well and just getting like a lot of unearned hate, and now they're
Whoa,
charging
whoa,
$80
whoa.
for it.
Unearned hate. But my
Mm-hmm.
favorite video essayist said that
Yeah, yeah. It is funny that you have like studios trying to react to like disingenuous bread tubers now.
yeah. Well, we live in strange times. I don't think they're reacting to it. I think they agree with those people.
What? You think they agree that Avowed sucked?
Well, the bread tubers didn't say that Avowed sucks. The bread tubers were pro Avowed.
Oh no! I'm talking about the people who are just going around
Oh, do you
saying.
not know what bread tube means?
I mean, I do.
Bread,
I thought that they were shitting on the game too.
I they were kind of they were
Oh,
defending
this.
it because the anti-woke people were attacking it. Like that was the only reason they needed to defend it.
I didn't know anybody was defending it except for like you.
Not for long. When people gave up on it, they were mainly like trying to the main thing they were defending was like the pronoun stuff and
Mm-hmm.
the racial hiring practices and what have you. Like they were trying to come up
Okay.
with like rationales for that, and they quit pretty fast.
Yeah. See, I didn't catch any of that. All I was catching was people just like shitting on the game for bad graphics and
Yeah.
shit like that. Okay. I got it now. So you had the grifters.
Yeah, it was just it was half that it got caught up in the culture war, and then the other half was that it got like honestly it's kind of wild that it got like hit as bad as it did. There was like this weird idea people got that Avowed was trying to be a Skyrim killer. I am a little interested in like where that meme started. Is it literally just like the pre-rendered trailer?
I think so. That's when dude, ever since it was announced, that's what I've been hearing is that it was the Skyrim killer.
Yeah. So like people watch that pre-rendered trailer and it's like, dude, he's got a sword in one hand and magic in the other, and it's like, so
Yeah, yeah,
it's a
yeah.
Dishonored killer, and it's like, no, dude, it's a Skyrim killer.
What the fuck? Where did I get
And
a
it's
cargo bulkhead
it
from?
it might just be
Oh,
that
it must
like
be from the crashed frigate. Or freighter, rather.
yeah, it might be that like because I have more insight into like game development and game marketing that I kind of like picked up that like it's a pre-rendered trailer, which is like at best a pitch on like what kind of ideas are going to be present in the game. It's not necessarily like a promise of what the finished product will be like.
Yeah.
And it's just like I think part of it is that they failed to market after that.
Yes. I mean, man, that game had probably the worst marketing I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah.
Because it's like, even the stuff that they did end up marketing and showing wasn't even indicative of like the actual game. Like, if you looked at the marketing, you thought the combat would be dog shit. Like, super
it
slow
looked like
and
it looked like
clunky.
fucking like catatonic 1v1 duels against enemies that like couldn't handle the fact that the player could dodge.
Yeah.
Like that's what Avowed's marketing made the game look like. Like it was totally let down by its marketing.
So it's like it's fascinating. And maybe that's why they're doing the direct. They did the direct for Avowed.
Mm-hmm.
Or
I mean, give
for Outer Worlds 2.
Obsidian credit. Outer Worlds 2 is the meme of from the people who made New Vegas. Like I don't think they did that with Avowed.
No.
But like again, if they just canceled Outer Worlds 2, that from the people who made New Vegas thing would have never happened, and then like maybe they would have tried it with Avowed, but I doubt it. Like, so like even that thing that pissed people off, like, wouldn't have sabotaged it. If you're gonna have a completely separate team making a completely separate game, why still call them Obsidian? Because they're just gonna catch the flack that the Outer Worlds Obsidian is getting.
Yeah. No, what was funny was watching the direct, and like they, man, I don't know how many times they must have said New Vegas. They said it. They invoked the name quite a bit, and
In the
each time I was like, well, I'm glad your benchmark is you know, a game from 2010.
yeah.
Just
Do I fill up my water bottle and we start on this watching this? I can run the watch together and you can just like play it in the background.
We could, yeah.
Like you don't even have to show it on screen.
I'll put it. I'll give it a little like picture-in-picture thing.
All right. I'll send you the link and I'll go get some water.
Okay.
And try not to share the try not to show the link.
Yeah. All right. 1 second. Let me put this into studio mode. Where is that? Is it under view? Where is? Oh wait, it's down here. There we go. Studio mode. Okay.
Alrighty.
I'm just setting it up on my end. Oops. Man, I can't believe we're not watching Starfield right now.
There should have been a Starfield announcement. At least show off some Creation Club pieces.
That's what I was saying. No, like I even was making sure my Starfield install was actually, you know, like running, just in case they actually did shadow drop something. I would
You'd get first reaction.
Well, I'd be able to like stream it.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, did I fuck this up? Should I have been doing this?
They didn't do it because I didn't stream today.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, you didn't will it into existence like you did the patch.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, they'll announce it tomorrow. They'll be
Ah.
like, actually, it's so important that we need it. We need its own day. We can't share the spotlight with Obsidian.
Yeah.
Okay, Obsidian got the direct, but now the big boys are announcing their updates.
Todd's he's getting out the strap on.
Yeah, Outer Worlds is really good bait for the people who like are into saying that everything is like a critique of capitalism. God damn, I am looking forward to the time when people stop saying that everything is a critique of capitalism. Dude, the first 4 seasons of SpongeBob were a heavy critique of capitalist culture. You see, Mr. Krabs is often an antagonistic figure,
So true.
and he's a capitalist because he runs a business and he's greedy.
So true.
And SpongeBob's just one of the exploited workers who doesn't realize that he's being victimized.
Go
And it's
off,
like,
King.
yeah, when I was in English class in high school, I figured out that you could make any story be about anything and get bonus points with the teacher. Like it's not impressive that you can stretch anything into being about against capitalism, because every fucking piece of media has like an air of like either critique or praise for the current system. And because capitalism is so common in these types of games, everything kind of just defaults into being like mildly, lightly critical of capitalism. But that doesn't mean that like, oh god, I was thinking of like,
All right.
oh yeah, I was thinking of Bioshock. Is Bioshock a critique of lay capitalism? No, it's a critique of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism and like great person thinking.
All right. Think we're good.
It took you a while to. You got to keep the stream set up. You see, I have the same stream setup that I've had for the last 5 years.
Yeah, I've never done picture in picture like this before. I don't even know if the position's good or not.
It should be fine. Petition to get private sessions of VTuber model. Well, no. Okay, so the whole marketing gimmick is he doesn't have a VTuber model, so the people that are like too stuck up to watch my streams because there's an anime girl, they come over here and watch him. But then like they're pretty much getting the same content, and like they're still in the same like financial ecosystem. So like I still end up profiting even though like they refusing to watch my streams out of principle.
No, it really is. People already say I copy Pat. I don't need to be copying him even more on even more superficial levels. Also, I don't feel like setting that all up.
It's really not hard at all. So yeah, make sure to dismiss the similar videos tab.
Oh, it's gonna sit on there.
All right. God, do I? I am at work. Let me set up a note. I have a thing.
Listen,
where,
you're gonna have to do a video on Outer Worlds 2. You did one on Outer Worlds 1, and you did one on Avowed. I hate to.
Yeah, I mean,
hate to. Oh, and you're doing something on Fallout New Vegas. Hate to tell you.
This is just the way.
What is a worse fate? Becoming an obsidian channel or a Bethesda channel.
I'm gonna say becoming an Obsidian channel because I don't think you have any algorithmic momentum between any of Obsidian's games. Like,
yeah,
You're going from like, I'm going to talk about KOTOR 2, and now I'm going to talk about Neverwinter Nights 2. Now I'm going to talk about Alpha Protocol. It's like you've got nothing connecting these things.
All right.
So yeah, pretty cool thing. I have a template in Obsidian, so I can just hit a hotkey, and if I have a link in my clipboard, it makes sets the whole thing up for me.
Nice.
So, get on my wavelength, gamers.
Automate everything.
Mm-hmm.
Factorium?
Is this a copyright issue for you?
I don't think so.
You could mute it, and I'll tell you when they chill out.
I don't recall any like actual copywritten music in it, but
Well, it's your stream.
yeah, go ahead. We'll see. I have it muted right now. No, this is just generic.
Look, see,
ass.
these are real gamers at Obsidian. They play D&D. The real hardcore RPG gamers playing. Can
5e.
I know chat. I know it's tiny. I know that you can't see it because it's absolutely minuscule on a screen. Can anybody in the chat confirm that this is 5th edition? Oh, do I get to controls? It's all like blurred out. I can't see like the character sheets or any of like the notes or anything. Wait, what's going on here? Why is he pointing at a monitor of him pointing at a monitor?
Oh, because get used to this. This is the tone. It's ironic. Are you not amused?
I think that millennials should be shot. They have the 5th edition trademark DM screen.
Nice.
So this is how hardcore of RPG gamers these guys are. They play literally the most generic fucking tabletop system in existence. Now you would think people that are like full-time RPG developers would have like refined taste at least play Pathfinder. Or maybe they would go deeper and play some like obscure role-playing games, because Chris Avallone would talk a lot about the types of RPGs he was playing, and it was like, when you get that man going on tabletop games, he's gonna list like 20 fucking games from like 1985 that you've never heard of before. And it's just like, yeah, we played this system for 3 weeks because we wanted to experience like this particular brand of vehicle combat. Hey guys, look, it's Moon Man.
Are you not entertained?
Welcome.
Alright, so it took 21 seconds for them to... Again, and mind you, this is right after the Xbox show.
Yeah. Well, you know, they need to give people time to click off if they didn't want to.
Yeah. Millennial self-aware garbage.
Oh, you're in for it if you're taking umbrage with this part.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment. We here at the studio have joked around that this has been the year of Obsidian.
What? You guys were doing what?
It's the year of Obsidian. Come on now.
We have joked
Keep up.
that this 2025 is the year of Obsidian. Can we review Avowed?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, we got to let him finish. The next words could be, "This is the year that Obsidian
Closes. Now.
With Avowed releasing early this year and now ending the year with 2 more games.
I mean, that's a good soundbite for my Outer Worlds video.
No, I do think you'll get mileage out of this if you're gonna do
A Toe 2.
Yeah. Ooh, a crashed ship.
And what better way to cap this incredible year for us than by doing what our studio does best?
They're really leaning into the sequel meme. No, please. No, please. What's stupid is that they were criticized the last time that they did this.
Do you have any alcohol? Oh god, he's on screen already. Do you have any alcohol? Because you might want to get piss-ass drunk before this next guy starts talking.
I don't know if it's in date and it's not particularly strong. I've got some like really old cider.
Do you have any VCR cleaner? Just like anything that can modify your
mental state.
Yeah, your mental faculties right now.
I have a hammer. I have a handgun.
That might be a little bit extreme, but save that until the end. Save that until the combat section.
Save that until after the pain.
With Avowed releasing early this year and now ending the year with 2 more games. And what better way to cap this incredible year for us than by doing what our studio does best? Sequels.
That's where I come in. You can get out of here, Fergus. Thank you so much. No, you're doing great. You nailed it. The sequel is the lifeblood of every great franchise. Think about it. The original creates the world and builds fandom, but the sequel, that's what makes it worth remembering.
Okay. Really jerking off the sequel meme.
No sequel, no hoverboard. No sequel, no dual SMGs. No sequel, no raccoon tail. No sequel, no Zune 2. Which doesn't really exist, but I wish it had.
There was a Zune 2.
There was? There was a Zune 2? I'm Mark. The head of sequels here at Obsidian. And I have sequelized everything. Blockbuster movies to AAA video games to my first marriage. So trust me, I know what I'm doing. Come along, Mr. Part 2.
You know what else is good at number 2? The fucking playback speed.
Let the killing commence.
Actually, this is a little bit that I had like tabbed over and seen this like AI just kind of standing in front of the bot so that it can get killed.
Listen, it's a demo.
Yeah. I can tell that they're not learning from Starfield Direct, though.
Crack pipe theory. The people who are putting together the Direct have like they're not even from like the studio or anything like that. It's just like some
Microsoft team.
Yeah.
Or like a ZeniMax or something like.
Yeah.
P. Hines' old team.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but I don't. The thing is that like, not enough people criticize Starfield Direct, and so nobody got the message that like.
True. That too.
Yeah, I mean, like, so in my Shattered Space video, I plan on doing like a breakdown of like how Starfield Direct was really bad marketing. Not just in a like, I've already made fun of the like them jerking themselves off for like 5 minutes bit, but like it actually needs to be studied that Starfield Direct is the reason why nobody had the right expectations of what Starfield was going to be.
Yeah.
Except me. I knew. I remember when we were on Indigo and I guessed how many loading screens were going to be on each quest.
Yep.
Hey, I knew. don't you like being right? It actually sucks because
Because
it's better to be wrong and popular.
Here's the thing, though. It's like, I did actually want Starfield to be good. I said it in my video, like, I'm more interested in science fiction than I am in, like, fantasy stuff. And, like, what Starfield... If Starfield actually delivered on what it was promising, that game would have been fucking awesome for me.
They were jerking off Mass Effect for so long. Like, they might as well see what their sci-fi looks like.
Yeah.
Is that magic?
Let the killing commence.
I really can't be like going back 5 seconds with this. I noticed that there was like notice how there's a visual a visual style change, because I know that this is supposedly like a different system, but you'll note that you can't see you can't see a lot of the characters' faces in the marketing.
Yeah.
Sure is interesting. Like, really pay attention. See how often you can see character faces.
This the avowed marketing, and they're just like, all right, everybody's wearing helmets now. They're watching the Halo 4 stream, and they're like, oh, okay, helmets are a good thing. Okay, good.
Got him, yeah. I mean, I really am noticing it. Like, it's not just space sequences. Like, a lot of generic enemies in Outer Worlds 1 did wear helmets because they were cheap as fuck and didn't want to make models for everybody, but
yeah,
it is just something that I noticed casually, not even having, like, really watched this. How are you here?
The Outer Worlds 2 is a sequel to The Outer Worlds 1.
No shit.
Pat, every time they do something ironically, it's Donkey's joke, remember.
Every time they do it ironically, I'm gonna play it like it's completely serious and in bad faith. I'm sorry. Will people criticize me if I just bad faith take all of the jokes in this at face value to make a point that they shouldn't do this? Because if the end product is that they stop doing this, then me being a liar would be heroic. I don't really care that, like, it's an action slow-mo shot of walking down a hallway. Yeah, it's a little masturbatory since it's Boyarsky, but, like, whatever.
The Outer Worlds 2 is a sequel to The Outer Worlds 1. It's a continuation of the themes of robber barons in space and how people are controlled by the stories they're told by the people who have power over them.
Well, I'm glad someone finally explained what the Outer Worlds 1 is about. I thought it was about how we were all going to starve.
Oh, it's about capitalism.
I'm just thinking, robber barons in space. That wasn't really true. It was about, like, Henry Ford era corporations. Like, that's a completely different era of, like, American capitalism. It was like post fiduciary responsibility, like obligated exploitation type capitalism. That wasn't the robber barons. It sounds like he's just kind of conflating, like, what's their name? The rail tycoons. It feels like he's just like conflating all of these like different eras of it together.
It's all the same. It's all, and they'll say like it's the Gilded Age, which is also incorrect.
Yeah. Well, like, the whole thing was, like, Harding or whomever, like, didn't get assassinated in this universe. Like,
that's right.
That's supposed to be, like, the big split-off point. So it's like, I don't even think that's true.
This time we're able to go a lot deeper because we have more time and money, which is a great thing. And we're able to make...
Well, I mean, to put it in terms, it's literally like conflating, like, Henry Ford and Elon Musk in terms of like generations of like capitalist influence. I thought the pitch I thought was it. I thought that the Outer Worlds 1 was like an American colony, and that the Outer Worlds 2 was going to be like a British colony, and so like you would get a different flavor of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean McKinley? Yeah, whichever one was big on the gold standard.
Make it a much more Obsidian reactive RPG than we were the first time around.
I mean, okay, yeah. Saying we're doing better than the Outer Worlds 1 is like a good idea.
No, okay. So there's a point in this direct where I thought they were actually going to start throwing some shade on Outer Worlds 1 and say like there were parts that they dropped the ball on, and then they just like get within like a mile of that line and then just like turn the other way and just fucking beeline it.
See, we're better than everybody else because we have the triple barrel shot. Ignore the UI spam. We have a triple barrel shotgun, whereas most games stick with the double barrel.
Uh-huh.
So we're going.
I'm just thinking, like, do they know, like, kind of why it was a double barrel? Does it have 3 triggers? Does it have, like, a 3-stage trigger? Like, is it set up where, like, each trigger pull corresponds to, like, a different barrel?
You're thinking way too much about this, Pat, okay?
Yeah, just style.
Yeah.
There's 3 barrels. Well, at least when it ejects shells, shells come out and not bullets, not unfired cartridges.
No. Come on, they learned.
Okay. So they're doing. I don't know if you noticed, they're doing a partial reload. He only shot twice. He unloaded, and 1 round stayed in. Not everybody does that right.
Complex with everything from deeper story, lore, RPG interactions, reactivity, all the things we've been known for as a company. It's really a complete realization.
Ugly character models, woke politics, abortion. I don't know. What is Obsidian known for?
Fallout New Vegas. There's a lot of people who think the team that made Fallout New Vegas are still there.
Yeah, but Avowed.
Yeah, and that's why everybody stopped watching this direct.
Of everything people want from an.
Well, and also, I can already see. I'm feeling it. I think this is a little more masturbatory than the Starfield Direct.
You know?
Don't mind me for a second. I'm going to load up the Starfield Direct. Not in the watch together. I'm just going to check out the first couple minutes. They need to roll out 4 times speed for me. I don't have it yet on PC.
I really don't know what this random event is where pirates just like spawn on my head when I'm on a planet's surface and they just like take pot shots at me and then leave. Like,
so Starfield Direct opens with Todd saying, "Hi, welcome to Bethesda. We're lucky over the decades to make the kind of games we love, and that's thanks to us. From Elder Scrolls to Fallout, we love making worlds and playing in them as much as you do. And through all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring the world?" Yeah, like, I'm 90 seconds in, and like Todd Howard's just giving like a very normal pitch. Like, he's not jerking off. Like, we're the masters, and we're making the games that we're known for. It's like, he's emphasizing that like he's just like you. He's a gamer and he just wants to make the games that he wants to play, which is like a very normal like human kind of pitch to make.
You don't get it. It's all a joke. It's all ironic. Unless you agree with what he's saying, in which case it's not.
Well, they're fine with my bit then of not buying the game, right?
I think they understand nobody's going to buy the game because it's going to be day one Game Pass.
Well, so that's one of my theories is that the $80 price tag is to push more people to
that's literally
Game Tag.
That's what
to Game Pass.
Yeah. That's what I said.
But just to emphasize, this is $10 more expensive than Starfield, and they're opening it with jerking themselves off despite the fact that their most recent resume of games is like Avowed and The Outer Worlds. Again, remember, guys who made The Outer Worlds, guys who made Avowed, jerking themselves off more than Bethesda did. And Bethesda has a fucking 5-minute sequence in the Direct where they jerk themselves off. So this is not a good sign.
Well, don't worry. They don't do the, all the designers talking up their part of the game as their favorite. They don't do that.
They learned from that one.
They don't do that, okay? But
they just spread it out throughout the intro instead.
We get something that's way worse.
Okay.
Obsidian game. Surprisingly, this is the first time in over 25 years that I've had the chance to do a full sequel for a world that I helped co-create.
Yeah, I got some bad
really
news
laying it on thick here.
Is
this why?
What?
Is this why Outer Worlds 2 exists?
So that they can say that they're good?
No, so that he can finally have made a sequel to like a game that he made. Because the whole bit is like, do people fucking care that Obsidian was the company of like unrequited sequels in the 2000s? That was just like a novel thing that was like, yeah, Obsidian would come along and make sequels to BioWare games. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Yeah, it's a novel gimmick. New Vegas isn't a sequel to 3. It's a side title. There's literally like, there's very little in New Vegas that ties into the story of 3. So why the fuck is that being considered a sequel? I guess, it's a sequel to Fallout 2 as well.
Yeah.
No, fuck off.
There you go.
It's really just a fantastic opportunity to explore and expand the universe in interesting ways, and to go even further with the theme.
Man, I got some really bad news for you. What you're saying right now really makes me not want to play this game because I fucking hated the world of Outer Worlds.
The visuals are like novel at least. I liked the visual, the kind of design that Outer Worlds had. Like, I thought it was unique and
it's okay.
It's got a snow area.
It's unique.
It's got a snow area. Isn't that good?
I don't know.
As long as they don't make one of the main planets look like the inside of someone's asshole, I think the visuals won't be too bad. I have noticed there's a weird trend of people saying that like the art style of the Outer Worlds was bad, and I kind of disagree, particularly when we're talking about like the world design and the level design and what have you. I hate the skyboxes, that's awful, but when we're talking about like the way that buildings look or the way that objects look or what have you, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that, I guess. Maybe a little bit. It's all right. No, my issues are like with the characters, the weapon designs, the armor designs and stuff. It's just like it's gaudy.
Well, see, that's commentary on
how people are affected by living in a dystopian.
And then you have the Unreal sort of.
No, like I'm looking at the way that this game looks, and I'm like, how is this the same engine that made Oblivion Remastered? Because
yeah, I know. Listen, it's Unreal 4. It's not Unreal 5. They're not using Lumen.
Oh wow, we're making basalt pillars. I saw some basalt pillars in real life on my trip, and I was not particularly impressed.
Yeah.
They're cool, but at the same, they get overused.
Yeah. No, I'm more of a fan of like shale walls and stuff.
Yeah, or like flint rock layers that are like chipping off.
Yeah.
Fantastic opportunity to explore and expand the universe.
I'm just looking at the visuals. I don't know, this...
Give me knowledge.
Not just in a, no shit way, but like this is an improvement over the Outer Worlds. Not just like... I'm talking like the aesthetics. Like the skybox doesn't make me want to kill myself.
Yeah,
and in this shot.
Honestly, yeah, it does. I do think the art style is a little bit better in 2. The visual language is more refined, I would say.
Yeah.
In interesting ways. Go even further with the theme.
But I was looking at these boxes on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem unlit. But so we gotta listen. He's gonna say the D word, okay? Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Of how people are affected by living in a dystopian corporate reality.
Yeah.
He said it, chat. He said it.
A post-capitalist society.
Late stage capitalism.
Yeah, there you go.
Late stage capitalism is always a fun one.
Wait, that's great. I don't need to...
Because late stage capitalism as a term has like a hint of like copium to it, where it's like, we're almost we're almost to the point where capitalism is going to be over.
Yeah,
and it's like, or it just evolves into something like different or worse. Like,
yeah. We're finally entering the utopian era.
There were too many kids that were sold on the idea that like progress was a one-way street. Like I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Oh yeah.
It was like gay rights, gay rights and tolerance of homosexuality. That's going to get better over the course of your lifespan. Why, when you're in your 40s and 50s, people aren't even going to care about that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, so guys, how's Pride Month going? I'm wrong about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott? Yeah, how's Pride Month 2023? Was that a banger? Did it get better in 2024? Hey, who won the election in 2024?
You have to understand history as a series of revolutions and counter-revolutions.
Mm-hmm.
It really never stops. Pendulum swings one way, it swings the other.
I like this chest that's just loaded under the map.
It got the good loot, though.
Your way through it, you can talk your way through it, you can sneak your way through it. And so, no matter...
The big three, everybody. Combat, magic, and stealth.
This is the...
Los Angeles right now. Yeah, have you been keeping up with Los Angeles?
I heard...
I'm a little disappointed. There's been multiple riots, and I missed all of them. I missed my chance to be there during the wildfires, and I missed my chance to be there during a big multi-day riot. I'm actually pissed.
Yeah, I don't know what it's about. I only read about it. I heard about it this morning, and then heard that Trump's deploying the troops.
Yeah, they were trying to deport some people, and oh wow, those things kind of roll around. That's cool.
Yeah.
They're trying to deport some people, and then they're protesting the deportations.
Okay. Now I'm caught up.
What kind of playstyle that you like, this is just an awesome franchise and an awesome game to jump into, even if it's your...
But yeah, like literally anything else would just be like putting my opinion into it.
Mm-hmm.
An honest critique of capitalism would simply have an accurate simulation of a free market and let the common loot goblin mindset of players literally crash the in-game world. I think, okay, so you could go that angle. I would also go the angle, like, no matter how hard you grind, the obligatory payments that you have to make are just so high that, like, you literally cannot get an edge in this world. And, like, you have to have, like, debt mechanics, right? Of course, people would hate it. It wouldn't be like a fun, like, Skyrim type of game. It would be more like you play this once as a one-time thing.
No, see, like,
World of Warcraft is a good bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's like MMO World of Warcraft thing. It's just like it's
a good bit. I don't really think it's true because in WoW, even if you're putting your time and money in, you do get like a tangible edge against whatever you're grinding against.
True.
In terms of like you have a better character or what have you. Like this needs to be like you're spinning your wheels and not going anywhere. And it's just like it would be like a buying your first house simulator, but like you're just like fucked over by like student loan debt and what have you. Like and that can be like the traits and perks system is like how much debt do you start the game with? Like what kind of student loans do you have? Do you start with credit card or medical debt?
You can talk your way through it, you can sneak your way through it. And so no matter what kind of play style that you
like, it can't just be capitalism simulator because like then it would just be like EVE Online would be the game. It's got to be like the way that you make it a critique is that like you demonstrate that it's a miserable system to live in. And you do so by like emphasizing the accumulation of capital as being the problem.
Mm-hmm.
like this is
like any game where there's just a market and it's mildly critical. Again, this comes back to that like it's critical, therefore it's a critique. That's not really like it's not really how it works. Yeah, but I'm sorry, the goblins in World of Warcraft are not a critique of capitalism. Like, but that's what that's how like these people think. Not the goblins you saw, but like the goblins post Cataclysm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, they were merchants.
Mm-hmm. Who did the goblins represent in the Israel-Palestine?
It's just an awesome franchise, and
stop that. We're not on your stream. We're not on your channel.
You had to like spray me with a water bottle.
an awesome jump into, even if it's your first one.
Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is a critique of capitalism because you can charge 20 rubles for an umbrella. I don't know. That sounds like an endorsement of capitalism.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, like
I need to play Roller Coaster Tycoon again.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
I know the angle that I'm gonna take for my Roller Coaster Tycoon game or video.
Yeah, I mean, like you're running a business, you're being an entrepreneur, like you're engaging in the capitalist system, and it's like, yeah, you get to like set the price and exploit people, but it's like if people are buying the $20 fucking umbrellas, like I think that's on them.
No, but see, they don't have agency because the game is programmed for them to just buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You're exploiting their lack of agency, just as companies exploit normal people's lack of agency.
Because God forced you to buy that $20 umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have any choice. You had to own an umbrella.
Listen, Todd told me to buy Oblivion, Re-Oblivion.
Mm-hmm. I'm down in the hole because every time Pat mentions Avowed, I have to buy another $70 copy. He just keeps telling me to buy more copies of Avowed. I'm trying to think like what actually is like a critique of capitalism in gaming. There's probably some really prominent examples that I'm just not thinking of.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I think that like anybody who's enterprising enough to make a video game realizes that it's kind of stupid to critique the system.
Well, yeah, because like you need to be pretty unself-aware.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like the fucking communism gets siphoned out of your body the second that you get like a mortgage. Like, it's like, oh, I'm invested in the system now. Okay.
And my favorite are the bread tubers, who you know, they're like, oh yeah, you know.
But see, I think of stuff like Monopoly and like venture capitalists. I don't think those are critiques. Is Monopoly a critique of capitalism, or is it just a capitalism-themed board game?
That is definitely not a
yeah, especially with how many fucking versions of it there are. Hassan has a house. I have a hard time believing Hassan means it.
Yeah, he has his mom to bring him chicken nuggies.
Mm-hmm.
The first Outer Worlds was a great base to start from, as it has all the elements of a great Obsidian RPG.
Okay, hold on. Gonna
want to timestamp that.
No. Stop. It's not as bad as it sounds. Okay, it does have all the elements of a great RPG. He didn't say the elements were great. It just like it has those elements. Like it has skills and attributes and companions and stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I just entered the Outer Worlds no sodium subreddit.
Interesting characters, deep worlds, important choices. In the Outer Worlds 2, not only did we want to double down...
I want to know, why does he look like he's Bobby Kotick's son? Is it just me?
Yeah.
Hard Space Shipbreaker. See, I was thinking, like, have you played Hard Space Shipbreaker?
Yeah. I think that one tracks.
I should check it out. Oh damn, it's 3 gigs.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to finish playing it. Like the gameplay of it is really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
It is a really fun game. You just it's the writing. Well,
on those elements, but we wanted to give players even more of it.
A question to the chat here. Does anybody know if Subnautica 2 got shown like anywhere? I heard that there was supposed to be something. I didn't see it.
Hang on. There's a specific thing of wording I want to check with what the last guy was talking about. Jesus. How far is it jumping around when I hit left and right? Okay, it's 10 seconds each time. Whew, that's a lot.
Awesome game to jump into, even if it's your first one.
The first Outer Worlds was a great base to start from, as it has all the elements of a great Obsidian RPG.
Okay. This is what some people would perceive as a nitpick, but it's actually like a really big deal in terms of the way that you communicate ideas. But he didn't say it has all of the elements of a great RPG. He said it has all the elements of a great Obsidian RPG.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about when I say that this is very masturbatory and it's very extremely unearned. Again, we go back to Todd Howard. Todd Howard's like, hey, come in. Let's talk about, I like making games that I want to play and that like other people seem to want to play. Like, we put what we want to do at like the forefront. There's kind of like a respectable because if you were a game developer, you would probably make the same decisions to like want to make things that you would want to play.
Yeah.
This is just like Obsidian RPGs are great.
Nice.
And I just don't think that like you got to be careful. Even if you are that guy, you got to be careful marketing like this.
Yeah. Because it's gonna get used against you one day.
Characters, deep worlds, important choices.
Deep worlds.
In the Outer Worlds 2, not only did we want to double down on those elements, but...
No. We're doubling down, boys.
We wanted to give players even more of it.
We've also put a lot of investment.
Oh, but wait, I thought the Outer Worlds being 20 hours was great. I thought that was the best part of the Outer Worlds, was that it was short. That gamers just don't have time for 100 plus hours RPGs. You know, if it's a short little 20-hour game, they're gonna pack all of the effort into making sure that 20 hours is amazing. The Outer Worlds isn't bad just because you're too invested in capitalism. I mean, I honestly think that you didn't understand the Outer Worlds if you think it's a critique of capitalism anyways.
One sec.
Yeah.
Into skills and traits that impact things like combat, conversations, and areas that we call RPG interactions, which are the part of the world where players can use their specific skills, perks, and backgrounds to solve problems in unique ways in our new, bigger worlds.
I really look forward to seeing these animations over and over.
Yeah.
Guys, it's not a crime if you just hit a skill check and the door opens. You know, the best one is... I like the gorilla arms in Cyberpunk because it's super fast.
Yeah. It's super fast, but it's also like just a fun, good animation.
Yeah. You just like rip the door open and it's like, yeah, I got super strong arms. Like,
yeah.
There you go. You did it. Yet you still participate in society. If it isn't a critique of capitalism, then what is it? Well, did you notice that the board is like a centralized authority that's telling all of the corporations what to do and like making their decisions for them? Like the board is literally just like, it's run like a control economy. It's just that it was founded by capitalists. The whole point is that it's gay horseshoe like nihilism. Like, oh look, the capitalists, they actually backdoored into being an authoritarian government. Isn't that quirky?
Didn't need to imagine it. The Microsoft buyout of Bethesda and Activision Blizzard.
Yeah.
Like...
Well, that's a funny meta part of it, but also like the game is really critical of revolutionaries. So like it's not on your side. It doesn't agree with you. It thinks everybody is Outer Worlds thinks that everybody except it is retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that means that it's not really critical of capitalism. It's critical of everything because it's gay nihilism.
I love a deep RPG experience, and building out that RPG crunchiness for our players was at the forefront of what we set out to create.
Mm-hmm.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Crunch mentioned.
Yeah.
We prioritize those deeper RPG options with different character builds and combos so players...
I don't think that deeper RPG options means like what options I have to open a door. I think it's important because I've been trying to frame people's mindset towards Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim in terms of like you have skills that solve problems, and so you have alteration and lockpicking, and that's your scrolls, that's your options when it comes to solving the problem of locked doors. But like I wouldn't consider that a crunchy part of like the Morrowind and Oblivion RPG thing. Like the crunchiness of it is like, to me, the complex interaction of mechanics to do build theory crafting.
Oh, don't worry. Like they do get into that.
So they should be showing that instead of the guy opening a door.
Well, opening the door is probably just more visually like easier to sell. Like how do you visualize like
crunchy RPG mechanics?
Yeah.
Complex perk interplays. I don't know, just show generic footage. Like, fine, I'm nitpicking, whatever. I assume crunchiness means having more numbers and statistics doing stuff. Yeah, that's why it's weird, because like a door is just a permit check. It's literally, did you pass or not? Like that's what they showed. Did you have the trait or did you have the skill? It's not really crunchy. like crunchy in like a tabletop set. Like again, these are 5e players, so they don't really seem to know what crunchiness is. But crunchiness is like
crunching numbers.
I'm mixing together the like rogue and paladin mechanics to make like a stealth smite character. Like that's crunchiness. Is you're putting together options that wouldn't conventionally be combined to try to make like a more compelling character. I'm trying to think like what's a really good example from like Oblivion of this.
Super poisons.
Yeah, like super poison stealth attacks are like the confluence of a lot of different kind of mechanical ideas coming together.
Yeah.
You see, the crunchiest mechanic in Elder Scrolls is the fact that fortified destruction in Skyrim makes your enchantments makes their charge last longer. Again,
it is really ironic.
I will forever be baffled by that.
It really is ironic. That's
I want to know. I really want to know, like, how many people noticed that? This is a fun little game that they've got going here.
Okay, what if? Yeah. So, what this gives you, runaway molds, you actually process it into nanites. So, like, this is so this is actually like a worthwhile thing to be doing.
Yeah, and it's fun because like it rolls down the hill.
Yeah,
tries to escape you. Like
yeah. Like what I could also do is dig a hole, and then they would just roll into the hole, and then I could.
Yeah, and then that's like using engineering to defeat to defeat the challenge. Like, yeah, it's a cool idea. I think this is crunchier than anything they've shown so far. Well, I mean, like because you got the various weapons and stuff, and you got like it changes the effects of it and the modularity, and then that would give you an advantage when it comes to digging a trench out. And
because I'm using an improvement on my mining laser and stuff. So that's why I'm using my mining laser. On my other character, I actually used my weapons instead because that would do more damage and stuff. And yeah, I mean, No Man's Sky has some stuff. It does have some stuff.
It also has, go grind out 48 drop pods to max out your inventory first thing. Is The Boys comic a critique of capitalism? That's just another like nihilistic thing of like the man sucks, man. And so like what that's critiquing changes based on what system the author lives under.
I really wish more people would watch The Wire.
It really, I think the Boys really just comes down to like people suck.
Yeah. I say I wish more people would watch The Wire,
but here's the thing.
You have to watch it critically.
Oh, this was what I was thinking.
And like understand what the fuck?
Yeah.
Similar thing already exists. What?
So I was thinking like the counterpoint is how many examples are there of critiques of communism, right? And it's like there's really not that many either. Like sometimes the story is just it takes place in a communist society, but it's not like necessarily a critique of that. Like 1984 is, I think Chernobyl kind of is. I don't think that's a controversial take. So I think there are more critiques of that, but obviously that's because we live in a capitalist system, so there's more incentive to critique it. But all the same, remember when The Boys was good? No. I don't even think the death of Stalin is a critique of communism. I think it's just a story that takes place in a communist system.
Can express the role-playing power fantasies. We also have different equipment options for different playstyles.
Did he suck? Oh, okay. I was like, did he suck a helmet into his face? Like, because this doesn't look like the inside of a helmet. This looks like the front of one, doesn't it? Like he's looking at like the visor of a helmet. That's like looking out towards him.
I think we might be a little bit ahead or behind.
Yeah, I mean, like just watch how fast it hits. It looked like he was sucking it, like a guy got sucked into him.
Character builds and combos so players can express their role-playing power fantasies. We also have different
Yeah.
What the fuck?
equipment options for different playstyles, and different companions with different abilities.
So
Playing
I wish I had like
fantasies.
a go back 5 seconds on Watch
also-
Together.
Mm-hmm.
So is this thing just like a inventory item that I carry around for the entire game because it lets me see through walls?
Yes.
Because that's a annoying part of New Vegas.
Yeah.
Is like the fucking apparel items that you carry around just in case.
Yeah. Well, not just the apparel items, the, you know, like the NCR radio and everything.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that game has a lot of stuff like that.
Well, it especially hasn't helped because it's Fallout 3's inventory system, which
Yeah.
was designed for Fallout 3's itemization.
Yeah.
And it works all right in Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Not so well when there's like 5 times as many items.
Have different equipment options for different playstyles, and different companions with different abilities.
I'm just saying, video essays could do better than saying that everything is a critique of capitalism. It's very boring. And oftentimes isn't true. Alright, so we've got a section, which means I can section it out. Choice and reactivity. So we're out of the intro now. That means they're done like masturbating, right? Like
No.
now it's gonna really like
No.
kind of get deep into it.
No.
What do you mean no?
It doesn't stop.
What do you mean?
It doesn't stop. That's the tone. It's the joke.
You know what's
Are
kind
you
of
not entertained?
You know what's funny? This is kind of a similar motif. They've done it in a different way, but a similar motif. Do you remember when there would be like a thing in the middle of the screen, and then it would like kind of everything would warp around, and you would see layers of different shots from different parts of the direct mixed in?
Yeah.
This is that same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that when I was watching this direct, I was like, this transition does not like what about Outer Worlds does this transition like?
Yeah. Starfield Direct.
Yeah, it does feel like the Starfield Direct all over again.
In the first Outer Worlds, you start off as the Stranger, which was basically...
Wow, they have a name?
Yeah.
You know, what amazes me is sometimes these characters have these titles, and I'm like, I didn't know that was the title of the character in the game. Like, Champion of Cyrodiil, all you have to do is play Oblivion, and you know that the character's like title is Champion of Cyrodiil. Sometimes like Hero of Kvatch. I like Cock, Champion of Cyrodiil, and Kvatch. But then like you get to Fallout 3 and it's like you're the lone wanderer, and it's like, wait, why am I the lone wanderer? This game has companions.
Yeah,
And
does
it's
anybody
like full of like civilization and stuff?
who outside of the marketing calls you the lone wanderer? I think
I
Three
think
Dog.
it's on the back of the box. No, Three Dog
calls
uses,
you 101.
he calls you that kid from 101, and he uses titles based on your level in karma.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He might say Lone Wanderer at some point, but I don't know. It always felt forced compared to Champion of Cyrodiil. And then Dragonborn's obvious. Like, there are so many people that call you Dragonborn in Skyrim.
a blank slate to build on top of with various attribute points.
What is the player called in Starfield?
Oh, man.
Oh, was it like Starfarer?
I knew this at some point. I
think it was Starfarer, right?
Starfield player character. Some people are saying Dusty.
No. There is a term that Bethesda was using.
Yeah.
Now you would think Starborn, but No. Because you can play Starfield without ever
There's
going to Unity.
people who nickname him the Starfarer. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any consensus. There was apparently the wiki calls him the Starfarer, but like...
Yeah, that's why I saw it. Oops.
John Starfield.
There you go.
The player character is called confirmed the Spacefarer, and then someone asked for a source, and he says multiple confirmed sources, and then doesn't list them.
my crack pipe, bro.
Yeah.
Bottom of my Adderall.
That's actually interesting. I legit thought that there was like an official...
Yeah.
Like, there's official titles for all the other ones. What was it in Fallout 4? See, that's another one. Sole Survivor.
Yeah, there you go. No, your title is Mom or Dad.
Yes. Well, it's Mr. or Mrs. Higgers.
Experience in the game. You can make any kind of character you want, but we've given you a role. That role is an Earth Directorate agent.
Oh yeah, you're a Spectre, by the way.
I think it's a controversial decision. But I kind of get it. Making the player character more distinct. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's not too different from like being a package delivery guy in New Vegas. I don't really like. I think honestly, some of Outer Worlds 1's issues were tied to the fact that they like tried so hard to make you a blank slate. So I'm not necessarily like bearish on this.
No, I just find it funny that
you're a Spectre.
Yeah.
So is that a good sign that there's no crime system still?
You're above the law.
Yeah. I'm not bearish on it because it's like a lot of people are like, well, you know, blank slate or broken. It's like, but have you considered how much trouble creating blank slate characters has caused like these role-playing games?
Yeah.
Like I don't want a defined character. I don't even want something like Commander Shepard where you're given a little, like a couple degrees to define your character. Like you can do a semi-blank slate and be fine. Like Courier 6 isn't a blank slate. Actually, it's kind of funny that so many people have issues with Lonesome Road because it like adds more character details to who Courier 6 is.
Yeah.
And it's like so fucking forgiving that like you already knew that you delivered the mail. Like this is just saying that the thing that we already knew your character was doing before the game started was what your character was doing before the game started.
Yeah. Think of them as kind of like space cowboys or space sky marshals.
So are they space cowboys or space sky marshals? Because that's two different ends of the spectrum.
This is coming from the people who are conflating the different economic histories.
Robber barons with what's a good name? What's like a nickname for like 30s and 40s era capitalists?
I don't know actually. Industrialists?
Question for the chat. Industrialists, maybe. I want to say that applies more to like the turn of the century.
Yeah, I know.
Guys, though, that's the issue. But just like that post Great Depression era.
Yeah.
They're the good guys that go into places and.
Whoa!
Yeah. Just because they're the good guys normally doesn't mean you have to be the good guy. You can buck the system too. Why is this?
Why are we saying hurtful words like that, though? If you say that the protagonists are the good guys, then you're saying that the antagonists are the bad guys. Now, I may be a bad guy, but I'm not a bad guy. Captains of Industry.
Kind of fix everything that's wrong.
Good guys? Did you just say that? Are we using good guys and bad guys now?
Yeah, he plays 5e. What do you expect?
You're gonna be one of those, but we don't tell you why you joined the Art Directory. There could have been a lot of different reasons, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is what I think about these types of setups too. Like, you know, you're like in Starfield, you're a miner. There's all kinds of reasons people would do that.
I needed money. I need a paycheck.
It could have been.
I joined Argos extractors to destabilize them from the inside because I am actually an anarcho communist.
Lawbringer, and you want to go in there and spread law throughout the galaxy. It could be that you're a roustabout and you just had nothing better to do. After you pick your background, one of the really important choices you have next is choosing your traits.
I remember people saying this. Do you see what's missing here from this equation?
Was it attributes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. Listen, it's
attributes in the first out.
Oh,
maybe crunchy's not the right word.
Okay, listen, crunchy was a little I really like Obsidian
Crispy.
is literally just following the Bethesda track, like attributes and skills. That's just too complicated for players.
Listen, no. Okay, wait, did they have that in They had that in
Yeah, Outer Worlds 1 has attributes and skills. Avowed only has attributes.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
They're following the Bethesda track of like bouncing between attributes and skills. They can't make up their mind.
Dude, I don't know. Are you sure Avowed wasn't supposed to be the Skyrim killer?
Well, it has attributes instead of skills, so.
Oh shit! Right, that's what I was supposed to be putting these into. For the equipment.
It could be that you're a roustabout and you just had nothing better to do. After you pick your background, one of the really important choices you have next is choosing your traits. While we had attributes in the first Outer Worlds, we've leaned into traits for the Outer Worlds 2, which are these.
Yeah, you know, they're the same thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. Same thing as attributes.
Yeah. Guys, it's the same thing.
Listen, we didn't want it to be too crunchy. We wanted to be crispy.
Crispy.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like I'm seeing where this is going, right? You know, you're gonna have Brawny, and that's gonna be like you can open doors, and you might get like an intimidation check every now and then, and so it's like I don't know. It's just the same annoying system of like dialogue is still arbitrarily gated off to me because you think that like I have to be some kind of master of perception to notice that my like crewmate suddenly talking about their parents means that they've got something going on. Like they really did play 5e.
Big changes depending on which ones you pick.
Which is just attributes, but extremely lame.
So it could be something like brilliant.
Which would just be having high intelligence at the start of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can tag extra skills and you start getting extra skill points. And that's obviously really...
Yeah, because intelligence would give you more skills at the start of Outer Worlds 1.
Really great if that's how you want to build your character. You can also go and do something like Lucky, where
I would just like be high luck. And that would give me more crit
You
chance.
get extra critical chance, and you also get a lot of really cool options throughout the game as well. Of course, we brought back dumb, so players love the dumb option.
I think the low intelligence thing has ruined our Obsidian art discourse.
Yeah.
Because that's all they get.
Yeah.
That's all they do. It's like, well, Reddit liked that there were low intelligence options in Fallout New Vegas, so basically birth signs from Morrowind.
You know,
Yeah, but birth signs were in addition to attributes, not just like not an alternative.
Bethesda might actually be onto something where, you know, if there's something that the audience really likes and latches onto, there's a good chance they're just not going to do it in the next game. We might be looking at why.
Because it's cringe.
Do you believe in signs? Not quite what I meant, but I like your contempt for boundaries.
Turn the music down.
Your adventure
Turn the music
spirit
down. I want to hear the
others.
dialogue.
And you get like...
No, you don't.
I mean, the whole thing is demonstrating dialogue, so like, and that wasn't even that cringe.
Lots of really cool, fun conversation options in the game, but we took that even further. And again, there's lots of elements in the game where you can be dumb and use that for something. Could be something as simple as banging on a machine to get it to work.
They don't animate. They animate you opening all the doors.
Hey, listen, this is a little
really
more complex.
slowly. They don't animate you just...
Well, see, that's because there's 5,000 doors that you got to unlock throughout the game, whereas this is a one-off.
Surely there's like just like a generic melee weapon, like a wrench that they could have just, you know, played that animation.
You never expected this from Fallout 76. I don't know why you're expecting this now.
After you've invested in some of your traits, your next choices are going to be choosing your skills.
So traits come first, then skills.
Yeah, because traits are just attributes.
Interesting. See, I didn't pick up on that. I thought traits were going to be like, you know, like in New Vegas, where it's just like this optional like modifier. Yeah.
No, it's just attributes.
Yeah. It's an abstraction of attributes. So I wonder how many you're allowed to pick then. Can I pick none?
Go.
Yeah, see, they threw me off because they were calling it traits, so I automatically assumed it was the traits system. Yeah. And
so your options are select and exit. I don't know why you would exit this screen. But like,
because
you can't go.
You're gonna return the game within the Steam refund period.
But like, you can't tab over to the skill section yet.
Okay.
While we had attributes in the first Outer Worlds, we've leaned into traits for the Outer Worlds too, which are these big changes to your character depending on which ones you pick. So it could...
See, it unlocks the skills thing unless you go to the next page as soon as you pick a positive trait. And then, yeah, it says you may now move on to skills. Optional. You may select another positive trait, which will require you to suffer a negative trait.
Okay.
So you get one free one.
Wow.
And then everything else is like trade-offs. But it's like, it seems to me like dumb wasn't a negative. Like, you spent so much time talking about it, I would have assumed it was one of the positive ones.
Yeah. Something like brilliant, where you get a really cool sign as well. Of course.
Okay, so if you have dumb, you get extra dialogue, but you're locked out of 5 of the 12 available skills. You can't ever level them up, I guess.
Of course, we brought back dumb.
Did you notice how small the negative traits window is, though? It looks like there's only like 4 negative traits in the game.
Yeah. Huh.
Listen, we don't want people taking too many positive traits.
We really couldn't come up with... See, here's the conundrum, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can't have too many, like, really difficult, challenging, negative traits. So if somebody wants to take all the negative traits, we don't want it to, like, you know, be too difficult. What the fuck?
Not even 4? Oh, right, yeah. No, it's just those 3, because if you scrolled down, then it would show you the full one for 6. So there's only 3 negative traits in the game.
Listen, this isn't gonna be a 150-hour long game. It's only gonna be like 30 hours or so. I mean, you're only paying 40. Oh wait.
Yeah, it's an $80 game, so.
Thing could be something as simple as skills. The skills themselves basically allow you to build on your playstyle and what your character is doing in the game.
So I'd hate to break some news. They ruined skills.
Yeah.
One of the things I liked about the Outer Worlds was its skill system, and this is not it.
I don't remember the skill system.
Well, there was a lot more options, and it seems that speech has just been recombined into a single skill again, which is like, I really liked that speech was divvied up into like persuasion, intimidation, and lying. I thought it was really, really good that they split that up.
Apparently
that will be everything, stealthily to specking for an explosive specialty.
Yeah, okay, but here's the issue with specking for an explosive specialty. I know how video games are made, and I know 100% that you're not gonna like permanently lock me out of an area just because. What the hell is up with this pirate?
He's using a cloaking device.
Throughout.
Oh, but see, Pat, it's gonna be like an optional area that you. Oh, I guess the pirate. That's how the Pirate King goes. It's gonna be like an optional area that has like extra loot. So it's like there won't be a key. The skill will reward you with items.
Items that you won't need because the economy is going to be based around assuming that most players are like barely looting.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Outer Worlds 1.
Wayward Realms did a live stream like yesterday.
Really?
They did a live. I forget exactly who it was, but they did a crossover live stream with the Ardenfall devs.
Really? Interesting. I gotta see that.
I will link it to you.
Throughout your entire journey, your character continues to change with the different choices you make.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I need the frame by frame. I need fine control back.
Nice.
Now, throughout your entire journey, your character continues to change with the different choices you make.
Okay, this one isn't important. It's almost like they shouldn't have shown it. But So this is the main stats summary screen, and yeah, there's attributes are really gone. Like, because this is where they should be.
Listen, the people who are going to appreciate the writing of Outer Worlds 2, attributes and stuff, it's just it ain't gonna jive with them.
Persuasion and lying are totally two different skills, and you stand to benefit a lot from just like separating them out. Partially because there were mechanical implications to all the speech skills. Like, you would do certain effects to different enemy types based on which one you leveled. There wasn't really like a ton of logic to it, like why lying was good against like robots or whatever, but
yeah,
all the same, like there was a combat implication to these different skill sets, and I think that was a good part of justifying it. And plus, it's a different skill set. Somebody who's good at convincing people might not be good at lying, and vice versa.
Why do you think they would have condensed them back into one?
I mean, just
easier.
I'm gonna need to see more of the skill system to see how it's balanced out and what have you. I mean, why did Bethesda crunch their skills down? It might just be easier for them to manage.
Yeah.
In terms of like balancing it out. So there's 12 skills, and I think these are all of them. Guns, melee, oof. Everything's been crunched down. Holy shit. Guns, melee, sneak, lockpick, engineering, explosives, hack, medical, science, observation, speech, and leadership.
Well, you see,
yeah, I mean, like, some of these were categories.
You see, they wanted to make your choices more meaningful so that they don't have to incorporate all that stuff when they're trying to make levels. Because they want the levels to, reward you with, with skill checks and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, okay, so in Outer Worlds 1, these were the skills. Melee, which this was the category. So I'll say the category first and then the subset.
Okay.
Melee had one-handed melee and two-handed melee. So there were different skills for both of those. Now, I never did a melee playstyle to know like how useful that was. One thing is that like skills in a category level all at the same time up until like skill level 50, and then you have to invest in the skills individually. Ranged, which was handguns, long guns, and heavy weapons. That's all just been condensed down to into a single mono guns build. So literally, if you use ranged guns in this game, there's a single skill that you need to level up.
Nice.
And it looks like the skills do a lot. Like, holy fuck. They've nerfed everything about the skill system. Like, there's literally no edge to it at all.
Crispy. Crispy.
The handgun skill, just the handgun skill, has perks based on what level it is. So at 20, you unlock the time dilation, location, hit effects. At 40, you get 50% handgun crit damage. At 60, you get 10% armor penetration for handguns. At 80, you get a debuffed enemy critical chance. So enemies that are debuffed, your crit chance goes up another 20%. At 100, your crits ignore all of their armor, and at 150, the crits will ricochet and hit another enemy. Although you needed the DLC to get that. I don't even see like. This literally just seems to be like you just get a flat percentage bonus. Like guys.
Listen,
they were small bun.
They were working on two other games.
No. This is important. This is not like small guns and big guns turning into just guns in New Vegas. This is small guns, big guns, like
energy
rocket
weapons.
launchers and miniguns, energy weapons, like everything.
Anything that is ranged.
Maybe not rocket launchers, depending on how explosives work. If that's a combat skill or if that's like a utility skill, but I mean, like everything's just crammed into one convenient skill to level up. Welcome back, Fallout 4. This is worse than Fallout 4.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's like, at least in Fallout 4, there's perks between energy and ballistic weapons.
I don't think so. I mean, I think they were like
still less than Fallout 4, though.
Yeah.
Why is that actually bad though? Because like, where's the crunchiness? I was promised a crunchy game, and then like I can literally like go back to the
where's
skill
the
tabs.
build variety that I'm going to be able to?
Let's talk about long guns. What do long guns do? You know, their perks go up. Crit damage, headshot, weak spot damage bonus, no weapon sway for 5 seconds after each kill, long gun crits ignore. Well, that's the same, but you get the idea. And then you have like categories of weapons in the game that correspond to these things, and they progress differently, and you get items that bonus that like you have to like. You might get an item that boosts handguns, but not long guns, and so it's like, well, shit, I gotta specialize. Like, I can't stick with the revolver and the sniper rifle forever, or if I do, I'm like trading out something else in exchange. Like,
and then
it's
you
just
get,
lazy.
and then you get, you know, synergies and everything like that, and that's the meat and potatoes. Like that's the gravy there of the of a progression system, is figuring out how all these things interact with each other, and then putting that knowledge together to like come up with unique ideas.
You really can't tell me that 10% damage every time I level up a skill is better than what was going on in Outer Worlds 1. Or if you do, then I guess Fallout 4 and Starfield might be your favorite.
There's gotta be like
it's all just like crammed into the perks tree.
Yeah, like there's got to be like effects and stuff. There's no way like they would get rid of ricochets and.
It's not impossible. Let's see, shall we?
In the Outer Worlds 1, actually had more skills than we have. So we.
Well, he said it. Listen, he's heading off criticism. He's about to explain.
You know, Todd Howard also explained why they crunched skills down in every game.
We condensed them to the core and essence of what we really wanted there.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what Todd Howard said. Guys, listen, it doesn't really matter that Short Blade and Blade were combined, because it's basically the same thing.
Medium and heavy armor. What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean,
mysticism and alteration. Come on.
Listen,
man.
it's exactly the same as small guns and big guns being combined. And you love New Vegas, you cuck. And it's like, well, I mean, not really, because the issue with big guns was that nobody used them because they were just like too much of an investment. Like,
yeah,
I gotta dump a ton of skill points into them and then deal with like the economic bonuses. It's like, so nobody was using them, and I
then
think
usually
also they
like
just wanted to add survival to the game. So
yeah, and like the end game. Big guns were like usually more end game related, so it's just like there's nothing you can even really use those skills for early on.
Well, and also big guns were split up between explosives and guns.
Yeah,
it wasn't just like they combined small guns and big guns.
All right, congratulations, chat. We did it. We worked.
I like
through
the idea
all
too.
Of those, and now I have a.
Now you have a full exosuit.
Yeah, pretty much.
I would like the idea too if there were more big guns in Fallout 3 to use.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's really what kills the skill. And like, even though they do add more in New Vegas, I still don't think even New Vegas has enough to justify it being its own skill. Fallout 4 has unarmed melee weapons, heavy guns, non-auto rifles, non-auto pistols, and automatic weapon perks. Also explosives. Yeah, see, like, this is less than Fallout 4.
Yeah.
But we made each point that you put into a skill much more impactful. So
yeah, it's a percentage based now.
Yeah, but there's still less choice to make. So like,
yeah,
I mean, like,
well, it's okay. So it's not even okay. Here's the thing. It's not even just like there's less choices to make. It's that there's literally less levers to interact with. There's less points of overlap and synergy and things like that.
Yeah. But see, it's just simplified because before there was 100 points per skill. We've really boiled that down.
Yeah.
Instead of getting small percentage changes, we actually did much larger changes per point that you put into each skill.
But they're only small percentage changes per point, but you didn't get 1 point in Outer Worlds. Like, this really is like this is like verbatim Todd Howard copium explaining why skill crunches were happening.
Man, Obsidian is becoming Bethesda.
Yeah, time is a flat circle. No, like verbatim, you can go back to between Morrowind and Oblivion, and between Oblivion and Skyrim, and like hear Todd Howard saying pretty much exactly these things. Like,
yeah,
guys, we may have nerfed it, but the nerfs are actually a good thing for reasons. Moving on.
I guess I'm carrying contraband. I don't know what.
Make sure to like the stream. They're making this for dads. They were finally ready for hard, crunchy RPGs. It really is funny that this literally opens with them playing a tabletop game. They were playing 5th edition, but I digress. And like, guys, we're hardcore RPGs. Anyways, we really gutted the original skill system and got rid of attributes. It's like getting rid of attributes could have been justified if they went harder in on skills, but
yeah,
like it's just this is like just again, if they hadn't been making Avowed, maybe they would have had the development time to actually have
yeah. No, it's
to actually have these systems. Like, pick one of these, because Avowed also kind of sucks in this respect. Like, it's just attribute progression in Avowed, and it's not really all that compelling. Like, it's attribute progression and like perk choices, and so it's like it's not really as compelling as like a full like skill system probably would have been.
We in the money now. Jesus.
And again, because of how they're checked inside the world itself, can matter quite a bit. You know, just even having one additional skill point in something can open up a lot more options in the world itself.
That doesn't make it crunchy, though. That just means that you have lots of options. To be clear. Looks like Zarek's doing his bit again. By the way, we copied Zarek's bit. He had the idea, instead of watching the show live, just watch the show after and skip the parts that you don't care about.
To be fair, I did watch the show live, but I just did not want to stream it.
I was tagging files.
See, Zarek is actually... He's a great person to listen to when you need good advice. Like, I took his advice to shower before I started the stream.
What's his logic there?
You don't want to be sitting in your gamer juices while you're doing a live stream.
True. There were times when I didn't get to shower, and
yeah.
So there's like a film that would form on my skin because like I'm putting sunscreen on it, and I'm sweating all day, and so that's fun. Baby wipes can help, but I mean, like, I don't want to use like 10 baby wipes, because then you gotta, like, you know, you gotta get rid of that too. You know, you gotta carry that trash back to town.
Yeah.
And so it's like, holy fuck, that's a lot of money in salvage data. So it's like I would mainly focus on like the high contact parts, like your taint, because if you don't wash at least that, you get saddle sores and then you die.
Ooh.
No, you don't die, but like that can game over your trip before it starts.
Yeah, yeah.
And there was one part where it almost like started, but I managed to like prevent it. But yeah. That's honestly like the bigger thing that will end your trip. if you have a separate sniper guns tree from the regular long guns tree, but there's only one build per tree, you're actually getting any benefit from 2 trees. No, I still disagree, honestly. I think that, like, if you have a system where you have multiple combat skills, you're basically telling the player, like, you're incentivizing the player to either specialize or make a choice in order to be invested in multiple perks at the same time. Like, there's some type of trade-off or loss that you have to make to have multiple weapon skills if the system's working ideally. Sometimes you might end up with a system like Fallout New Vegas where you can just 10 stack and get skill books and like be a master of everything. But, you know, there is a time period in playing Fallout New Vegas when you do have to like choose between specializing in weapon skills and choose between specializing in utility skills. And I think that those types of choices are important.
What the fuck is that noise? Jesus.
What?
This is just like some weird ass noise that plays from time to time very loudly. I think it's this
me talking.
This thing in the background here, this GLaDOS.
You got to shower right after and get the right underwear. Yeah, merino wool, and ideally like seamless merino wool.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to steam riding right on the contact points. But really, just like if you start feeling it, just slather some Vaseline jelly on there and keep going. Like,
yeah,
just lube up.
Yeah, it's gonna feel uncomfortable, but trust me, it's going to be way more uncomfortable if you don't.
No. So like you get like 50 miles in, and then you put it on, and it's actually like relieving. So like you don't even notice the discomfort of it, and then like you go another 80 miles for the day.
If anybody's played Fallout New Vegas,
okay.
Yep, there it
Hello.
First instance.
Has anybody played Fallout New Vegas? Chat, should I start a poll? Should I start a poll? Wait. I don't think I can start a poll in your chat. I can only moderate. Fallout New Vegas referenced. Guys, has anybody played the obscure Fallout New Vegas?
They'll be very with like the perk system.
It is bold to invoke Fallout New Vegas when
you're setting a high bar.
Yeah, when you just said you gutted the system attributes and skills.
Yeah, he's really gonna have to like sell this.
Basically borrowed that.
What? Hey, I borrowed your car, but I crashed it on the way over here, so I got you this Vespa scooter instead. It's better though. Like honestly,
it's better for the environment.
You didn't. Yeah. First off, it's better for the environment, and second, like you didn't need all that car.
Yeah, but like you guys also know that there were perks in this game called the Outer Worlds. Like you're really just name dropping New Vegas just because Outer Worlds has perks. You get perks from leveling. So like unless the only way that this could be relevant is like if you changed it to where you get a perk from every other level, then it's more like New Vegas. But I assume he means that, like, I can kind of tell based on the icons that what he means is that now there are skill requirements for perks, because there are not skill requirements for perks in Outer Worlds 1. Yeah, okay, so you see that unavailable tab at the bottom? I assume that's like he doesn't qualify for those perks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess that's technically an improvement, because Outer Worlds had this problem of just like everybody has the same perks on every build, bar like 3. Because it's like everybody's going to benefit from the perk that gives you more carry weight. Everybody's going to benefit from the perk that lets you fast travel if you're over encumbered. Like, you know, nobody's not going to take those.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you know, basically everybody takes strong back in New Vegas, I'd have to imagine. Yeah, you've always taken strong back, right? But
I guess
there
like
is
near the end.
There
I
is a point.
just
There is
did.
a theoretical playthrough that doesn't take strong back because they just don't qualify for it. You know, there's a perk there's attribute requirements.
Yeah. Yeah, like if I sacrificed a lot of strength on a build, I wasn't getting strong back.
Yeah, well, it's strength and endurance.
Oh,
so
yeah. So even more. Of a
well,
reason.
so I was looking into it recently because I was like, why is endurance not a dump stat in Fallout 3? And it's literally just the perk options it has access to. So like, as long you can roll endurance, just always roll endurance 4 in Fallout 3, and then get the bobblehead, and you'll have enough endurance points to get anything useful.
But went even grander. We actually have more perks than Fallout New Vegas did.
Hold on, where?
But you have fewer attributes and fewer skills. So, and I don't even know if this is true. I'm seeing 92 perks. Oh my god. So yeah, they have more perks than New Vegas. Do you want to know how many perks are in New Vegas?
90.
88. So guys, we have 4 more perks than New Vegas.
And that justifies gutting attributes and skills.
We
and
have
again,
more perks than New Vegas.
And again, I want to point out
4.
I'm glad you guys are using a game from 2010 as your benchmark. That's really good. It's really, you know, the game that you guys got to make in like 18 months. Now you have a game where it's a sequel in your own franchise, by the way. You have more money and more time, and you have less content in it.
Yeah.
Cool. Just so we're on the same page here.
Okay, so I'll give one piece of credit. It looks like you're able to browse your perks, which means that like you don't have to keep remaking your character over and over with different attribute, which might be, oh god, is that why they got rid of attributes?
So you could do everything in a single playthrough. And
well, not just, I don't think it's going to be you can do everything in a single playthrough, but just that like you don't have to keep re-rolling because you picked attributes, and then later, like once the game started, got to browse through because like nobody's going to sit through character creation and browse through all the perks.
Yeah.
So they made it in 18 hours. How dare you? Well, actually, funny story about that. They it's commonly believed they made it in 18 hours, but really, the last hour was dedicated to a pizza party. hosted by Todd Howard, of course.
Ah, yeah. That's where that's where he told them they're not going to be getting the bonus no matter what.
Yeah, and that's why Caesar's Legion is incomplete.
But here's the thing, right? We check and use perks for literally everything, right? So you can do everything from, hey, I want to make a stealthy build that steals stuff and is really good at that. Okay, great. Well, you can take maybe the pickpocketing perk. So that's not available to everybody, but if you select that, now you can actually go around and steal things out of people's pockets.
So, perk gated mechanics.
Yeah,
I really like that in Starfield.
That was a really roundabout way to say that. Well, okay, this is interesting. You say that with SAS. I do like perk-gated mechanics.
It depends. I disagree. I think you should be able to do it, but you're just going to do it so fucking badly that it's just like you really don't want to.
Why? So, like, what's the argument for being able to do it?
Because why can't I? Why can't I at least attempt it? I can attempt to pickpocket somebody in real life.
Yeah, I get. Okay, so you're saying that like it's better to be able to do it even if you're guaranteed a 100% failure rate. without the perk?
No. No, I think there should still be like, it should be like a 1%.
But then you have the save scumming. Okay. I would get it if it's
because
a way to make sure that players are aware that the mechanic exists to begin with.
Well,
I think that would be the better argument.
That too, and it's also like, because I've done this in Bethesda games where it's like, you know, I don't have the skills in it whatsoever, but you know what, fuck it, I'm going to just try and pickpocket. And it's like, holy shit, I actually rolled well on it. Like the odds were so stacked against me, but I managed to roll. It's like, well, that's a fun moment.
Then we get into implementation things. Sure, something like pickpocket makes sense, but like, is it really a big deal that like players can't boost pack without a perk investment?
What?
No, okay. How about like, you know, habitation stuff or what have you? Like, you unlock new habs or access to new planets or what have you. Like,
you see, I don't think those should even be perk gated. That should be like, that should just be a different progression, I feel. I mean, it depends on like what the crafting system is, like what it does in the game.
Right.
Like if it's a core part of the progression, every player is going to, you know, need to interact with it at some point to get somewhere. It's like, you know, that's a different sort of progression system than if it's just this optional thing that you don't have to do.
Yeah. My thought is, my issue is, if it is like gated, that means that you know that like it's probably not
going to be optional.
Important. Yeah. So it's like, why do I care? Like, why would I am like already like build crafting in my head. Like I'm thinking like, this is probably mostly optional. This is probably mostly optional. Like, what's the bare minimum that I can do? I've seen them like emphasize sneaking around and stabbing people in the back, and I'm kind of thinking like, you know, like very small number of perk points into melee, like minimum possible, max out sneak, you know, so you're getting like high sneak damage and scaling damage that way, and then like just high utility build.
Yeah,
like min-maxing what's actually useful in the game before you get to play it, because getting to play it you'll already know, and then like it's not really as challenging.
What the fuck is going on back there? This is why star stations don't have windows.
Okay, so here's a question. If pickpocket's not a skill, how do you roll like chances into it?
No, I'm not saying it can't be a skill.
Perk.
No.
But I mean, like, if you have a field system where it's all perks.
Oh. Well, see, this is why you don't do what they're doing.
You don't do this. Yeah.
Like,
it's almost like pickpocket should be a subset skill of the sneak category.
Yeah.
Because I think pickpocketing, if it is in Outer Worlds 1, it was just handled through sneak. Yeah. So pickpocket in Outer Worlds 1 is only unlocked if you reach sneak skill 40. So like you automatically unlock it if you reach that point, but it's part of the sneak skill. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of information about how it works because nobody's made a good wiki for Outer Worlds 1.
Shocking.
Is pickpocket even a good mechanic to have in games? It is very dependent on the level designer.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Your level design team, you almost need like this. I wish there was some term for it, like a piece of paper, right? And you write down kind of ideas of like, here's how we're handling this like pickpocket skill, and then you give it to the level designers. The level designers are like, cool. They're reading through they're reading the piece of paper of like what all skills in the game, and they're like, oh, zero gravity combat, that sounds cool. Here's how pickpocketing will work. Yeah, okay, I'll put like keys in the pockets of bandits and like give players access to optional areas through these keys.
Wait, process dihydrogen.
Unfortunately, we don't have any kind of terminology for that.
Multi-input. Okay, that was correct. Okay.
Which wiki has more, Starfield or the Outer Worlds? Outer Worlds.
Wait, what? Really?
Outer Worlds at least has like filled out pages for stuff like skills and stuff. I'm pretty sure Starfield is still missing like key information on like what houses are even in the game.
There's another perk called heavy-handed, right? Where say you're a melee person.
Oh god. Oh god. There's frame by frame shit here.
Go around and steal things out of people's pockets.
Not literally frame by frame, don't freak out.
There's another perk called heavy-handed, right? Where say
oh god, I already missed it.
Oh wait, I don't have to do this.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it really is just going to depend on like the numbers, like how many perk points do you get, how many skill points do you get, how does the progression flow, all that.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be another Starfield situation where like I'm going to boot up the game, I'm going to go in straight to the perks menu to read what all's available.
Hopefully we get another Starfield's leak, like Starfield-like leak.
you're a melee person.
So, like, then you have questions like, okay, so the survivalist perk makes it so that creatures always drop rare meat. Is the implication that they sometimes do it without the perk?
Yeah.
Or is this, like, do I need the perk to get raw meat at all? Why is raw meat part of the medical tree? Like, why is hunting as a survivalist part of that? So just traits lifted straight out of New Vegas? No, it's perks lifted out of New Vegas. Traits are a whole different thing.
What this does is now your power attacks.
Power attacks, knock down enemies hit, has a cooldown. So you're guaranteed the ragdoll and it has a 10-second cooldown. Yeah, cool. I love ragdolls.
Who's right?
I want to make a game where your only attack is like a ragdoll, but like everybody has like long-range guns. I don't know. There's just something frustrating about like ragdoll spam combat. I mean, obviously with a cooldown, it's not ragdoll spam, but like
You use actually knock people down.
Oh man,
I mean, you could have shown that for like a little bit longer. we kind of just moved on.
I really like the cereal.
Okay, so we're here. I assume this is what you were talking about earlier.
What?
The devs explaining what perks they like.
Yeah.
Killer perk. As you start killing people, they will drop hearts.
Antimatter. What does this do?
So you get 5 extra. You get a +5 to your max health if you. Okay. Let me read this perk to you, and we'll see if it makes sense to you. Okay. Humans you kill drop their heart. Gain a bonus to max health for each of these trophies you have collected. The chance to drop is 100% if the target wasn't hostile to you.
Okay.
So, is the implication that, like, bandits have a chance to drop their hearts?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Listen, we've got some communication issues here. Again, let me just let me track down the perks page on the Outer Worlds. Unfortunately, I have to use Fextra Life, but almost vomited there.
How many moves I got? I got 70.
Let me see. What looks like the most complicated perk I can see on this tree? Yeah, the problem is that some of these perks are reading like Magic the Gathering card descriptions. Perks in Outer Worlds 1 is like Your next attack after killing an enemy is a guaranteed critical hit. See, that's very simple. You do a thing that triggers a condition.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I think a perk description, because you have all of this space that you can use, a perk description I think is literally obligated to be as verbose as possible to explain how it works. Especially if it's I think you could reroll perks in Outer Worlds 1. So maybe you can too in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think even if there's like semi-permanence to the perks, you owe it to the players to be as clear with the language as possible.
And you can take those hearts, and essentially you're taking these trophies, you could say, and it's actually giving you a permanent health bonus every time you do it. We have this perk called Assassin.
Yeah, this is literally just a section of them cherry-picking various perks and reading them out. And doesn't that sound cool? Could be a good game, could be a bad game.
Imagine if they just like had a website that you could go to and like it had like a character builder.
Yeah.
Now that would sell me on the idea that you're actually trying to make something that's going to be crunchy.
See, like, okay, so this is a good perk example in this game. You gain a bonus to damage resistance and to max health, but enemies are more likely to target you over your companions. And then it tells you 10% damage resistance, 10% base health. It's like, cool. That's a good perk description.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're still trying to do the thing where, like, you can go without companions if you... and there's, like, perks tied to that, or if they're giving up on that. Because it wasn't in Avowed. What a weird perk. Not really. I mean, like, if you're, like, a big, heavy power armor guy with tons of health, it makes sense that, like, you would want a perk that makes the enemies target you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just like you're going to be the tank.
How much more likely to target you? I don't think that's... To me, that's not, like, derivable in a percentage. It's not...
Mm-hmm.
You can't say enemies are 10% more likely to target you because the enemy's not rolling a dice on how they target.
Early game perk take, which every time you use stealth.
This is that one knife from TF2.
Attack an enemy, you're actually going to get a movement bonus for a certain amount of time.
God, it's so slow. Okay, maybe I'm not going to do that stealth attack thing because this doesn't look fun. I mean, like, you got to get the right perk. But I mean, at the same time, like, this looks like catatonic stealth gameplay, which was the stealth gameplay of the Outer Worlds 1.
Yeah.
So.
See, the problem with stealth gameplay is unless the game is like really well built around it, it is just going to be catatonic. It's just like going to be playing the game on slow mode.
Yeah, to me the issue is that like stealth is always like the best way to get good value out of a limited number of like investment in your character.
Yeah.
Flaws were a system that everybody loved from the first.
I'm gonna need a source that everybody loved flaws. they were all right. I wouldn't say that flaws were shit, but they did have problems.
Game get more personal to the player. We wanted it to really reflect how you were playing the game and give you a bonus that you actually wanted to really engage with.
With the flaw system returning, we knew we needed to go bigger, better, and more real than ever before. So, we turned to the team. I told them, no bad ideas. Give me what you got. Okay, we need more flaws.
That is literally the only time this guy will not be annoying.
Well, that wasn't annoying.
It gets so much worse. Hello, game? Hello?
Oh, whoops.
Game?
Eat.
Hello?
I accidentally reset the thing.
Game? Hello? Okay then.
Listen, it's the docking sequence from Elite Dangerous. Just slow and steady. These are in there.
I guess I'll oh wait, this is a reload autosave.
Okay, we need more. We really want to put them in the game, so give me some inspiration. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I have bad knees.
You have bad knees that hurt when you walk a lot?
Yes.
When you walk too much, they hurt?
No cartilage.
Sounds boring, makes you sound like a boring person, but it's in the game. It's a good flaw. What about you?
I like to take small things sometimes.
So you're stealing?
No, I'm taking.
When do you get them back?
Like, I don't.
Sandwich later.
You shouldn't be stealing. What do you think? You shouldn't be stealing, Claire.
Tiny crimes.
Tiny crimes? You get the second part, though, it's a crime.
Well,
you're stealing. Claire, that's wrong. You can't steal things, okay? It's an amazing flaw, and I'm putting it in the game. But you're a bad person. And are you the one to...
This is awful at 2x speed. I can see
I
see why this was bleeding viewers.
I cannot wait
to play the humor that is written in this game.
Yeah, this is great.
I'm riveted.
Stapler?
Do you need it?
Yeah, give it back.
Okay.
Please.
Guys, listen, Sandwich Lady was a big hit with Starfield. As we all know, Starfield is a generational style game. Just absolutely.
You know what's crazy is that this is actually going to make me go up to bat for Sandwich Lady, because at least she was only doing the bit for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Flaw.
I like to stare at the sun.
How long did you stare at the sun?
Just lunch break.
An hour?
Oh, I only get 30. You guys get an hour?
Yeah, an hour.
Oh. Makes you feel energized.
How many fingers roll up?
3?
No. Anything else? We'll put it in the game. We'll put it in the game so I feel bad for you. Anything else?
One of my favorite flaws is something called bad knees. We'll actually give you the option to take this flaw that'll make it so that you move faster throughout the game. But the problem is, anytime you stand up, your knees are going to make a popping noise that makes it so that, well, everyone around you is going to hear you.
So why would you stand up in that scenario then? Oh, hang on. Let me set it to 1x speed. I want to see how fast this is.
The problem is, anytime you stand up...
I mean, it's still slower than walking, but you're in a stealth sequence. Why are you standing up?
You gotta hear that sound.
Yeah, but you would only ever stand up if you were already caught.
I know, that's the...
There's no situation in which you're sneaking and you have to stand up. The only thing I can think of is you're trying
there's something on
clear
a
a visual
shelf.
gap.
Yeah.
Or you're trying to clear a visual gap before a guard turns around, and so you stand up for a second to move a little faster.
Or there's something on a table that's above you, and
why would a flaw have a positive attribute? Because why would you accept a flaw otherwise? You got to get something in exchange for a flaw, or else you're just adding unnecessary modifiers to make the game pointlessly more difficult. Nobody's people will do that in Halo,
don't you have to take a flaw in order to take a bonus?
So in Outer Worlds 1, the way it worked was you would be prompted to take a flaw, and if you accepted, you would get a perk point in exchange.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of flaws that were not flaws.
Oh wait, wait. These are different than the traits.
Yes.
Oh.
These are different than the negative traits. So these are...
Oh, okay.
They haven't... Here's the problem. These dumbasses wasted too much time on the bad bit when they should have been explaining how you acquire flaws first and then giving the examples of what kind of flaws are in the game.
Okay. So, see, this is why they cut down on the skills. Because we got flaws.
Mm-hmm. I'm really looking forward to the RNG flaw system. I wonder if this time they're going to commit to forcing players to accept the flaws on the highest difficulty. Did you know that there's a... Hang on. I want to make sure that I find it.
What's this? Mountains? A giant ravine or lake? Starfield? Hello? Mountains? Thought we weren't doing these anymore.
So, there is a flaw you can get, and imagine that you are forced to take this flaw that makes it so that you cannot dodge, which is one of the skills in the game, and that your movement speed is lowered by 30%.
Oh god. What do you get in exchange?
A perk point. But like, you could be like, there's supposed to be a difficulty where like you're forced to take flaws as they're given to your character.
Oh, okay. There isn't though? You say there's supposed to be, but there isn't?
I believe like I think the supernova difficulty was broken. I forget the exact details of what was going on. Yeah, I don't know where the source of this is from, but the difficulty... Oh, I think this is what it is. Normal and hard difficulties say that accepting flaws is optional, which would imply that supernova difficulty makes them mandatory, but it doesn't.
Ah.
I think that's the origin of it.
Your knees are going to make a loud popping noise that makes it so that, well, everyone around you is going to hear you.
What a lovely
There's one called
sound.
Kleptomaniac.
Yeah.
This is really interesting because what it does is when you steal something, you can actually sell it for more bits than normal. And like that sounds really great. The drawback is sometimes when you're looking at things in the world that are owned by somebody else, you'll automatically steal them. So you have to be very careful about how you use them.
So
I mean,
sure, but that I don't think, like, here's the problem is that I doubt bits are going to be particularly useful, and so in turn, like,
yeah,
anything that awards more money is always like questionable. So, but I mean, like, so what this would just cause me to do if I had to, like, if I had it or decided that I wanted the bits thing was be to just like
save scum.
Either save scum or just make sure that nobody's looking.
Yeah.
Because I think on Supernova, there's save rules where you can't save scum.
Oh,
or
okay.
like you have to load back at like a door to reload.
One of our more wacky perks is the
Yeah, so flaws in Outer Worlds 1 would pop up based on like context, and like so that's what they're doing here is like you're looking at the sun, and so it prompts you with this, and you can either accept or reject.
Okay, so listening to what they were saying about the klepto one though, it made it sound like it only activates. Well, like you can choose to activate it.
You can choose to accept it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's
but like
what they were
so,
saying.
What they implied was when you randomly look at owned objects, there's a chance that like it will be automatically picked up.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was. Okay.
sun gazer flaw, and it just gives everyone cataracts while playing their game. So everything becomes like
I saw this.
light shafts and blooms and hazes. And
boy,
hey,
I really want to play the entire game with it looking like this.
I really want to play the game and need like a bottle of Tylenol.
Yeah, this is where like it kind of transcends like gameplay effects and just starts to be like what are you doing?
Yeah.
And makes the game pretty unplayable if you happen to choose that perk.
I mean, at least they acknowledge it.
You know, some developers and stuff, they're really trying to put in more accessibility features. We're trying to make our game less accessible.
Isn't this the exact reason you hated survival in Skyrim? Yeah. It's not a trade-off to be like, we're going to punish you by making the game impossible to look at.
Yeah.
No Man's Sky looks exactly the same right now. Yeah, can you show us why No Man's Sky looks exactly the same? Is there maybe like a reason?
Oh, what, because I'm underwater? It's like super foggy down here at the bottom of this ravine.
If you happen to be the type of player that habitually reloads your weapons like I do, well, you'll be offered the flaw of over-prepared. Now, you'll get larger magazine sizes on all of your weapons, but if you ever fully empty your magazine, you're gonna take a debuff for a while.
Doesn't really seem like a flaw to me.
Like, just reload.
Like you would just start reloading when you hit like one round. Like, I don't buy that there's this gamer out here that's just like uses automatic weapons and just holds down the trigger. Like, I don't buy it. I don't believe they exist. I'm sorry. You don't exist if you do.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, okay, so what's your recoil system going to be like? Is there going to be, you know, like, aim bloom and everything? Because if there is, then the players are already going to be conditioned not to fire, like,
not to spam.
Yeah, not to lead hose all their automatic weapons. So, yeah, that, you know, not really going to be that big of a deal.
Like being a gunslinger who wants to key into destructive weapons, or a rogue who wants to alpha strike their enemies before they know what hit them. We also allow for a lot of fun and experimental builds. You can be a mad scientist who utilizes gadgets and wacky science weapons and armors. Or even a psychopath who gains permanent bonuses to health by murdering their friends.
Yeah, you're... Oh.
Nothing shows the...
I mean, that's basically what you already said.
Impact of these character build options better than, in my opinion, the bridge area, which has a quest you get early on in Paradise Island.
I'm glad you said in your opinion. I was about to freak out. Not allowed to say anything definitively about the game you're making.
So, is this a vertical slice?
I guess so.
Not only do you kind of...
I mean, the thing is that, like, Outer Worlds needs the vertical slice less than Starfield because people just... They didn't know what they were going to get with Starfield.
Yeah.
Encounter this very early, and it's a very core one to the story. But it really expresses our philosophy of allowing the player to solve problems in a bunch of ways. So you may solve it by... you know, speech options. You may talk to them and maybe have to go do a quest for them and really kind of prove that you're a friend of the Protectorate to get by.
I may have need of your help.
Notice that everybody in this scene is wearing helmets. Listen, guys, it's a stylistic choice that we made for this faction. They're comfortable being masked up. It's a post-COVID commentary. There's no other reason why we're hiding so many of the characters' faces. Okay, hang on. The conspiracy theory is that they are like hiding the faces because they're redoing all of them because they're ugly.
Yeah.
I have a better conspiracy theory. They're hiding the faces because they're going to keep the ugly faces in the game and they're just not marketing it. But I mean, like, still, like, this is like they're literally putting paper bags over their heads. Like, I might legit just like do a fast edit right now. I'm gonna screenshot her and I'm gonna edit a paper bag on her head. Lip syncing costs too much. Now they have an automated system for it. It's not because they don't want to lip sync. Paper bag. Oh my god, why is it so low resolution? It's always interesting that websites are like super resistant to letting people grab. God damn, I'm a game analyst. Letting people grab the images.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Outer Worlds already exists. Outer Worlds 2.
And that's
PNG.
why we have WebP now.
Yeah. Which again, it's so fascinating because images are like so small in terms of like data transmission that like
Yeah.
the notion that you're losing tons of like money because people are downloading pictures from your website is just funny. All right, we flip it upside down. And you see, occasionally I got to make posts that appeal to like the AWI crowd. This is like one of those times. All right. That was fast. We just exported. And now you can show the stream the product of my work.
Let's see, is it gonna take this? Nice. Beautiful.
I noticed the Outer Worlds 2 isn't showing very many characters' faces in the marketing. I might tweet my theory to my own post. My theory isn't that they are fixing the ugly faces, but that they are hiding them in the marketing. No, that just complicates the post too much. I'll leave it at the first sentiment.
We really cannot survive another memeing.
Mm-hmm. Chat, you gotta like my tweet. Chat, you gotta like my tweet. Make sure to reply, Grok, is this real?
I like how Twitter's chatbot name sounds like a fucking caveman or something.
Yeah.
Or like the fucking Krogan's name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder how he came up with it.
Ketamine induced.
He hooked his son on ketamine and then asked him because his son had designed the Cybertruck.
Wait, what?
His son, so he had the idea for the Cybertruck, but apparently his son like doodled the form of it.
I see.
Whatever happened to not your personal army? I asked you to like a tweet, not go find this guy's address.
Well, you see, Pat, because you're a cult leader, and you're telling people to go like a tweet, and that tweet is being critical of Obsidian, you're issuing. You are issuing death threats to the developers of the Outer Worlds 2.
All right, thank you to the person who did ask Grok if it was real. Especially because you didn't at Grok.
If you are ready to seize an opportunity to show fealty to the Protectorate.
You could go guns blazing, and you could just take everyone out inside the POI, lower the bridge itself, and kind of get across.
Okay. Question. Okay. Were people really using the term POI before Starfield? Oh, this thing ran out of battery.
I mean, yes, but commonly, as the default way to refer to a location in a game, not really.
Yeah, it's just one of those things I've noticed.
I wouldn't be surprised if it came out if it came out that there's like some earlier example.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So to be clear on what the options presented so far are, and I assume that they're going to show more, okay? Chat, hear me out. The options so far are do a quest and kill people. Kill them. Which is more than, it's more than Skyrim.
Mm-hmm. More than Starfield.
7 Days to Die used it. POI was very common in Ubisoft games.
Okay. I could buy that. See, if you said 7 Days to Die, it's like, yeah, nobody would make
Todd
that.
Howard isn't using POI because he played 7 Days to Die. It sounds reductive, like it's not a location anymore, it's just a point on a map. Well, see, it stands for point of interest. I don't know, people have weird hang-ups with language. Like, there was that one guy that like really doesn't like when people use the term community.
Why?
You could sneak in, lower the bridge, and then actually sneak in under the bridge to get over to the other side.
Okay. But I mean, like, this is just like this is just killing people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, it's just I'm hostile with them, but maybe I'm not necessarily killing all of them. No, never mind. This really is just killing people.
You can bypass the bridge entirely if you found like certain gadgets, like the shield gadget that protects you from poison gas as you go across, or the double jump boots, which kind of allow you to jump across the chasm and get across that.
So, but I mean, like, really, that's not crossing the bridge, that's crossing the river. Semantic distinction, I know, but...
That way. There's even a really kind of messed up way, right? Which is players can actually sacrifice one of their companions. Their companion who they just found is part of...
We're no different than the Breeze if we start tossing our own to the rats. I sure as law ain't gonna follow someone who can't see the wrong in it.
I must
Yeah,
admit,
you can
I'm
imagine
surprised
what chat was looking like when that character popped up on screen.
Yeah.
The mods, they were
on
on that shit.
Let me look at the face. Dishonored had all of these options. You know, the face looks fine. So is it literally just he's black? I mean,
yeah,
it's not surprising.
No, it's just DEI woke. And anytime a person of color or a woman was on screen.
Yeah.
I was surprised that they didn't fucking like auto block DEI.
Yeah, true. They probably just didn't think about it.
No. Nobody had access to that part.
Maybe, yeah.
To that part
More
of the
little
channel.
Discord moderators.
Different than the
Wait, was the presenter calling him the N-word? Actually, here's a good question. Why did he censor his name? His name's on screen. So, like, what does it matter that we don't... Like, why is it... It's not a spoil... His name's not a spoiler because it's on screen and it's his name.
reason we start tossing our own to the rats.
I thought chat had already abandoned the direct. No, it was bleeding it over time.
Yeah.
There were still, like, some Silk Song hopers in the chat. Like, guys, they're gonna announce Silk Song in the middle of the Outer Worlds direct.
What the fuck?
I sure as law ain't gonna follow someone who can't see the wrong in it.
I must admit, I'm surprised we could come to an understanding. But I thank you for your loyalty, stranger. As promised, you shall have clearance to cross this bridge.
It's such a fun quest, but again, it really showcases that we want you to...
Okay, I mean, whatever. They picked a random quest and showed us all the options. I mean, like, yeah, it's cool that, like, you guys didn't abandon that, right? You guys did cut out attributes and do a skill crunch and all that, But maybe you're not like fully Skyrim yet. You're more like you're in your Oblivion phase.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Outer Worlds 3. That's where the quests will just be kill
Outer
these
Worlds
bandits
3.
for me, and we'll close the bridge.
Man, you're being very optimistic. No, we already established this is the year that Obsidian gets shut down.
What the fuck? Okay, so someone asked Grok, "Does this guy sell snake oil?" And this was Grok's response. The Outer Worlds 2 marketing leans on satire, like the paper bag character, to match its quirky tone, appealing to fans of the first game. It aims to intrigue with humor, but risks alienating new players by skimping on plot details. The $80 price tag has sparked skepticism, with some calling it overpriced and planning to wait for sales or use Game Pass. While not clearly deceptive, hiding characters' faces fuels doubts about unfinished elements. Reception is mixed. Creative for some, potentially misleading for others. Actually, hang on. Why is Grok typing like a fucking Tucker Carlson bit? Reception is mixed. Creative for some, potentially misleading for others. Time will tell if it delivers, or if it feels like snake oil.
I just like that it's definitively saying that the paper bag is
an element
of the game.
Yeah, Grok doesn't know that's an edit.
See, kids, this is how misinformation gets spread around.
Patrician TV back at it, spreading misinformation. At no point in the trailer does it show a character wearing a paper bag.
Be able to solve whatever way you want to. When you build your character your way, we're there for you. We really want you to have the experience that you want to have out of this.
Oh, okay, that was the bridge sequence. I thought it got a title thing because it was going to be like more substantive.
Oh,
take that Grok tweet and run it through a Tucker Carlson AI voice. Yeah, but then we gotta flag the stream that it's...
From the very beginning of our discussion...
Leonard, don't sit on the table. Is he house trained?
About the Outer Worlds, we really knew we wanted every game to take place in a different colony.
Wait. You assholes were talking about sequels when you were making the first game?
Of course. Listen. Right? Mass Effect. They were talking about sequels.
Yes. No, see, I am the gayest straight person because I'm people think I'm trans. I'm actually like extremely masculine to the point that like I'm so comfortable in my masculinity that like I will do girlish things because it's funny and like not have an issue with that.
Like Zarek.
Yeah, like Zarek. Zarek's another very masculine guy.
It's funny, like people will be like, "Oh wow, that's really weird," and he's just like, "Yeah, my wife got me into this this dress. She bought me this dress." It's like,
yeah. God forbid I ever have a daughter. That'll you'll see some shit if that happens. And no, chat, no. Bad chat.
Expand on all aspects of the universe. Every colony can be its own thing with its own flavor, and
I mean, not really. You see, the plot of the first game is about how there's not enough food, and whether there's other colonies and what's going on with them, that's kind of a big deal.
we can center them around anything we want. Any ideas or setting we're interested in.
Any ideas? Any setting?
Starfield?
Fuck it. Outer Worlds 3, fantasy game.
But listen, if remember, what was that? Blood Dragon. The Far Cry, right? That was a Far Cry game. They can do that. If they can do an 80s retro thing.
Yeah, but that's not canon to like Far Cry. Like, that's not happening in the same universe.
Listen.
I don't get it. Why put in a 20-second pitch of like, and here's how we're gonna franchise this, and it's like, this is not what you sell consumers.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse.
Nobody's happy with the notion of, yeah, we're gonna make 6 more games in this series. How franchisable this series is.
Take a photo on a volcanic world. Didn't I already do that?
Arcadia is an isolated colony with abundant resources, and it's run by an authoritarian faction called the Protectorate. Their dictatorship is thematically based around the question of how much freedom people will give up for security and luxury. For Protectorate subjects...
And this is a critique of capitalism.
Say it. Say the word.
Unfortunately,
I know
that
what you
answers
want
everything.
to.
The Protectorate is also incredibly wealthy because it was founded by the inventor of the skip drives, which are the outer world's faster-than-light engines. But those skip drives are starting to cause rifts in space-time, which are cutting off all the other...
Rifts in space-time. Oh my god.
Well, they were writing this before Starfield came out, okay?
colonies on Earth trade with each other. Which are the skip drives, which are the outer world's faster-than-light engines. But those skip drives are starting to cause rifts in space-time, which are cutting off all the other colonies on Earth from being able to trade with each other.
Okay, listen, I'm not the biggest Outer Worlds head, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't perfectly remember the narrative of the first game, but I'm pretty sure that, like, the skip drives, while fast, were not, like, insanely fast. And so, like, the question
why
of
they
can't trade with other colonies, and that's why, like, they had the food crisis in the first game.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like this is, like, just kind. I mean, like, based, but like skipping over the first game's plotline, which is what you should do. But yeah, this sounds like a stupid plot. Do we really, guys? Would New Vegas have been better if, like, the plot was about how aliens were invading? Right?
Caesar's
New
Legion.
Vegas? No, actual, like, extraterrestrial aliens are, like, invading.
Super mutants. The Nightkin.
But, like, the main thrust is that, like, aliens have taken over the Hoover Dam, and it's a race to see who can oust them first, and they get control of the dam. Like, this is... Can we just have a story about, like, characters in a faction interacting with each other? Like, do we need this element?
Mr. House. I was always a yes man kind of guy.
Order of the Ascendant is an offshoot of the Order of Scientific Inquiry from the original game, and like them are a science-based religion with the same goal of solving the universal equation, which will allow them to predict and alter the future to the benefit of all mankind.
How are they in both games? So there's like a fundamental question with this, which is, when is this relative to the first game?
You know, I don't think they've said it. You would think that they would say this takes place before or after the first game.
Yeah.
That...
Like, let's say, has it been 1,000 years and we're in a different colony, and that's why, like, so I wasn't aware I guess the OSI must have existed like before the colonization. It's weird that they're in both games because I thought the idea was that the OSI was a fake religion. Like it wasn't like it's a state religion designed to trick people into like being complacent with the board in the first game.
We're just gonna have to trust that the writers know what they're doing. Listen, he's really excited that he's finally able to make a sequel to one of his own universes.
Okay.
They used to be part of the Protectorate, but they split off to focus on solving the equation for the good of everyone, not as a way to simply control the masses.
So, there are two different colonies. They're not talking to each other. They're founded by, like, completely different groups, but they also have the same, like, religion, and they both decided to use it as a tool to control the masses.
Alright, listen, we did...
What?
You already figured it out.
No, stop. Why isn't this just 200 years after the first game?
You already... Well, see, here's the thing. It is.
And everybody turned British.
And we're all just on... Like, it's the same... it's the same place.
And everybody's using different names for the planets now.
Yeah. You figured it out. I'm sorry you spoiled it for yourself already. The big reveal. The big twist.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
At least Kojima rewrote the script for DS2 after COVID, but these guys have no integrity. I don't buy this as an issue that, like, Outer Worlds was written pre-COVID or something like that.
Nah.
Why? The player's been sent to Arcadia as an Earth
what?
directorate.
Because the trust the science thing? Trying to avoid that?
Honestly, not that angle, just the, like, science meme in general.
Oh, okay.
How the skip drives are causing the rifts and what
We need
can
to
be
show
done to stop
solidarity
them.
with the scientific community.
Yeah.
We can't be painting them as evil.
Each of the factions have their own solutions to the rift problem. I can't wait to meet the faction of savages that uses naturalism to defeat the rifts. Hang on, this is sounding like another one of those plots where everybody's racing to turn on the water purifier. And I don't know. At this point, I would not explain this. If I looked back and saw this was how I would explain it, I'd be like, we got to put something else in here. You can just not explain the plot and people would be fine with that. Right?
Oh, what? In the direct?
Yeah.
Well, no, like what I was just saying, I'm not even really joking. What they're probably trying to do is set up something. Like, set up player expectations to then be subverted with some crazy twist that everybody's going to be talking about afterwards. That's the energy that I'm getting from this.
All 10,000 people on Steam to buy this game?
Yeah.
Problem, and the Protectorate wants to close them to protect their legacy as the inventor of the drives.
And probably because they're fucking rifts in space-time? I don't think those are good for you. I don't think rifts in space-time are a good thing.
Bad for the bottom line, listen.
No, listen, we want to protect our image.
And their wealth. The Order wants...
But how do the rifts in space-time impact their wealth? I mean, like, they're a fucking, like, fascist dictatorship that's telling everybody what to do. Like, I don't think car sales at this point are factoring in. Oh, God. Hang on, is this just another fucking Elon Musk stand-in? Because it's like, we've got another story about the guy, a guy who's into, like, space exploration and, like, vehicles and making money off the backs of vehicles, and like now he's invested in government, and like this aged poorly considering the breakup.
Oh no.
I mean, am I far off?
I hope you are.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be like a generic... I don't know, though. It kind of depends. I feel like there's going to be a lot of Muskisms.
You know...
Is it really good to explain all this in the promotional material? No. I don't know why they're doing this.
I told you they're setting up player expectations to be subverted.
Please, why? Why can't the writing be Peril on Gorgon? Well, after Obsidian dies, there's going to be like a lot of videos that are going to be asking that question. Is this the Fallout TV show we want to nuke the planet to win capitalism?
Wants to close them not only for the good of everyone, but also because they're complicating the math they're using to solve the universal equation.
Oh no. So, this is like they listened to the critique I had that, like, they pretend that the central conflict of The Outer Worlds 1 is a mystery for half the game. And so now they're, like, putting it in the marketing, like, up front, like, here's both factions, they suck. This is really marketing this game to me. Yeah, I really want to work with these factions that suck.
Well, tough shit.
The universal equation... Okay, guys. The universal equations in the first game, it was literally like, again, it was a meme to make up like a fake religion that people could believe in so that the board could control them.
And Antes just wants to be able to open and close them at will to control all the trade routes between the colonies.
So there is trade. So you guys are like... So, like, also in this setting, they're fucked. Like, they're all starving, right? They all have, like, space scurvy. I mean, like, that's what I assume the implication is. Splitgate Sisters, how we doing? Yeah, did you download Splitgate, the Halo killer?
No.
What the fuck, man?
What is this? Halo killer?
So, this guy went on stage wearing a hat that says, "Make FPS great again."
Oh god.
And he was there to announce Splitgate 2, and he was like, this is going to be the game to kill like Call of Duty and Halo. Like we're announcing our new mode that's really going to like blast things off. And then they announced the Battle Royale.
Oh god.
And then like there's a new cosmetic shop with like $70 cosmetics.
Oh god. Okay. There are layers to this, what I just heard. So,
Chad, did I miss anything?
Okay, so you got the obvious Trump thing that you really don't want to be referencing. Then we're trying to kill two franchises that are, I mean, one is officially fucking dead, and the other one is very fucking close to being dead. You know they're releasing another Black Ops game?
That's not surprising. There's been 6.
No. The next one is Black Ops again.
Oh. Listen, Listen. Modern Warfare wasn't doing hot.
Remember when they... I forget what game it was. They already did this, where it was going to be... It was just going to be like an expansion or something like that, and they're like, no, you got to turn it into an actual game, into a full game now. Yeah. They did it again. Call of Duty is fucking cooked. It's crazy.
No, it'll come back. It's kind of a normie game.
They're gonna have to really turn this shit around if they keep doing this.
Yeah. So yeah, that was going on.
So this game is out now?
Yeah, the Splitgate 2. Their new Battle Royale mode.
Is it on Steam?
Split.
My next question
is
it's what's its Steam rating recent Steam rating?
63%.
That's, you know what? That's better than what I expected. I expected like 20%.
Well, you know what it is Splitgate 2 is not a battle royale game.
Okay.
It's like all I know about it is that it's got like portals or something, hence the Splitgate name.
Yeah.
They added a battle royale mode to it.
Okay.
But like,
and $70 microtransactions.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, it's free to play, so really it's a free microtransaction. It's like a free skin.
You know, talking about this makes me want to play some Trepang too. It just, you know.
Have you played it before?
Yeah, no, I just beat it the other day. I've been playing through it and stuff. It's just a really good single player FPS.
Mm-hmm.
Reminiscent of Fear 1, you know, the good one.
Yeah.
Just a fun. It's just a good game. Banger soundtrack, made by 4 people.
It's the game Shroud promoted. Well, yeah. What struck me about the Splitgate 2 thing is that it seemed like it was made to be like a really exciting announcement for like guys who like kind of like undercover right-wing guys on Twitch who like stream battle royale games all day.
Mm-hmm.
Like not Dr. Disrespect anymore, but like Dr. Disrespect like at its peak.
Yeah. We're like adjacent, like people who aren't watching Dr. Disrespect anymore are watching these guys instead.
Yeah. Speaking of Dr. Disrespect.
What did you send me?
It's a video, so if you play it, people are going to hear it.
Okay, I'll watch it later.
In addition...
Hey guys, it's Moon Man.
Mm-hmm.
Moon Man, can't you see? Do you know... Okay, I really love that you don't seem to know, like, a whole lot of internet stuff. Do you know who Moon Man is?
No.
Okay. I'll send you a picture of Moon Man. He also goes by the rap name Mac Tonight. I gotta find a good image though, because there's a few not good images, and I don't want to soil your first impressions of his early career. So Mac Tonight was a rapper for the McDonald's brand, or like just a general musician.
Okay. Hold on one sec. Pull this up. Oop, what the fuck? It's not what I wanted.
Yeah, back in the like...
oh, this guy, yeah.
Yeah, back in the 80s, they would run restaurant commercials where he was playing music. Unfortunately, he really got... he wasn't paying his taxes, and he got sent to jail, and to like stay safe, he joined the Aryan Brotherhood.
Wait.
And really got into like white nationalism. And so like now he's like a big KKK activist and...
Okay.
What? You said wait, so... Stop taking the innocent private sessions.
I really don't want to be doing this mission. This is really fucking annoying. I'm just going to abandon this one.
Expanding the theme.
But anyways, it's funny that they that their mascot is Moon Man, because there's some unsavory aspects to the character.
Wait. You weren't bullshitting?
No, this is... So, okay, what happened is the internet in like 2010 or something confiscated the old Moon Man character because he looks like he's wearing a fucking Klan hood, okay? like look at his head, tell me what's going on there. So they made up this persona for him that's like an AI rapper, like a text-to-speech rapper. and he raps about like going to the ghetto and killing black people.
Oh no.
Yeah, so there's an infamous overhaul for Doom called Moonman mod. I think G-Man actually reviewed it. This was one of like, it was controversial, which I think is stupid. Like, I think it's funny that G-Man Lives reviewed Moonman mod.
See, I thought maybe it was like the guy who voiced him in the commercials ended up having the drama, but no, it's even weirder than that.
Yeah. So it's like every time I see this guy, I'm reminded of like the OG Moonman. And I'm expecting that like little lip flap to start dropping down and like some really racist singing to come out.
And lore of the Outer Worlds, we're also expanding the humor, so each faction has its own flavor of absurdity.
Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to expanding the themes and lore of the Outer Worlds, we're also expanding the humor.
No. No.
Yeah. They're doubling down. Why?
This game will be fucking unplayable. It'll be that fucking, like, that High on Life game.
Dude, like I was saying, they removed the attributes and stuff so that chuds like you would not be playing.
Oh yeah, no, expanding his humor. Yeah, Moonman's gonna get into like alt-right racist like meme crafting. At this point, like, might as well. Twitter should just like confiscate this character too. Like, especially since like text-to-speech voices have come so far that like, you probably could do like a Moonman V2, and it's this fucking guy.
Oh my god, imagine that. They would have to delay the game and remove like all references to him.
Yeah. Okay, so here's our plan to stop them from making Outer Worlds 2.
Grok!
Grok, generate AI Tucker Carlson rapping, singing about how like we're gonna kick all of the Mexicans out of Los Angeles, and then like lip sync it to the Moonman guy from the Outer Worlds Direct.
Good lord.
No, you wouldn't be banned from Twitter for doing it either. Like,
no.
So like, you might as well. It would be funny if like I get a court summons and they're like, so we're blaming you because we lost a ton of money because you told people to confiscate our mascot. I was like, Your Honor, their mascot was cringe.
All right, I agree. This case is dismissed. The judge just like stops the prosecutor and he's just like, I played the Outer Worlds too.
You're not gonna bullshit me.
Yeah, I played the Outer Worlds too, and unfortunately, I was outside the refund window. So
do you see like he's in the middle of like hitting a really hard salute right now? Let's get some good Moonman footage.
Wants to be able to open and close the world to control all the trade routes between the colonies.
Yeah, like he's popping up. You just edit in like a black person sitting at this desk, or like, well, since we're gonna theme him around like deporting Mexicans, so it's like a Mexican guy is sitting at this desk and Moonman pops up and it's like, hey, are you legal? Are you allowed to work here? It's got to be it doesn't have to be the Tucker Carlson voice. But
what the fuck? I can just like walk through this table.
This is okay. You edit in, you put graphs on these monitors of like race crime statistics.
In addition to
yeah, he's like just pointing all over the screen at like
expanding the themes and lore of the Outer Worlds, We're also expanding the
I don't even need to explain what he's doing in this scene.
humor, so each faction has its own flavor of absurdity. Andy's Choice is a merger between Anti-Cleo and Spacer's Choice from the original game, and there are corporate representatives in the Outer Worlds too.
So
they've invaded Arcadia to liberate the resources for all of humanity, at a profit, of course.
How does that work though? Like, they only have, I'm pretty sure, like at the end of the Outer Worlds, like they have one half functioning gunship. Like that's their entire navy. What do you mean they invaded?
They channeled their inner elusive man.
I'm sorry, but you cannot convince me that after the events of the Outer Worlds that you wrote, that those guys got their shit together and invaded another system.
Listen, the system they invaded was even more pathetic and hard on their luck than they were.
That's impressive. Explaining the humor so everyone has their own flavor of absurdity. Yikes. No, this whole section is yikes.
Yeah. This is
not good.
Yeah.
This is all bad signs. You guys invested in the wrong game.
One of my favorite things from Fallout New Vegas.
Okay, we got our second Fallout New Vegas.
Drink.
1554.
Okay, so it wants me to do scan minerals. Oh, right. I'm just supposed to go around scanning rocks. I'm sorry. I was getting distracted from the Moon Man lore and the prospects of Moon Man Part 2.
Mm-hmm.
Ecosystem. It was just iconic for me, and I wanted to make sure that the Outer Worlds 2 had that.
Wait, what was that?
The radio.
Oh, right. Yeah, the radio.
Like Radio New Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, kudos, I guess. That is an improvement.
Mm-hmm.
You're still down points this game. Like, this is not a winning game for you, but...
So we actually built out 3 different radio stations, one for each of the major factions. You also have a ton of music. Each station might have, like, I think 20 tracks of unique music that we've made for it.
So, what, like, an hour each? Is that it?
It's a lot of stuff. The really cool part about
they're a team of... They're a super small indie dev studio. They only have 3 weeks to work on this.
No, I fully agree. Like, the reason Outer Worlds 2 pisses me off for 2 reasons. The first thing is that they should not have made an Outer Worlds 2 after the first game.
Yeah.
But the second thing is that Avowed died for this. So it better be fucking amazing. Okay? They need to knock it out of the park. They need to take what worked about the Outer Worlds, which, spoilers, they haven't, and fix what didn't work, which, spoilers, they also haven't. So it's like, they kept the part that didn't work and got rid of the part that did. The writing was the problem. The, like, character progression was fine. The gameplay was fine. You could make that stuff better, but, like, instead, they kept the writing and gutted the gameplay.
It's the Bethesda thing all over again. There's no possible way the players didn't like this thing. So we're going to blame the parts of the game that they actually did like and fuck that up instead.
They're just stealing the radio stations from Bethesda Fallout along the lines of along with their style of music. See, okay, here's an opportunity. Soft reboot this franchise. Get rid of this stupid fucking, like, British guy motif of what they're going for. 1970s Wall Street. Okay, that's what you do. You do 1970s Wall Street. You do 70s themed like music. You got like a rock station. You got like a yuppie station.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you go for. That's how you stand out from Fallout. The problem is that like they wrote themselves into the situation where when they incorporate music, it's got to be era appropriate. So it's just like old shit again. And I mean, like 70s stuff is old, but like that's the angle that you take.
This entire thing is that we actually put a lot of reactivity into the radio. So it will respond to the things that are going on around the world that you've been interacting with. So if you go into a location...
Remember Fallout New Vegas?
Yeah, but even Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Let's say you solve a problem for the Protectorate folks. If you listen to the Protectorate radio station, they're going to be cheering you on as a hero.
Wonderful news, everyone. The Zeranium gas leaks at the Automech repair facility strongly
Hey, good one, 101.
Good one, 101.
I heard that bomb's been finally deep sixed for good.
No, so that's not the first time I've made that proposal. I've said before, I honestly think Fallout needs a soft reboot to do something like that too.
Yeah.
Because I think the 50s motifs are played out. I think that like if they took that core concept and just updated what era they were being nostalgic about, I think that they could breathe new life into like the franchise, because it's literally just like, oh god, what fucking like 50s music did you license this time? Like,
Yeah.
You know, like, could you afford Elvis this time? No.
Nope.
Okay, like.
Have been did.
Some hotshot for hire just managed to fix the electrum leak.
Wolf of Wall Street in space with guns would be sick.
God.
Yeah, like
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, like that's why like this is so fucking lame.
And just like like part of the core progression is, or like part of the core combat is just heavy drug use.
Yeah, no, like you gotta have coke in the game.
Yeah. God, I wish like game developers or AAA game developers had balls and creativity.
Do you like Mr. New Vegas or Three Dog more? Three Dog is a better system. Mr. New Vegas is a better personality. Because Three Dog is just like a really lame like attempt at like shock jock, like East Coast radio.
Yeah.
And Mr. New Vegas like exudes natural charisma because like he does that in real life. Industrial musicals would be perfect for Outer Worlds, actually, just Broadway musicals about corporations. Yeah, the only problem is you're going to have a hard time selling that to like the normie non-musical theater people.
Their repair facility. Now, I'm not saying we caused it in the first place, but we sure like the idea of all those broken auto mechanicals and all the excessive gasping and choking involved.
Oh, that was a flavor of the humor.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get into the mindset of how you enjoy that type of joke. I assume it's like
Rick and Morty?
No, I assume it's some type of like you gotta be on some type of SSRI.
As somebody who is on an SSRI.
Okay, so it's
some
gotta be like
bad news for you.
Okay, so it's not funny for you either.
Actions and companions are great examples of how we're going deeper and more complex this time around.
This is not a look that inspires that statement. Do you think he believes that?
They're integrated into the game's storyline much more than we did on the first Outer Worlds.
Yeah, it's...
What does that mean?
And like with everything else in the game, they have a lot more reactivity.
Okay, that's the first statement that actually means something. That they have more reactivity. Because it's like, what do you mean the factions and characters are incorporated more? How do you get more incorporated than, like, fully incorporated?
There are 6 companions.
You are the faction.
Outer Worlds 2. As usual, each has their own quest lines, but this time they are also connected.
Quests or quest
wait,
lines?
I gotta go underground. That's what's...
to do a different faction and have character arcs that the player can affect through their choices. Your first companion is Niles. He's another Earth Directorate agent like you, and he's looking for your help to decide whether he wants to become an even better agent.
Don't say it, don't think it. Don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it. Coming this fall, the N-word.
Or the Earth Directorate completely. There's also a somewhat cute automech support drone that is basically Niles' helper. Her name is Val. Marisol's part
You're
of the
really,
Order
really setting this character up for failure.
and she's an aging but still deadly assassin. That's right, she's a deadly mathematician who may or may not have some unfinished business to attend to with the player's help.
I mean, I would assume that's true of every companion, too.
No, she's the only one who has a companion quest.
Also a cultist named Azza, who is part of a sub-faction that worships the rifts. And in her case, violence in general. You can choose to either turn her away from overt violence or support her chaotic and dangerous tendencies.
Guys, why are we having the woman in the burqa being the terrorist organization? Well, I guess I don't have to ask what their views on the Israel-Palestine conflict are. Jesus.
Moon Man, can't you see?
Oh, boy.
At one time, Auntie's Choice had a program to graft soldiers with animal parts to make them more formidable.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Unfortunately, it didn't quite work, and most of them are now dead. There's a combat medic who survived, however, named Inez, and she wants the player to help her fix her graft, among other things. Finally, there's Tristan. He's a protected arbiter who is judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one heavily armored package. It is your choice to either help him judge wrongdoers or show him what true justice looks like.
We definitely...
Why is he wearing his helmet all the time?
That's
Can I
just
take
how
the helmet off?
hardcore he is. We'll see.
Oh, he has his helmet off here.
He has his helmet off here. You want to know what I'm betting?
What?
He's not white. So again, let's go through the roster. You know, I'm not too big on the anti-woke stuff, but you got ambiguously brown guy.
Well, the thing is this is going to be the discourse. It already is the discourse.
It already is the discourse.
Yeah, so it's.
Yeah, I'm sure I could already browse Twitter and find the discourse. If anybody even cares to talk about this. But we got ambiguously brown woman, like, she's the whitest character here, and she's under that lighting, so I can't even tell. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if. And then another ambiguously brown woman, and then a guy who they went out of their way to not show his face.
They're all rolled into one heavily.
No, that's the bit. You will never see his face.
Among other things.
No, I bet there will be a scene where it gets revealed. But like, you could say, "Oh, but that's a white guy hairstyle." But Felix, it's Italian then. Yeah, he's the Italian companion. As we say, there's no white characters. Are you sure that's a guy though?
There's Tristan.
I mean, are we sure that Tristan's a guy?
He's a
Are we sure that he's a he?
protected arbiter who is judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one heavily armored package.
I don't know, guys. I can't tell. Don't judge a guy by his package. He's a robot? That would be, I mean, why does he have hair then, though?
It's a wig.
It's to fool people who are watching him do push-ups from the top down. Why is he doing push-ups if he's a robot?
Why is 3CPO looking for skin? Dude, I was fucking... I watched that a long time ago, and I was watching again last night. I was fucking crying. Like, seriously, if... I wish Star Wars was just that.
Was that? Yeah. That's what Star Wars is like if you become ironic enough.
I'm gonna have to get super jaded and cynical then.
Yeah.
Gotta level up my game here.
So I mean, like, I don't know, chat. I don't know. How's Twitter handling it?
No boy. We gotta start scanning like literally everything. I'm missing like a rock.
Obsidian is Xbox Insomniac, but probably better.
I
didn't know Insomniac was that bad.
Okay. 4 minerals. Out of how many? Hello? Game?
It is your choice to either help him judge wrongdoers or show him what true justice looks like.
We definitely have reactivity in the game based on how you've been treating your companions. I won't reveal the end of the game, but let's say if you have not been treating them well, you will find out at the end of the game what that means.
I'm sure that will be very impactful.
Companions are a...
Oh, hang on. 2 times speed.
very important part.
I'm kind of happy when this guy shows up
We're talking
because
merch, baby.
you
It
can
is
just
the
kind
lifeblood.
of
It is
like
what fuels us.
fast
You want to see some
forward
ideas?
through it.
Check this out. Gen Alpha loves body pillows, especially ones that look like human beings for some reason, right? Who needs a significant other?
Is driven by...
Did you just skip it?
Yeah, I skipped ahead.
That's not fair. I had to sit through that at 1x speed. God damn it. Fucking pay-to-win bullshit here.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I realized that don't watch it live. Watch it after the fact.
The visuals of the first Outer Worlds depicted a frontier colony in space.
Why is it so crunchy?
The Outer Worlds 2 is
Are they,
driven by an
are they
invasion
doing
of
that
the Ark-
thing that Bethesda was doing where they made the older games look even worse?
Possibly, yeah.
To make Starfield look better. Show avowed. I fucking dare you, cowards. Oh, wait. That's unidentified.
Arcadia colony system by Auntie's Choice, which shifts the visuals to be more reminiscent of a World War I-like setting.
Oh, this was the game that was talking about World War I. Yeah. Yeah, so. I hope you brushed up on your World War I history.
Okay. Is Hitler going to be in this one?
In space. That evolution is seen across all aspects of the game, starting with the factions. How do you militarize everything, including extreme capitalists or math-crazed scientists?
Chat, he said the word. They're not just capitalists, they're extreme capitalists.
In a World War I...
Hang on. I thought capitalists were already militarized.
Setting, war comes with propaganda. The sovereign uses it. How do you militarize everything, including extreme capitalists?
I thought capitalism was inherently a philosophy that was about spreading militarization and imperialism to innocent people.
So they're not up to the latest in the anti-capitalist discourse.
They're
not.
This was filmed a while ago. They're not allies.
Or math-crazed scientist. In a World War I setting, war comes with propaganda.
Am I being had? Is this game propaganda?
Oh, okay, but only in World War I. World War I was the only war to have propaganda, as we all know.
Well, it's just the most extreme example of it. Which isn't even correct either, because...
Yeah.
The Sovereign uses it to maintain control. Auntie's Choice uses it to help their bottom line. The Order just wants to show how it exists within the grand plan. We want players to feel like Arcadia is a living, breathing place scarred by a long-standing war. Fairfield, one of the first towns you encounter, was once under...
Oh no, this is the Emerald Vale. They start you in the fucking Auntie's town? Like...
Go on.
I guess, okay, hang on. It makes sense. You're working for the directorate or whatever, and so, like, I guess you're investigating the corporate town first.
Protectorate control, but has recently been taken over by Auntie's Choice. They don't just occupy the town, they rebrand it with their signature style, repainting buildings, posting guards, and adding propaganda-based holograms featuring Auntie and the Moon Man.
And the Moon Man. I mean, they're posting guards. Yeah, I thought this was a war? Isn't this a war? I thought that there was, like, militarization, so they have guards. We don't call those guards. We call those soldiers.
Call that a garrison? No. Call them... Say the dirty C word.
Yeah, they should have called it New Emerald Vale. Like, as a reference to the old one.
You ain't
Towns
no
evolving
cop.
after the invasion helps us push immersion for our player.
Oh no, he said it. He said the word. Chat.
Listen, Pat. You only banned immersion like a week ago. You can't.
They didn't have time.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, you cannot be immersed in games. I said that empirically.
One of our priorities in visually realizing the world of The Outer Worlds 2 was making sure everything is clear and recognizable from the player standpoint. We want to make sure each faction has a particular look and design. So when the player is running across these vast, different environments and landscapes, they're recognizing the motifs and visuals of who they're talking to, what they're going to be talking about, and how that progresses throughout the story. The first Outer Worlds
I really like being able to judge how a quest is going to play out just based on what the other person is wearing. That's really
oh, yep, Raider gear.
Yeah.
I know how this is going.
Yeah.
Real Fallout 4 coded.
Really channeling that Bethesda energy. Jesus Christ, they really are becoming fucking Bethesda, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, Bethesda, like, they resisted it for a while, but, like, they were literally on the same course.
Yeah.
Like, just delayed by a few years.
Really about player interfacing with corporations. And while we have that in The Outer Worlds 2, we really want to express not just the corporations, but how the player interacts with other facets of the world, like government entities or religious structures.
As we all know, there was no quests about the government in Outer Worlds 1. What do you what's the board? Ignore that. They were a corporation. Don't think about it.
They have telemetry to prove that 9 out of 10 players never got past the Emerald Vale.
We can retcon this because nobody will remember except nitpicking anti-Fallout YouTubers.
I love the idea that only their worst critics are gonna remember their last game.
I mean, it is true. Like, statistically.
Jesus Christ. They really shouldn't have made this game.
If they were going... Okay.
I think
Tier 1 is they shouldn't have made this. Tier 2 is if they were going to make this, it needed a fundamental reboot.
Yeah.
It's fine to keep some of the elements of the original Outer Worlds 1, but, like, just reboot a few things, you know?
And we elaborate on those.
With larger environments, we wanted to encourage exploration by improving player mobility across the board. Now you can run, slide, double jump.
What is that? What is that? What is that?
Violation.
Is that cheese? Is that American cheese draped in my environment?
With larger environments, we wanted to encourage exploration.
Somebody
by
didn't get the
improving player
memo.
Mobility across the board.
Listen. It was just painted yellow. It's not. It's just naturally guiding the player's eyes. It's not necessarily, you know. My question is, where's the grappling hook?
We couldn't really get that to work right. There's no. Okay, here's the real reason. There's no pre-baked plugin for Unreal Engine for a grappling hook.
Listen, at least we have a double jump now.
Now you can run, slide, double jump, mantle, and parkour your way through all of the nooks and crannies of these worlds. It really
finally, because what Outer Worlds 1 was missing to be a great game was mantling.
Allows the player to just explore and have fun finding really cool stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
Hang on.
Is there going to be a reason for me to go out and find this really cool stuff?
So you notice, so we're landing on top of a yellow tarp. Now you see we've got these yellow pathways and an arrow.
Uh-huh.
Double jump,
another tarp.
No, this game is being made, Jesus Christ. Again, they're turning into Bethesda where they are just like creating a game for this lowest common denominator audience that they think exists.
Yes. And it's like, sorry guys, I actually make this comment. Bethesda thought that like they could just keep cycling out their player base for like new audience members.
Yeah.
They didn't seem to account for like the industry starting to stagnate and not gaining new players.
There will always be a newer, dumber group of people that we can exploit.
What's funny is Bethesda never took the yellow spray paint pill.
Yeah. Well, what would they really use it for? The boost pack? Like, what mobility options do they even really have?
It's not just for mobility options. It's literally like in case players get lost.
People get lost in Skyrim?
They might in like Fallout 76 or Starfield. Yellow spray paint's like a modern thing.
Yeah.
I could buy that. Like, if it was going to be in any game, it would have been in Starfield.
People can get lost in Starfield? Well, we have
nooks and
crannies. We have clairvoyance, remember?
Yeah, but like, again, that's like a better solution than yellow spray paint.
Yeah, well, I think that is why they didn't do anything else like that.
Worlds.
It's just we have clairvoyance.
So here's another yellow tarp. Well,
we believe in clairvoyance so much that we're actually removing in-game maps.
What's funny about this fucking tarp is that, like, if you tried to jump and climb on it, you would fall off the platform because you would be grabbing onto the tarp, not the platform.
It really allows the player to just explore and have fun finding really cool stuff.
Okay, oh, that was your section?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, a bunch of it was about, like, propaganda? Okay, well, I'm all for short sections, so...
We've aimed to make everything in the Outer Worlds 2 better from top to bottom.
I would hope so.
The RPG elements were the start, but that's touched our story, our art, and especially our gameplay. A good sequel is true...
Guys, show the Avowed art.
...to the original.
Where's the Avowed poster?
First and foremost, right? Like, we all want to...
Oh, hey, look, it's Unreal Engine.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Unreal Engine.
Add in a bunch of things as you're making a sequel, right? We want to make it bigger and better in every way. That's what we were trying to do here. And I thought we did not need this consultant. We've made enough.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. So this was the point where I started to think, wait, are they becoming self-aware? Like, is the whole consultant bit that they've been doing this entire time, like, they're gonna pull it out? They're gonna, like, shoot him in the meeting?
Yeah.
and be like, yeah, we're not doing that stupid fucking irony thing that people really hated in the previous game.
The problem is that
They've already demonstrated it.
Well, the punchline would have been like 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Sequels, understand how to do this, and I will say, I don't think it's been entirely successful.
Whoa.
Yeah, see? Like...
Okay, hold on. That's going in the video.
Thank you for the soundbite.
I am very proud of the combat improvements.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Yeah. Where's my cobalt?
Jesus, this is a long bit. Each of these skips is 10 seconds. Holy fuck. That was like 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I know I've kind of changed the world of video games today.
For the
yeah, don't worry. And you did not miss anything at all. Yeah, so they didn't shoot him in that boardroom meeting. And I was very, very disappointed.
We wanted to improve gunplay in every way. We focused on improving the feel of each weapon, the way a weapon snaps into ADS, the way recoil feels when firing, and how impactful our sound effects really sell the weapon's fantasy.
Oh, that one's not selling it for me.
To things like how unique reload animation can add a lot of character to each weapon. We've increased the variety of weapons by including new weapon types, but also through a host of fun and unique weaponry. We have things...
Get your editor working on those skyboxes. It shouldn't be changing every scene.
And can add a lot of character to each weapon.
Do some masking. So like mask this so that it's like a consistent layer on the top.
A variety of weapons by including new weapon types, but also through a host of...
Or get an engine guy to like figure out how to just freeze the clouds for the duration of you recording this.
Fun and unique weaponry. We have things like the Borst Blaster that fires out tumors that can
It would be interesting to know what they do if you could actually hit them.
like grenades. Or can even be eaten by the player for additional health.
1 second. All right.
Called Rookie's Reward that will actually level up the more you use it throughout the game. And every time it levels up, it's got fun fanfare where it's like shooting out confetti and it's got a fun little setup. We have a really fun weapon called the pop-up gun. It fires out ad drones that will distract your enemies with corporate ads, slogans, and jingles. While your enemies are distracted, you can focus fire on them or explode these drones for additional damage.
Yeah, but there's one gun skill in the game. You see,
we did that so that you could use these guns because we knew people would really want to use these.
Well, I was going to go the angle like we were having a hard time with categorizing all of these unique weapons, and so we, you know, yeah, your theory's good too.
New to the Outer Worlds 2 are throwables. So you can use frag grenades to flush out enemies, smoke grenades to camouflage and...
Are you fucking kidding me? Are we advertising that the game now has grenades?
Yes. Do I need to boot up Trepang?
Escape. Distraction devices to bait enemies into a stealth attack.
Wow, distraction devices? We're advertising this in 2025. I mean, this does look like a game from 2012. So.
No.
I guess fair is fair.
Did New Vegas have these? Remember, that's our benchmark, is New Vegas.
I mean, it has frags. I think it has smokes. New Vegas grenades are weird.
They have mines. EMP grenades.
And even science grenades that will levitate enemies, allowing you to fire upon them while they float helplessly.
We really liked the magic system of Starfield, but we didn't want to add... I mean, well, the player does have magic, it's just that they... like, it's just time dilation.
And of course, science weapons are back. We have returning favorites, like the Shrink Ray. This time it's been upgraded, so you can shrink your enemy down to the size of a sprat and run over them, exploding them into bits.
The Shrink Ray, that was probably my favorite one from the first game, so we brought it into the second game, but we improved it though. So instead of shrinking your enemies for a short period of time and having them re-expand, this time they stay shrunk, and we actually added in the ability to step on them and kind of squish them and kick them, because we knew that was the player fantasy. We knew that's what everybody wanted to do. They wanted to step on the enemies, they wanted to kick them, so we made sure to double down on that stuff.
Stop
help me
talking about my kink, okay?
Step on me.
Brought it into the second
no,
game.
I want to draw attention to
so
something.
instead of shrinking your enemies for...
Because, like, I'm thinking, like, the problem with this gun is that, like, it's just, like, gonna kill everything. Like, really easily. Like, that's why it's not super powerful in the first game.
For a short period of time.
But then, like, I'm watching him use
this
it.
time, they stay shrunk.
So, like, I'm watching him use it on this guy. He shoots him with the Shrink Ray. He charges it up, shoots him with the Shrink Ray.
Step on them.
Doesn't shrink.
Huh.
So...
Okay.
And kind of squish them and kick them, because we knew that was the player fantasy. We knew that's what everybody wanted to do. They
so
wanted
it
to
just
step on
has
the
a
enemies, they wanted to kick them.
percentage chance.
So we made sure to double down on that stuff.
I think it has to do with, like, if it's a killing blow, but then it's like...
Oh.
I don't know, why would you use it?
Because it's funny.
In addition to things like our returning favorites, we also have some
You know,
really
Pat, you
fun
don't
and
have to use it.
Right, yeah, you should just use it because you're already invested in the game. Thank you.
new science weapons. One of them's called the Armageddon. This one's really cool because it actually shoots out these masses that are like these little arms that will stick to people or cover all kinds of different things.
Just a little thing, but you don't have to keep saying every single gun is really cool.
Right, yeah. But they needed to get this to 30 minutes. Because you can see they kind of struggled with that. The real question is, why did this get a direct?
Because they had literally nothing else. You didn't watch the fucking the thing.
The main show?
Yeah.
They had nothing else that they could have given a direct to?
God, no. Do you want it? What were they gonna give it to? The fucking the Gears of War remaster?
Why not?
Fallout 76's fishing update.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe that'll get some people interested in playing Fallout 76 again.
Hey, imagine if there was Starfield.
No.
Missed opportunity.
Continue to just hit them until they get...
I mean, like, some of these guns are cool, sure, but whatever. Like, you already showed me that, like, the RPG part of this game kind of sucks. So is it, like...
Yeah.
Is it a choice-driven, like, action first-person shooter, then? Like, less of an RPG, more of a... Oh, but see, that the dialogue people are going to show up, and they're going to be like, well, it has dialogue and choices. That makes it a role-playing game.
And we have another one that's just super cool called the Spectrum Dance Saber.
Guys, don't take a shot every time they describe a gun as cool.
I figured
you
it
will
out.
Die.
This is no. This game is Doki Doki Literature Club meets Bulletstorm. You'll miss that reference, but it's gonna piss off the chat.
I know Doki Doki Literature Club. I mean, I know of Bulletstorm.
Really?
I've never played it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've
okay.
played Doki Doki.
I was like, that's the part I thought you wouldn't get.
No. I played that.
No, there was. I think it was like, this game is gonna be Doki Doki Literature Club meets Silent Hill.
Is this just like a meme?
Yeah, no, I think that was pitched at like one of the shows. So I was like, I'm thinking like, you just say that like RPG meets first person shooter, so it's like this looks like DDLC meets Bulletstorm.
This is a melee weapon that actually lets you attack to a musical beat. And if you continue to do that, you'll actually get additional bonuses each hit you do.
Hey, remember what was that game? Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah.
No. What are you talking about?
There was a rhythm game.
There was a rhythm game called Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Is called the Big Bang. It's just a big freaking gun that uses material harvested from rifts to shoot out a giant ball of energy, vaporizing everything in its path. Now, ammo's extremely rare for this weapon, but you can use it in just the right situation to devastating effect.
This one, it looks novel.
This is new.
Welcome to Fulgora.
Another great one is Gary. If you wear Gary, he will lash out at your opponents as you're walking through combat. So we even have science armors, and we've really kind of shown off.
I mean, like, okay, all of this is novel. Avowed's the same way, though. The best part of the game is, like, the weapon progression and, like, the weapons. And, like, so that's not surprising. It's kind of funny. But, role-playing, setting. What the hell is a space rift? It's like, tied to the space drives.
What we thought was really great for the player from a science perspective.
We're all about letting people play the game their way. There are some players who prefer to be immersed in a first-person view, taking in all of the details. But there are others who really prefer to take the world in from a third-person perspective. Why not allow both?
Because you have to balance two different, like, first-person, third-person mechanics.
Because Unreal Engine 4 didn't come with third-person and first-person packages baked in, but UE5 does, so that's why you're going to enable it now.
Well,
excuse
now you
me.
can swap between the two,
I was just trying to get to my fucking ship.
In whatever way you like.
I like in 2025, the inclusion of third person is now like third person has basically become an like accessibility feature.
Yeah.
It's literally in Tainted Grail as an accessibility feature.
I'm getting bullied right now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Now this is gameplay, all right?
The wonder of you.
One of the things I really like about having the third-person
the
mode
storm
is
cleared,
being
but the
able to see all...
tornadoes remain. What is this planet? Jesus.
Hey, listen, this is dynamic gameplay.
No, this is good. This is like I actually approve of this.
The fun and unique armors and armor combinations and weapons that you can equip your player with.
As it uses a generic machine gun with the starter armor.
All of the actions that you could do in first person, so you're double jumping around, you get to see your character in that way.
Yep, it looks like generic UE5 fucking third person slop.
I told you, like and the reason is because it comes baked in, so they're just like all right, yeah, we'll just activate it and that'll be it.
And you get to take in the world and see things in a different light.
A different light, which is that my character is in the middle of the screen. So, it's really not that different. Our third person cells really like this.
Hold on. I got you. There we go.
What?
Are you seeing the stream right now?
I see you landing. Oh, okay, I see. You finally caught up to where we're at. Yeah, I know you can go in third person in No Man's Sky, which is why it's kind of funny. Actually, it looks a little better. I can't believe they're talking about third person camera like it's something new. Dude, they were advertising grenades earlier. Like, they've got nothing. Yeah. This ship should have been 20 minutes. Like, nobody said you had to make a 30-minute direct. I mean, Microsoft might have, but like, But yeah, this should have been a 20-minute in and out. Don't you hate filler?
This is my mood right now.
Did you call us third cells? I have you know we're the reason Marvel Rivals is alive and Overwatch is dead. Yeah, the only reason is that people like third person. I mean, like, what's the point of owning a sexually attractive skin in Marvel Rivals if you can't see it?
Exactly. I'm saying.
The Outer Worlds 2 is really the biggest game we've ever made. Bigger choices, more...
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Avowed could have been the biggest game you've ever made.
Activity, more weapons, more things to find in
Is
each
it
of
like
the worlds.
Path of Exile, like a 90-hour-long game or something like that? It's like one of those like super long games.
I think you're doing the meme.
What? That's a meme?
I think you're mixing up Pillars of Eternity and Path of Exile.
Oh, come on now. Has anyone actually played Pillars of Eternity? That's why they had to make Avowed, right?
When focusing on the main objectives, Poe is about 36 hours. If you're a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you're likely to spend around 109 hours to obtain 100% completion.
Players can visit. The team has done incredible work.
I don't think third person can save Overwatch. I don't think Overwatch can be saved. Maybe if they brought back the original.
Outer Worlds 2 to life.
What's going on with this?
Reactivity, more weapons.
Like, why are we looking at a pile of shit and then like the next thing is like a guy pissing?
Why do
more
you
things
think?
to find in each of the worlds the players can visit.
Why do you
The team
think?
has done incredible work bringing the Outer Worlds 2 to life. And we can't wait for you to play it.
Even though we've always been a multi-project studio, this is going to be the first time we've ever released 3 games in 1 year.
And it was a really fucking bad idea.
I hope you never do it again.
It feels amazing to do. We're so excited.
Yeah, so how was the over under? How'd you like the Avowed release? Was that a good time to be like associated with Obsidian? Were you enjoying the feedback of the fans?
It is interesting watching this with just the knowledge that Avowed happened. Even though they seem to be just pretending it doesn't exist. It is weird that they have not acknowledged its existence at all.
Because it would just like it would literally reopen all of those wounds. I think they're legitimately terrified of like actually acknowledging Avowed's existence.
Well, I mean, they just acknowledged it that they released 3 games this year, but that's about as far as they went.
The feedback of fans was probably fine. What, the fucking 30,000 people that bought Avowed?
Yeah, the the radios, the deafening silence, the lack of sales. How many people are playing Avowed right now?
That's a good question. I need a thing that just like tracks the Steam charts of various games.
Yeah.
Just every day I can check it out. Oh my god. You want to know the okay, you ready for the number?
Hold on, wait. We gotta play a game right now. Does it have more or fewer players than Halo Infinite?
Okay, I will pull up Halo Infinite from the Steam charts. Fewer.
Ooh. All right, so I'm gonna guess like 100 people, 100 players.
All right, you lowballed it a little bit at 537.
Okay, that's,
See, listen, single player games, they fall off with time.
Yeah. Isn't it on sale right now too?
That might explain why there was an uptick in the number of players. Yeah, it's 25% off.
Yeah, which I think that's just the biggest discount it's had so far.
Yeah. So all those people that said that $52.49 is my price point, this is now your opportunity.
I think I said 30 or 40.
Mm-hmm. Or free. You can. There's free ways to get it.
I can't be bothered. See, the reason I might even knock it down to 20 just because, like, I just don't really want to play that much.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, black market mining beam, yes. Oh, very nice.
How many people are playing Baldur's Gate 3? Just a few. Just a measly 73,000 people. Yeah, there's just like, that's a couple games. It's minorly influential.
Do me a favor. How many people are playing Schedule 1 right now? I'm just curious.
28,000.
Jesus Christ. Listen.
So Avowed.
Avowed will have its time. Didn't they? Didn't they say that there's going to be DLC for it?
No, there's a roadmap of updates.
Oh, right.
I don't think there's any announced DLC.
Yeah.
Excited for more banger games. It is.
Yeah, I don't know if you're getting more people to play your games. It feels like you're getting fewer people to play your games.
Yeah.
Truly an exciting time here at Obsidian.
I can buy it's exciting. Yeah, true. Are you guys unionizing?
Yeah, you might want to get on that. Just a hunch.
Before the contracts start going around. the 18 on 6 off contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Exploring worlds big and small while expanding on franchises that we've created, and we have no plans to slow down. We hope you all continue to come along with us as we do what we do best, make your worlds your way.
Don't tell me these are my worlds. So hey chat, we're gonna get a frigate now. Or a freighter, rather.
That was it?
Yep.
We don't want to round out the bit with that one guy?
No, he's done. They don't want the joke to overstay its welcome. Now come on.
Okay. I was hoping for more New Vegas references. I only counted 2, I think.
There's only 2? I thought there were like 3 or 4.
Unless I forgot to count a couple, but yeah.
Yeah. So
Outer Worlds 2, yeah. Listen, we're just negative, okay? We're a couple negative Nancys.
Oh, man. I'm actually kind of tempted. I'm kind of tempted to do an Outer Worlds 2 video.
Why is that?
Because I need money for a house, and
the risk is it might not even like get a whole ton of attention. I would be paying attention to how much engagement it's like getting over on Twitter right now. That would be an indicator of how much like people are.
No, I'm just getting some. I'm getting a little bit of Starfield deja vu right now.
No. The problem is that Starfield was surrounded by like all of those people that were like coping and pretending that it was going to be good. Like, there's a lot of people who are like pretending that they didn't think that Starfield was going to be good, and that they weren't like cheerleading the game before it came out and like ignoring all the warning signs. Like,
okay. Dang, I guess I'll just have to play Morrowind then.
Yeah, what a shame. Yeah, plus you were talking about like not wanting to do negative stuff.
Oh yeah, so that's what I was saying in the beginning of the stream. I think I told you, jeez, that gate is so loud. Get used to hearing that, chat. Yeah, but one of the things, like one of the reasons I'm doing streams now is that I want to kind of do streams of games that I at least like kind of enjoy playing. Like I do enjoy playing No Man's Sky for a little bit. So like I can at least just feel better about, you know, the fact that the videos that are the games that make the best videos are generally like, you know, bad videos or bad games.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I do Anthem instead of it's like Valheim again, I can at least have solace in knowing that I can play Valheim on stream or something like that.
Yeah. The Outer Worlds 2 will be good. See, the last time we did that, though, people seemed to, like, believe it, so... I'm cautious about bringing back the will be good mantra.
You know, we could be wrong. We could be wrong this time. We can't bat 1,000 every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this time, today, we're wrong.
Nah, like I said, I think this game was dead after Avowed. Like, if Avowed did well, it'd have been like, okay, but, maybe it would have a chance, but, yeah.
Well, yeah, and Avowed is going to be 100% relitigated when Outer Worlds 2 comes out in 4 months. Like, it's just going to be round 2.
Yeah. Oh,
that shit was too new.
Yeah.
Do you think it might have been a good idea for them to delay the Outer Worlds 2 just so that it increases the distance between them and Avowed?
Probably. Just like push it into next year.
Yeah.
Like January or something like that. I got 3 salvaged frigate modules. That's very nice. Oh, really? I start with the Galactic Trade Room as well. Alright, teleport chamber. I don't know how I got 3 frigate modules, but I will not complain.
No, I think this is, I think Avowed was partially reaping what they've been sowing with this, like, jerking themselves off for being the New Vegas guys thing.
Yeah.
Everybody sees through that.
Yeah. Everyone's pretty much got the memo now that the people who made New Vegas aren't there anymore. I think they pretty much figured that out after Outer Worlds 1. It's like, yeah, it was so, pretty obvious then.
There's a guy who posted that Outer Worlds 2 is going to be $80, and he's got 700,000 views on it, on his post, and let's just say the response isn't warm.
People just, you know, they need to get with the times. It's like, you know, we got tariffs now. We got all this other stuff. Listen, it's either they charge $80 for their games, or they have to get bought out by a major publisher or something. You know, they need to remain that agile indie studio.
Yo, Pat accepted a C-class freighter. He is sick.
Who, me?
You take what you get, man.
Yeah,
it takes a long time to get a freighter. It's annoying.
It's really expensive otherwise. So you take the first one for free, and now I can like all teleport around the fucking galaxy.
But yeah, we talk about Avowed a lot because Obsidian is adjacent to Bethesda, and I'm doing New Vegas, so
yeah, you're trying to get out. See, you're trying to get out of being a Bethesda channel.
By becoming an Obsidian channel.
Yes, exactly. Oh God.
Which again, I can't imagine a worse fate.
Call of Duty channel.
Yeah, Call of Duty channel for a guy that's not good at Call of Duty. That's really what you got to do.
What the fuck is this? How am I even supposed to get in here? Game? Hello?
There's a
something
a scissor lift outside on the outside of the ship. From one hell to another, Pat. Yeah, someone was saying that I'm like I am maximizing the number of like giga autistic communities
that you can piss off.
Yeah, like all I got to do is a quick retrospective on like a Souls game, and I'll have like I'll have most of them.
See, the thing is what Pat really wants is for somebody to mail him some skulls.
Just sounds like a Microsoft channel at this point. Yeah, if they buy everything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of.
They're the ones fucking like. Look, I was almost out, and then they bought Blizzard. Like.
Okay, so that was just a corridor. We don't need that. And this something. I was almost out, and they dragged me back in. Something. Oh god, so the fucking controls and build mode are so annoying. I just want to sprint. God damn it.
No.
So, Avowed Day 1. Pre-order.
Avowed?
Up to...
You see, another reason why you don't drop 3 games in 1 year.
Yeah, if I'm getting confused off of that shit, what's the general audience? You know, for a studio that seems to have a really low opinion of, like, the average consumer, you're really putting a lot of faith in them being able to keep up with all these releases.
Of being able to afford all these releases. So is the plan like they're going to spam Obsidian games so that people get Game Pass?
Game Pass, yeah.
How's that going? How's Game Pass doing? So if you turned yourself yellow, I think that you would be Glup Shido.
I'm missing a component for the refine room.
Wait, Grounded 2 is this year? Yeah, apparently.
It's in like a few weeks.
So
I think it's going to be early access though. Which is, I don't know. You're a AAA studio at this point. You have the backing of Microsoft. You really shouldn't be doing the early access thing anymore.
We need capital or we will die.
This is the scanning room.
So yeah, we checked out the Outer Worlds too, and there was no Starfield DLC.
Yeah.
How do you think the Starfield? How do you think No Sodium Starfield's handling it?
They're uninstalling Starfield now. You know, they were holding out. They were trying to hold the line there, and they just got betrayed.
Well, they're posting a PC Gamer article. Starfield fans despair after it's a complete no-show at the Xbox Game Showcase. This game is done.
Thank you, PC Gamer. Doing God's work.
They're only quoting the main subreddit, so I'm sure that the No Sodium people are happy about it.
Oh no.
An awful lot of games turned up during today's big Xbox game showcase, but one game did not, and its absence has fans pretty unhappy. Yes, I'm talking about Starfield.
I'm sorry, Starfield fans, but you're doing it to yourselves. Just stop. Just uninstall the game.
Well, this game is done, one thread in the Starfield subreddit moans, and while the original post was quickly deleted by moderators, it attracted hundreds of upvotes and replies before it was gone. So the moderators are like trying to like damage control on Bethesda's behalf.
Like, why though?
Because they're like like they're probably fucking like modders who are invested in Starfield like having players so that they can make money off the Creation Club. Even Starfield's community patch modders are growing disenchanted with the sci-fi RPG, as volunteers depart in droves. Quote, if nobody comes forward, we may have to retire the project.
To be fair, though, do we even really need a community patch? Like, not every game needs to have a community patch, like dedicated community patch group, right? Like, if there's one thing we can say about Starfield, it's that Bethesda is releasing bug fixes.
Half the posts that they're reading in this article are like stuff that was on our stream.
Yeah.
but thank the heavens I can fish in Fallout 76 and have a pet cat in ESO. It's what we've all been waiting for. Because, you know, Bethesda works on ESO.
Well, it doesn't matter that they work on ESO or not. The fact is that was the only like original Bethesda IP. It's just that in Fallout 76, so
it's a complete disrespect to their fans. They promised monthly updates, then backed away from that without a word. They knew we expected news at this event and made no effort to tamp down those expectations. In retrospect, the letdown shouldn't have come as a surprise. Ahead of this showcase, Starfield fans were getting themselves hyped up for a possible announcement of new DLC. One especially optimistic Redditor took it as a good sign that they were receiving marketing emails about the showcase from Bethesda, leading others to express their own hopes for more Shattered Space-style expansions.
Again, guys, you did it to yourselves.
Yeah. Alrighty, well...
Yeah, I'm about to wrap up.
Yeah.
I didn't expect us to go this long, but I'm glad we did. That was definitely very entertaining, very illuminating.
Good times.
Be
sure to like the chat stream.
Make sure to like the chat stream?
Yeah. Telling the stream to like the chat.
Oh, okay.
You can like super chats. Did you know that?
Oh, I can.
No, people can.
Oh, really? Well, this Outer Worlds 2 is definitely Glubshido approved.
Glubshido approves of The Outer Worlds 2. Check out Dune Messiah.
You know, I've been hearing good things about it, so...
Well, I think it's just hype carrying from the first two movies.
Possibly. Well,
I mean, I don't blame them. I'm not doubting.
Yeah. I still haven't watched the second movie.
It's pretty good.
I gotta watch The Expanse now.
Oh, have you not seen it before?
No, I've heard good things about it though. So,
it gets bad.
Yeah, was it like season 5? I think I heard.
Really? Fucking, it's like season 3.5.
Oh, okay. Hey,
but yeah,
you know what?
I made it through the end of season 4, but yeah, it's
3.5. That's half a season longer than Game of Thrones.
Really?
If you ask me, a lot of other people say it falls off by like, the 7th season.
No, it's
eighth.
funny. It's always funny seeing Glidus try to convince people that season 7 is bad, and he started doing season 6. So
yeah, nah. For me, it's pretty much it's when they ran out of content to steal from the books, and they started doing their own shit.
Yeah,
which is like
I like the early Expanse. I can see why it was so popular.
And there's books too. Could read those as well. All right. Well, I don't know if I'll be streaming again anytime soon or not. I want to. I should. Might come back, do more No Man's Sky. We shall see.
I think the market is just straight up rejecting the $80 price tag. Like, there's some decently popular Twitter users that are just like, yeah, Outer Worlds 2 isn't worth $80, and it's like, damn.
Yeah.
They're getting fucking cooked out there.
Yeah. And they can't knock down the price either because they're already accepting, pre-orders and shit like that.
They could just refund people. And I don't think they even charge you until day of, so... Like GameStop might, but...
It would be really interesting if they did drop the price on it. They won't. Just get Game Pass.
Yeah.
Just get Game Pass.
Just get Game Pass. That's what stops them from like making good decisions, is that like they have this experimental business model that they use as their excuse.
Yeah, their investor scam.
$80 is the standard in Canada. Yeah, with Canadian dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, so what is it in fucking Canada then? $100?
Outer Worlds Canada price. Or sorry, Outer Worlds 2 Canada price.
I mean, it's probably, I assume it would be $80. No, because then they would have to do the conversion, so. Yeah, that's right.
Chat, what is Outer Worlds in Canada?
$100.
$100?
Oof.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Just don't buy it.
Yeah, honestly.
There's so many other much better games that you could be playing for way less.
No, I think Game Pass is just... It's not something I'm interested in. I don't want all of these like new games. I'm very selective with what I play, and so it's like I'd rather just buy things and play them at my leisure, and then like own them.
Yeah, because like I'll buy games and then I just don't play them for like 3 years. But it's just like whatever. I got it at like a really good price, so fuck do I care?
So it's like I have Hard Space Shipbreaker, which I think I got on Humble Bundle, and it's like, yeah, I could probably install that and like check it out.
Yeah. But all right. Thank you guys for coming out.